Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 223, One strike shatters the world, divine weapons run wild. The God Realm's taboo tier elder stood face to face with Kaguya Ji and Lin Qing'er. With nowhere else to turn, he could only call upon a forbidden artifact. Summon the blood of the heavens, release the forbidden device. Kill, kill, kill. The ancestors are mighty. What he lifted was a withered, horned spear, caked with blackened blood, roughly 2 meters long. The moment it was offered in sacrifice, the void shrieked. A mantle of storm-dark cloud converged overhead as innumerable droplets of divine blood streamed into the war spear. The world dimmed. Hundreds of millions of living beings cried out. This was a weapon forged from the flesh and blood of a world's dead. Cruel. Ruthless. The old man wielding it was named Tianhao. He was one of several taboo-tier beings of the God Realm, an awakener whose duty was to suppress these goddesses from beyond. Flushed to the ears, eyes locked on Kaguya, he spoke in a voice as cold as iron, "Extraterrestrial evil god, die for me." Boom. He merely pricked forward with the spear. Time and space fractured. A curse born by all spirits howled for Kaguya Ji. Before the strike even arrived, the world within that arc had already blanched to ashen gray. Vital force withered and drew tight. Countless dead souls, and a tide of the unknown, wailed toward Kaguya. The God Realm and the unknown had long since formed an alliance. To dare to act against the eternal taught meant they were backed by a potent unknown power indeed. Once upon a time, even the 3 heavenly emperors had fallen to the unknown. How could a handful of gods from beyond the skies hope for anything better? This is the power you're banking on? Kaguya Ji's gaze skimmed the tens of millions of unknown entities, pure disdain in her eyes. The unknown was chaos and anomaly. How could it invade her? She merely stood still. Let the unknown rabble and their dreadful miasma come flooding in. When they were within a single meter, a torrent of golden radiance spilled out around her. The unknown was sighed down in an instant. The true Dharma does not admit defilement. No, impossible. Cries erupted from the God Realm's ranks. This was a forbidden artifact that even the 3 heavenly emperors could not weather. How could this woman stand unscathed? Impossible. Kaguya curled her lip and pointed at the ancestor of the God Realm, her tone as flat as a blade. Then watch, and learn what real destructive power is. 10,000 fates, total killing curse. No one even saw Kaguya move. But in the next heartbeat, everything for tens of thousands of li around that God Realm ancestor turned into a gray, forbidden dead zone. A true killing art. Ash to ash, dust to dust, by the curse's guidance. Millions perished in a blink. Under the curse's erosion, that ancestor withered on his feet, skin sloughing away in flakes. Help! What is this? Darkness devours, coiling serpent. At some point, Orochimaru had slipped behind a cosmic-level opponent and sank his fangs into the man's neck. Everywhere, the battlefield boiled over. Here, Kaguya Ji alone toppling the balance had lit the fuse. All across the lower realms, countless believers surged skyward, washing the heavens in blood. Chu Dashin flew above, barking orders to the faithful, form into squares. Front rank the goddesses, second rank the priests, advanced slowly. As he spoke, Lin Qing'er's immortal clay figures on the other front, having soaked in oceans of blood, grew stronger and stronger. Some even kindled spiritual wisdom, becoming new life forms. Their skin was a pale, earthen yellow. Their strength was bottomless. Even when bodies shattered and crumbled to dust, they reknit themselves in a flash. They could not be killed at all. Because their origin was Lin Qing'er herself. Her vitality was boundless. So long as she did not die, these clay figures were a terror with no end. Roar. For the eternal God Realm. After butchering thousands, the first clay figure finally managed speech. Then the second. Once the undying clay figures numbered past 1,000, they began to show tactics. Their evolutions even diverged along different paths. No. Where did these monsters come from? Even the reincarnation patrollers can't handle them. These mud fiends are more dreadful than cosmic-level evolvers. Run. When the unknown on which the God Realm relied could do nothing to the eternal faith, the outcome was already written. The hundreds of millions drawn from other worlds collapsed with laughable ease. And waiting for their route was a black-scaled candle dragon. Dragon soul art, annihilating the tainted blood. Bai Suzhen threw back her head and roared. The dragon soul art unfurled. Space-time shattered, the sound wave stacked and stacked, millions of times over. The routed soldiers were wiped out where they fled. Blood sheeted everywhere. The faithful were wild with exultation. Good thing I joined early. If the goddesses get mad, they'll slap you into a paste. Ha! We're punching holes through the sky here, and over there they're still kneeling and licking boots. These gods are the ones who cut off the path of ascension. Only a fool dog would follow them. Right, better to follow the eternal. Most of those who had joined the faith were not individually strong. But evolvers at the cosmic level, once graced with divine power, were each one of them terrifying. By now many had broken through into the taboo tier. Not that they felt proud of it, from the moment the goddesses descended, their old fantasies had been shattered to dust. A goddess, to put it plainly, was a handmaiden. Even a god stood at no more than the priestly rank. Such beings could snuff out hundreds of millions with a flick of the wrist. As for true gods, would they not, with a single thought, erase whole worlds? With the first taboo tier elder dead, the remaining taboo powerhouses went mad. They bunched together, intent on smashing this world even if it meant dying with it. If we're all dying anyway, then let's die together. Come on. They hoisted 3 forbidden artifacts. Countless living beings were seized as sacrifices. One was a battered, dark red tripod. One, a hideous striped mask. The last, a bronze sword. The God Realm buckled. Time and space fell into chaos. Cause and effect churned and reversed. Everything proclaimed the end of the world. The God Realm's taboos had not wanted this either. But absent the resolve to die, they had no chance at all. In just a short span, a whole world face-on collapsed. That ancient place, the home where the immortals of antiquity had once dwelled, was reduced to history's dust. A wasteland. Kagaya-ji looked across the surviving taboos, pressed her palms together, and prayed in silence, I petition the gods for a Taoist instrument, to utterly slay these villains who throw the world into turmoil. No sooner had she finished than a dazzle of light blossomed in her hand. Ripples fanned outward. Time across the entire world froze still. The Sword of Shinto. A grant of divine authority from Lu Che. A blade smelted of countless supernatural powers, fashioned upon the law of time. He himself did not appear. But this weapon was his presence made manifest. It was the eternal God Realm's will. The 3 taboo tier elders went pale with horror. They had never expected a weapon more terrifying than their own to still exist within this world. Though their minds could think, the power within their souls could not so much as twitch. Time in this world had been locked in amber. By trying to shatter everything, they had handed Kagaya the opening to strike. Ask for flowers. Otherwise, the world's backlash would have made even her hesitant to employ a Shinto weapon. This is amber, this is the sword of divine light, the weapon bestowed upon me, Kagaya, by God. It is the highest authority at present, drawn out of the long river of time and tempered across uncounted years. You cholera-mongers of the human world, are you ready to die? Kagaya murmured to herself. Shoo. With a simple downward cut, the world went silent. Everything in the God Realm for hundreds of millions of li was erased by the power of time. Past, future, present. All of it died within time. It fell short of severing pure causality. But the sword had already surpassed the limits of this world. And so, the God Realm shattered. The billions who had transcended into the God Realm were swept away by that one stroke. That strike even sheared through the barrier between the two worlds. The God Realm fell in pieces. In the Yang Realm, people looked up in horror at a collapsing sky and fell headlong into panic. In that moment, they tasted true despair. Kagaya-ji, watching the God Realm fall to ruin, calmed the power roaring through her body. She turned to the others and said, the rest is yours. I'm being constrained by the will of the world. She could no longer wield her full might. Any further and she would trigger the world's counterstrike. The God Realm's forces had been routed. From here, it would be up to Chu Xianfeng and the others. On the other front, Lin Qing'er remained in strong shape. Without calling upon divine weapons, she could still press the assault with her clay figures alone. Watching Kagaya drift away like a feather, everyone traded looks. As expected of the first goddess, her strength is terrifying. She's exhausted the world's veil, how could it not be terrifying? Besides, that wasn't even her own strength, it was the power of time. She must have borrowed a god's authority. In any case, the war is over. Get ready to reap the field. That day, Lu Che harvested an ocean of spoils. He lost 1,000,000 units of supernatural power. But gained back a full 30% more. The God Realm's demise sent shockwaves through the Yang Realm. The number of believers surged beyond counting. Tributes poured in without end. Lu Che converted all of it into points exchange commodities and placed them in the eternal God Realm's points shop. To structure such a system was child's play. Points would be tied to how diligently each believer labored. Even ordinary believers could earn them. For instance, Sedum and Yoyashiki, who managed whole planets, each drew 100,000 points per year. It wasn't much, but it could be traded for powerful weapons, and even stronger bloodlines. As for chief priests, they could accrue far more points on the plains battlefields. Seated within the Ziwei Palace, Lu Che gazed upon his divine dominion, which had just expanded by another fifth. He could not help but be delighted. It seems that once I gather the statuses of the saint's tomb, I can move to the next step. Surpassing the current world is no longer far off at all. Once upon a time, to comprehend the law of light, he had needed external aid. Now, as higher worlds were folded under his sway, he no longer lacked such trifles. There would always be laws enough to master. In the world of Fighting Flame, the state city of Sunar had fallen under divine administration. After receiving the eternal meditation method, her clan had produced 3 new Do emperors and 2 Do sages. Sunar wore a sheer-veiled dress of pale pink. How are the offerings coming? Reporting to the high priestess, we have gathered 10 different heavenly flames and captured 3 beauties besides. Good. Prepare the sacrifice. Chapter 224, Chapter 224, Sacrifice in the World of Fighting Fire, Attainment of the Fire Law. At that very moment, in the world of the ancient clan, an exquisite altar stood newly raised within the clan lands. To construct it, the ancients had poured out half the strength of their treasury, star sand and rare gems mixed together, precious beast bones layered in, until it was built. Of course, that was merely the foundation. In order to win the favor of the gods, and at the same time to gain greater power, Sunar's father offered up every treasure he had accumulated over the years. The altar took the shape of a stepped pyramid, about 10 meters high. Its true summit, however, was a polished ceremonial platform. 10 different heavenly flames were sealed within specially crafted containers, set in a circle at the altar's heart. Then came the living sacrifices. Yun Yun, Yafei, and Medusa. The 3 women wore the same look of bleak dread. Not long ago they had been captured and told they would be offered alive. They were terrified. If they had the freedom of movement, they would have chosen death already rather than be slaughtered like this. Medusa's cold gaze fixed on the woman in white gauze standing before her. Her violet eyes locked onto the others, as if to kill with a stare alone. Don't hate me so much. When you become sacrifices and go to the God Realm, you 3 will thank me. True handmaidens who can serve the gods are very rare. Sunar said lightly. A look of yearning passed over her face. Who says girls do not cherish spring? Rin Tosaka's world had been elevated, she had become a goddess waiting upon the deity. Every time that tale came up, Sunar would pinch herself. What's so impressive about a goddess? I, Sunar, am naturally no worse than you. One day I'll catch up to you. She kept telling herself this. Tens of thousands of tribespeople knelt beneath the altar. Sunar cast off the stray thoughts in her heart and began the invocation. Great eternal God, I am your devout believer, Sunar. Today I lead the ancient clan in offering sacrifices to you, and I pray for your mercy. It was the first grand sacrifice. Everyone was tense, afraid some misstep would bring down the displeasure of the deity. They stared expectantly at the sky. The high priest had said that when a sacrifice succeeded, a celestial sign would appear. And then the god would descend, or if not the god, then a goddess would come forth, bestowing power. Every gaze tipped toward the heavens, prayers rising in step with Sunar's voice. Her mellifluous tones carried across the entire ancient clan. Even the strongest, Do emperors, were down on their knees beneath the altar. God's domain, eternal world. Lu Che said to Hui upon her return, well done this time. The status of the Tomb of Saints is stabilized. Next, we only need to press Chu Xianfeng and the others to work harder collecting planes. The deity approved. And Hui, beaming, slid into his lap and kissed him. After a long while, she smiled and said, I still had to push a little harder, or the world barrier wouldn't have broken for me. But they kept talking about the 3 heavenly emperors. I looked along the river of time, their faces were full of shock. Thinking of the 3 empresses' horrified looks, she couldn't help but let a pleased expression bloom. Such a so-called tri-heaven emperor might impress children. To her, they were nothing. Easily slain. Fortune or not, they couldn't even guard their own world. In the end, they were weak. Just then, a system prompt chimed in Lu Che's ear. Ding. Your believer Sunar sacrifices lay gang flame to you, the 10,000-fold multiplier triggers, you obtain 10,000 fire law fragments, which have fused into 10 fragments. Ding. Your believer Sunar sacrifices water flame to you, the 10,000-fold multiplier triggers, you obtain fragments of the fire law. Ding. Your believer Sunar sacrifices celestial flame to you, a multi-million-fold multiplier triggers. Congratulations, you have obtained a complete fire law, all fire fragments have been integrated into it. Boom. At the instant he obtained the law, the whole of God's domain blazed with light. This time, it was the condensation of the law of fire. With the first two laws already condensed, Luce remained very calm. Flames filled the sky, flying like sparks across a sunbright vault. He had gained many fire-aligned law fragments before. He had not expected them to blossom and bear fruit today. The law of affection, the law of time. This would be the third law Luce had mastered. As the fire law condensed, the power of God's domain rose by a full order. The late main God's peak. Next came the level of creation. A true capstone. Whether any god in the deity world had ever mastered 3 laws at the main god stage, he did not know. But Luce had absolutely done it. At the same time, among all believers whose paths drew upon the fire laws, each felt their strength surge. Such is the wondrous effect of a law. Luce's power grows. And with it the strength of all believers. It was a qualitative leap. I just mastered the law of time, and now I still have to comprehend the fire system's law, forget it. I'll go into seclusion. Luce sighed helplessly. As for Sunur's world of fighting fire, let Tiamat go. She had done well last time in multiple services. It wasn't bad to let her go play. Tiamat, having received the command, left the Eternal Temple obediently and headed down to the lesser world. After all, she was a god whose nature had returned to its source. One step, and she stood beside the barrier of that world. This world was not large. Its strength was acceptable, they could reward it for its usefulness to the deity. World of fighting fire. As the sacred light descended, everyone breathed out in relief. The gods were coming after all. Nothing had gone wrong. The world of fighting fire was small when the eternal god's domain arrived. All living things saw the mysterious stellar vault unfurl above them. Tiamat wished to display divine majesty, and to make herself more imposing. In the true form she once wore, she manifested in the sky. Tens of thousands of meters tall. Her dark god flesh shed an aura that drove all beings toward despair. As she approached, countless creatures collapsed to the ground, trembling. They prayed to the god to smite this terrible being. Sunur's father stared up at the titanic silhouette, a growing sense of wrongness in his chest. Shouldn't a god be holy? Why did this presence before them radiate corruption and ruin? He was not alone, murmurs of the same unease spread among the rest. Sunur lifted her gaze to Tiamat and suddenly understood, this was the third goddess. She merely looked a little different from Mingming's image. Presumably, this was her true body. The chief priest Sunur greets Lord Tiamat. Rise. The voice was faint, very gentle. Nothing like the terror her appearance inspired. It even gave one a feeling of well-behaved mildness. But they knew it had to be an illusion, because that horrific aura still hung over their heads. Far away, the soul race looked up at the figure in the sky and burst into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. As expected, our clan is right, this world should be destroyed. Yes, long live the patriarch. Quickly. Patriarch, while God is here, we must invite her over. As a wicked spirit clan bent on ending the world. They didn't care how terrifying this god was. As long as they could raise their strength. With a smile, the Soul Heaven Emperor rose into the sky and shouted, Great God, please grant our soul race your power. We will surely help you eradicate the other creatures in this world. At that instant, Tiamat had been preparing to bestow the god's grace. She did not expect such a grating, crooked voice to pierce her ear. She was not of a gentle disposition to begin with. Harried by the noise, she finally lost patience. Humble ants. This world is the god's nursery. How dare you dream of destroying it? Die. Flaring, Tiamat cast a backward glance. A brilliant roseate light flashed. The soul race's hope, the Soul Heaven Emperor in midair, fell silent forever. At the same time, 3/4 of the soul race's territory was swept away. Only a handful survived. All were dumbstruck. Well, then. They'd kicked the horse in the shins. It was over. Sunur, seeing Tiamat filled with wrath, could not help but ask, Goddess sister, who angered you? I will lead the clan to hunt him down. The irate goddess, hearing the chief priest's words, couldn't help smiling. This girl wasn't bad, she even called me sister. Ahem. Don't grin, maintain divine majesty. Tiamat's expression hardened again. Someone called the Soul Heaven Emperor dared to proclaim he would destroy the world. I killed him. More than half his clan died with him. Everyone was stunned. The soul race was nearly annihilated. One blow. A collective hiss of breath. The power of a god truly transcended all. A bead of cold sweat ran down Sunur's smooth white brow. Goddess sister, mighty. Well then. This time, the eternal god cannot appear in person, so I will reward you on his behalf. Since you are so well-behaved and sensible, I grant you the High-End of Destruction and one of my little pets. When you come to God's domain in the future, be sure to seek me out. As divine power sank into Sunur's slender body, a flame was born. Darkness, destruction, and corruption. The force of all three attributes cycled and twined. And Sunur's aura surged without cease. This was a qualitative transformation. In that instant, she surpassed everyone in this world. Even if an ancient Do emperor were to appear, he would be a plaything before her. When Tiamat's blessing ended, she gathered the three goddesses into a pillar of divine light and returned to the deity's realm. The rift in space slowly knitted itself shut. As for the three women who moments ago had hated everything, they had long since ceased to struggle. The being who stood before them was beyond imagination. Not a creature of the same dimension at all. Lord Chief Priest, did you break through? Seeing that Sunur had blossomed into breathtaking maturity, the clanspeople hurried forward to ask. Faces alight with curiosity. They wanted to know just how terrifying the power of a god could be. Sunur, too, wished to know. She lifted her palm and made a small, flicking gesture toward the sky. A black flame appeared out of the void. The barrier that had protected the clan lands for 1,000 years was instantly unmade, shattered to nothing. Chapter 225, Chapter 225, Suruman's ambition, join the eternal faith. This alone did not feel terrifying. After all, this was the realm of a Do emperor. Plenty of people would claim they could do as much. But then Sunur's fingers shifted again and again. The black flames in the sky split into thousands, each mouth of fire condensed into a tiny figure. And in an instant, every one of them turned into Sunur. An external avatar. In other words, Sunur was the black flame, and the black flame was Sunur. As long as the black flame did not go out, Sunur would not die. No one in the world of battle through the heavens had ever seen such a terrifying sight. Just as everyone was exulting, they heard Sunur say, with clear dissatisfaction, still not good enough. I only just obtained the black flame, so this is all I can manage. Her power was sufficient. But her research was not yet thorough. Everyone felt their cheeks burn with shame at that. They couldn't even achieve this much. After that, Sunur tried several more times, then told the clansmen, this time, the Tiamat of the gods descended and slew the people of the Soul Palace. We will press our advantage, pursue in victory, and gather the people of the other ancient clans. Understood, Lord Master. By the way, Master Priest, do we want to retrieve the Tuasha ancient emperor's jade? Back then, they had gone to that city for this very piece of jade. It ought to be in the hands of a young man. Sunur thought for a moment, then said softly, go. Bring back the Tuasha ancient emperor's jade. If that young man dares to resist, let him understand how powerful the faith is. If he wishes to join, let him join. Although they had not spent much time together, Sunur still had a favorable impression of Shiaoan and the dead soul in the ring. They could become helpers of the gods. At that very moment, Shiaoan had no idea that he had been marked as a target. He was still reeling from the figure that had vanished in the sky. He said to the old men in the ring, between you and that terrifying god, who's stronger? Are you spouting nonsense? Old Ya muttered. The other side killed the soul race with a single thought. How am I supposed to compare to that? The other party's divine body covered the sky. Its height unknowable. How could he compare? Besides, judging by that voice, it seemed the Soul Heaven Emperor himself had perished. A single strike to annihilate the Soul Palace, this already surpassed the power of this world. For some reason, a small girl's figure surfaced in Yao Lao's heart. He jolted in shock. Then he said to Shiaoan, by the way, do you remember what Sunur, that girl you've been pining after, said before she left? What did she say? Didn't she say they would offer a sacrifice to the gods and let us witness the greatness of the gods? You mean the god came for Sunur? Shiaoan was completely stunned. So that was the god the other side spoke of. He had thought the god had come for the Soul Palace. It turned out the god had answered someone's call. Good grief. It was unbelievable. For a moment, Shiaoan felt a sour sting in his chest. But even knowing that, there was nothing he could do. Right now Shiaoan had only just recovered his Do Qi. His strength could not compare to the ancients at all. Even if old Yao returned to his peak, they still wouldn't be a match for the other side. In the Wanjia chat group. Pursuing sentient beings, it's been too quiet lately. Boring as hell. Someone say something. Fallen white-robed wizard, what do you even want to say? Trash. General Yuan, fight. Fight. Demon Hunter, woohoo, Wizard Saruman is about to stir up trouble again. Queen Vampire, hey. Wizard Saruman, did you kill your servant, Grima? Fallen white-robed wizard, why would I kill my own servant? Ridiculous. If words alone could make me kill, that would be impossible. Pirates of the Caribbean, really? Not even tempted a little. Inside the world of the Lord of the Rings, Suruman was conducting experiments in his tower. A shifty-eyed, small, dwarfishman was locked in a cage. Master, please let me go. I am your most faithful servant. Why won't you believe me? His pleading cries laid bare Grima's desire to live. But Suruman ignored his pleas. Instead, the Uruk jammed a gag into Grima's mouth. Humph. Never fear 10,000 possibilities, fear the one chance. The idiom from their world applies here too. But why am I afraid? Suruman frowned. Was he afraid? A top 5 Maya in this world. Shaken by a single remark? No. It wasn't that simple. He was shaken by his own end. Once a person's heart is shaken, his thoughts follow with suspicion, and he slowly falls into the snare that Lu Che laid. Suruman was exceedingly proud. He did not believe in anyone. Every strategy, every move, carried a deeper meaning. But the more confident a person is, the easier it is to spiral into a vicious circle. For example, do you really think others don't know you've fallen? And the existence of Morgoth? Surely creatures of other worlds shouldn't know of it. Morgoth was immensely strong. Sauron was also immensely strong. So he, too, wished to become a second Sauron, ruler of the continent. By then, even those in the overseas wonderland would be beyond their own control. But could his plan truly succeed? At that moment, another voice rose in Saruman's heart. Since you have already betrayed one master, why not betray Sauron now? So long as you can gain power. What does it matter if you become a devil? Suruman pressed his lips together. His strength had not improved for a long time. He possessed eternal life. He possessed great power. Yet that absolute power that crushed all things, he did not possess it. Put simply, Suruman still lacked confidence. If Sauron stood before him, would he choose to remain a loyal dog, or strike out alone? The answer was obvious. I should broaden my options before the other side awakens. Meanwhile, in the chat group, the noise swelled. Suruman turned into a serial flamer, basically roasting everyone in turn. And then, with a backhand download, he acquired the eternal sacrifice technique and the eternal Pluto thought. The fox who only loves money, ooh. Suruman, is it? I want to join the faith. Pursuing sentient beings, hey, big-tailed wolf who's been posturing for ages, why don't you keep waddling along behind your old master Sauron? Trash. Fallen white-robed wizard, I'm merely trying something new. What do you know? Junior brother of Dazufeng, do you know why people despise you? Because you're too arrogant and always believe only what you see. Now you're afraid of death, aren't you? Queen Vampire, in the end it's just one line, a dead duck's hard mouth. Not even as good as Yang Jian. Judicial God, ahem, ahem. I blacked out, didn't I already apologize? Back then the bald fellow didn't believe in the gods. Blonde boy Sam, that's how people are, wishful thinking. They don't realize the other side is telling the truth. Demon Hunter, right. Yang Jian, how are things on your side? How's it developing? Judicial God, not bad. After negotiating with the Jade Emperor, I can spread the faith across the land of Shenzhou. But because of heaven's strictures, he himself seems unable to join. Spirit of the Demon Sword, that's the benefit of power. I suppose your mother has already been released, right? Judicial God, My elder brother and father's souls are gathered together. Honestly, I was stubborn at first and only saw the surface. He had once thought the Jade Emperor ruthless. He thought it was merely to maintain imperial majesty. But in truth, the Jade Emperor had been forced into it, helpless. That group of ancient immortals didn't take him seriously at all in the beginning. When all else failed, they imposed all manner of harsh constraints. Now he had become the chief priest of the eternal faith. Now that group had quieted down as well. Pursuing sentient beings, exactly. We won't deceive you, because if we do, we get castrated. Pirates of the Caribbean, bloody hell, you bastard. Are you ever going to let that go? That's ancient history, ugh, despise.jpg. For peace, it's a pity it'll take me some time yet, otherwise I'd be able to go to the divine realm and meet the others. By the way, why didn't I see the fighters this time? Tanjiro, don't bring it up. Kagaya is a god-sama. She was besieged by the 3 forbidden weapons. In a fury, she used a Shinto weapon and pierced a god. Now we're busy to death, patching the world. Secondly, Sai, her old lady is in high spirits. People in the Yang world have now announced they'll join us, and they're so busy they're coughing blood. Tosaka University, where? I haven't rested for 10 days. If my skin goes bad, Lord God will definitely complain. Keiru, so intense. I just held a sacrifice here, and it was Lord Tiamat who descended. Pursuing sentient beings, how did it feel? Shocking, wasn't it? They had all seen images of Tiamat, one of the gods. Rin Tosaka was in the group. Basically all the names of the goddesses and gods were transparent. Otherwise, if a goddess descended and they couldn't even address her by name, that would be embarrassing. Tosaka University, shorty, let me see what power you gained. Keiru, you're not tall yourself, you flat girl. Tanjiro, don't you two start. I'll send the latest videos, take a look. At Fallen White-Robed Wizard, if you think the gods of your world are more powerful than ours, brag about it later. Group member Tanjiro uploaded a video. Group member Ninja Scientist uploaded a video. Group member Chu Dashin uploaded a video. 10 videos in total. Each with a different title. Suruman curled his lip. Look at what? They couldn't kill him anyway. Weren't these so-called close attendants of the gods merely servants who waited upon the deities? But when Saruman's soul merged into the video feed, he realized how ridiculous his assumptions had been. Gods. Vast as the sun, spanning the heavens. Group members were fighting there. Immortal clay statues. Terrifying taboos. Each one made Suruman feel on the verge of death. Just after watching Tanjiro's single video, Suruman fell silent. Chapter 226, Chapter 226, a frank threat, a helpless princess, Eowyn. Every enemy inside carried an aura that could annihilate him. Such terrifying existences. They were reaped like stalks of grain. Killed again and again. Suruman felt his mind could not keep up. And, at last, he understood his own insignificance. No wonder those people looked down on him. Their level of strength had already surpassed all limits. The gods he had imagined. He had thought they were merely the native deities of Middle-earth. Yet what those people possessed were gods who belonged to the eternal God realm. They weren't on the same plane at all. Take, for example, the Tanjiro he'd seen inside, wielding a slender white Nichiren blade. It didn't look particularly imposing, yet every stroke contained the power of law. Mastery over law. As casual as moving one's own hands and feet. And their strength was no weaker than the gods of the immortal realm. So the clown was me all along. Suruman gave a bitter laugh. He clung to his so-called pride, but in others' eyes he was only a fool. Ignorant of what a god truly was. He had thought Morgoth was formidable. Was he really? Sauron, the former Undying King, could be sealed but not slain. But that goddess named Lin Chinger had fashioned countless immortal clay figures that not only devoured flesh and grew stronger by absorbing enemies, but also gained wisdom. Immortality in the true sense, undying. Reduced to dust, they would still reconstitute. Far superior to Sauron. Even after being sealed. Those undying clay figures could shed a portion of their bodies and be reborn through divine power. Terrifying learning ability. An immortal body. Set beside them, Sauron was scum. Suruman rubbed his temples and began watching other videos. People are like this, once you take the first step. The rest becomes simple. And watching videos was all too addictive. Each time he finished one, Suruman would stop and take notes. Recording everything he saw and the customs of other worlds. The more he learned, the more deeply he felt his own smallness. Measured against those gods. He was far too weak, and his world far too narrow. A mere Morgoth had ravaged the world for so long. Yet those gods beyond the seas didn't even dare to intervene. They claimed that every world had its own order. Ridiculous. Fortunately, the god of eternity guided me, otherwise Suruman would truly have died at Grima's hands. He sneered. At the same time, a darker thought stirred in his heart. But before he could act on it, he had to strengthen himself, otherwise nothing would proceed smoothly. Suruman resolved to become a servant of God. He closed his eyes, letting his soul sink into the meditation space. When at last he beheld the spiritual body of the deity, he knelt in reverence. The power of the true God inspired longing and submission. Suruman was proud. But he was no fool. Otherwise, he would never have risen to stand among the 5 great Mayor. The instant he beheld the divine form, his heart stilled, like a devout old monk. His mind emptied of stray thoughts. He did not notice that, as he received the transformation of divine power, a pink shard of law slipped into his soul. To Luce, this gloomy fellow was not entirely trustworthy. Left unchecked, Suruman could throw the world of the Lord of the Rings into utter chaos. Therefore, inscribing a rule into his heart was the best choice. Let him remain as dark as he ought to be, while also expanding the justice buried in his heart. The way of love is fearsome. It alters one's thoughts without a sound. 3 hours flashed by. When Suruman opened his eyes, his entire bearing had changed, the withered body now thrummed with explosive strength. Mana within him coalesced into a furnace, burning without end. A smile rose unbidden. Savoring the changes in himself, Suruman murmured, "So this is divine magic. Morgatha's brand has been expunged." At this moment, I finally grasped the confidence those group members spoke of. He had been too self-impressed before. Before the power of a god, Morgath was nothing. When the time came to choose a divine art, Suruman selected dark magic. It wielded immense destructive force and could bewitch the minds of others. My servants, accept the transformation of power. Orcs had no true minds, they could never become devout believers. They could only be Suruman's soldiers. So he bestowed on them greater strength. The power of darkness. Through magic circles, it poured ceaselessly into the bodies of the altered orcs. Oh! Ra! Strange cries echoed without end. Orcs who had stood under 2 meters grew, one after another, their strength surging further. Beneath the tower lay a warren of caverns. Tens of thousands of sturdy orcs had been sealed within, now they were remade into terrifying beast warriors. Go, my servants, shatter the kingdom of Rohan and seize the princess within. Suruman's command was inscribed into the orcs' minds. That very day, an army of 30,000 orcs struck Rohan by surprise. They were unstoppable, unfearing of arrows. To ordinary humans, they were a calamity. In less than 2 hours, a city fell. The army's vanguard pushed straight on, driving toward Rohan's capital. Prince Eomer was taken and delivered in chains to Suruman. Seeing the black-robed wizard, the prince understood. It was Suruman who had orchestrated the orc horde. You betrayed the council. The gods will punish you. Oh! Your Highness, the gods you speak of may not be my match. Suruman's short staff flicked, striking Eomer in the abdomen. The prince doubled over, vomiting blood in agony. A casual tap, without even a trace of spell work, had nearly killed him. Suruman seized Eomer by the collar and hauled him upright, sneering. I betrayed those gods long ago, and later betrayed Sauron as well. Now I serve the god of eternity. Ah, you turncoat. How pitiful for that god, to fancy a dog for a servant. Heh. Curse me all you like. Soon enough, you'll be my faithful puppet. Cold amusement glinted in Suruman's eyes. Dark divine power seeped from his palm and flooded the prince's mind. In a blink, the light faded from the handsome Eomer's gaze. He dropped to his knees. Honored master, Eomer reports to you. Good. Then go, lead my servants against Rohan's capital. It will be the birthplace of the new faith. Suruman's tone was almost courtly. He cared nothing for how many died, so long as he gained believers. He was the darkest of all the faithful. Yet he felt no guilt. In this world, belief ran too deep. Only by force could people be made to awaken fully. Watching the departing prince, Suruman murmured, once we seize the kingdom of Rohan, the other realms will not be able to sit idle. Galadriel. I must have you. No, better to dedicate you to God. At first, he had wanted to keep her for himself. But the image of the deity flashed in his heart. If the god discovered that his devotion was impure, his life would be forfeit. I must not waver. Suruman warned himself in secret. Though Eomer was only Theoden's nephew, the king treated him as a son. It was said Theoden's daughter was quite lovely as well. Heh. Offer them both to God. Suruman's smile turned hideous. Rohan, that same hour. The traitor Grima, absent for days, suddenly reappeared in the palace. I want to see my father. Why are you stopping me? Princess Eowyn, facing the soldiers barring her way, shouted in fury. But her anger availed nothing. The soldiers stood unmoving. One even said, forgive us, princess. These are Lord Grima's orders. Damn Grima. This is Rohan, not his personal fief. How dare he? Before she finished, a small, slick figure stepped from the chamber. Princess, are you trying to accuse me of a crime? The chill in his gaze cut to the marrow. Eowyn flinched. What a terrible look. Since when had this treacherous minister's eyes become so terrifying? The blonde princess gathered herself. I want to see my father. Why are you keeping me out? Heh. His Majesty is weary and does not wish to receive anyone. But do you know? We've already lost 2 cities. Cousin Eomer, without warning, led orcs to attack. A stray wolf grown unruly, nothing more. Then get out of my way. Eowyn's voice shook with rage. The realm was beset by enemies within and without, and he still stood here bandying words. Let her in, daughter. As the princess' anger reached its height, the king's tired voice sounded from within. Humph. I'll settle accounts with you when I return. Eowyn shot Grima a blazing glare and pushed past him. Inside, King Theoden sat upon his bed, his face drawn with exhaustion. Father. Child, what has provoked you so? Eomer has betrayed the realm, leading orcs to attack. I believe there's a conspiracy. That. Theoden waved weakly. Grima has already reported it. He says he will invite Suruman, the white-robed wizard, to preside over justice. You are making too much of this. Eowyn went cold. Her teeth chattered. Grima. Again. No, this was a plot. She opened her mouth to protest, then saw the impatience clouding her father's face. He clearly wanted no more talk. He was too tired. Eowyn exhaled and left in despair. At the door, Grima still waited, watching her with icy eyes. Do you want to save this kingdom? What do you mean? Exactly what the words mean. Use your lungs. Are you threatening me? If you don't submit, my master will have the orcs tear Rohan to pieces. In that instant, Eowyn understood. Chapter 227, Chapter 227, The Vicious Saruman, Stirring the World. It turned out the instigators behind everything were the wizards of Saruman's council. But, are they truly unafraid of public outrage? This is an assault on a nation. And those orcs, nothing good comes of them. What a monstrous deed. Don't even think about succeeding. Even if you've captured my two brothers and are using my father as leverage, I won't yield. Oh. Even if your father has been poisoned. Eowyn's pupils tightened. Poison. So father's recent weakness, he's been poisoned. Grima smirked, brazen, shameless. She wanted nothing more than to drive a fist into his face. He looked at the furious little lioness and sneered. I'll give you one chance. I can spare your father's and brother's lives. What chance? As a living sacrifice, offered to the gods. In the broad, sunlit corridor. Where light should have warmed her. Eowyn felt as though she had fallen into an icebound cell. This treacherous minister had waited for her refusal, only to spring this demand. What do I do? What can I do? Eowyn kept asking herself. Her opponent had laid his cards on the table. Her father had been poisoned. Her two brothers were in chains. Though the city's people were with her in spirit. The army was firmly in this minister's hands. In that instant, darkness washed over Eowyn's eyes. Fine. I accept. But you must restore my father's health. Otherwise, I won't go to my death willingly. Ah. My dear, you might be overthinking. A living sacrifice does not die. Only a death sacrifice dies. Grima explained lightly. She didn't appreciate it in the least. That afternoon, a proclamation went out in the capital of Rohan. Orc forces had breached 3 cities already. To crush these hateful raiders, Minister Grima had personally invited the wizard Suruman. Upon the walls of Adoras, tens of thousands, of troops surged and rolled like a black tide. People shivered in terror. In the face of such fearsome orcs, they had no answer. Why hasn't the master wizard appeared? I don't know, perhaps the distance is too great. Didn't that snake Grima invite him? Don't tell me he's run away. Fear coursed through them all. They detested the villain Grima, yet simultaneously prayed for the wizard's arrival. Because these orcs had crushed all their pride. The rain of arrows from the sky just now hadn't felled a single orc. One of them even snapped an arrow mid-flight between 2 fingers. Mocking them every which way. Advance. Launch a full assault on the human capital. The orc host had finished mustering. At the barked order, they hurled themselves against Adoras. Their thunderous roars drew tears from many on the walls. Orcs stood over 2 meters tall. They needed no catapults, they simply heaved stones the size of furniture and flung them at the ramparts. Boom. Boom. Boulders flew like rain. A soldier on the parapet was knocking a cold iron arrow. A stone struck him. He burst like overripe fruit, meat and blood sprayed across the stone. The blackened battlements were painted a fresh gore. Eowyn had withdrawn early. She cursed inwardly without pause. That damned Grima, did he just toss our agreement aside like so much filth? She knew Suruman had created these orcs. But confronted in the flesh, she felt a suffocating pressure. How do you fight such horrors? Couldn't they sweep the whole continent? Iron bones, iron hide. Limitless strength. Even enchanted arrows might fail against them. Thrum. Just as everyone thought Edoras was about to fall, a black light fell from the sky, striking the earth just before the walls. It tore a trench 100 meters deep, and thousands of orcs toppled in one after another. A divine command sent me to save the innocent. Tell me, are you devout believers? A mist-draped voice descended from the clouds. Suruman wore a robe inked with an abyssal sigil. He looked surprisingly young. After all, he wielded supernatural might. To restore a youthful face was nothing. The people of Edoras, hearing that voice, began to cry out in waves. Great wizard, we are believers of God. Please save us. Kill these orcs, please. As the cries swelled, Suruman added, the God I speak of is not some overseas idol, but the great and merciful eternal God. Do you believe? A hush fell over the city, then broke like a dam. They didn't care which god. Anyone who could save them was a good god. The eastern district was near collapse. If he left them now, they would be trampled under orc hooves. These creatures were simply unkillable monsters. Done. Suruman smiled faintly and turned toward his orc army. He lifted his staff. A black space spell unfurled and swallowed the orcs. In truth, it was teleportation magic. When it activated, space warped and the earth buckled, which made it look as though he had obliterated them. Seeing thousands of orcs vanish, the people of Edoras roared with joy. At that moment Grima came to Eowyn's side. Well, what do you think of my master, princess? The blonde princess swung her gaze toward him, complicated emotions in her eyes. By now she understood completely. This was nothing but a ruse. A conspiracy to spread a religion. An invasion of the kingdom of Rohan. Seize control here and cultivate belief in the eternal God. Orcs had no wits, tell them to believe, and they would only stare blankly, not knowing what to do. Rohan was different. This was the realm of humankind. I only hope you'll hold to our agreement. At this point, Eowyn gave up struggling. Grima chuckled and assented. Then Suruman descended to the palace. Eowyn played the maidservant, introduced the wizard's merits to her father, and secured his consent. The ailing king only wished to sleep. He cared little what Suruman wanted. Whenever his daughter spoke, he nodded. Half an hour later, the treaty was signed. Suruman was granted the title of Kaching, honorary wizard, and the eternal god's faith became the state religion. All people were required to believe and to offer prayers 3 times a week. At first, many still harbored doubts. But when they prayed, things changed. Everyone experienced a leap in strength and spirit. Eowyn watched, astonished. She had imagined the country would descend into chaos. Instead, the opposite unfolded. Night fell. Eowyn met with Suruman. He told her, though the princess hates me, will you thank me now? The realm is stronger, the people happier, are these not the things you wanted? That's true. But what do you want? A black robe. A taboo garb. Ordinary folk knew little of wizards. But she did. How could a sorcerer wicked enough to command tens of thousands of orcs be so benevolent as to strengthen Rohan? Suruman smiled faintly. If you don't understand the eternal faith, you cannot grasp God's greatness. My magic is evil, but that doesn't mean I am. Although the cities were taken, the orcs killed very few. You must admit that. Eowyn nodded. By then fresh reports had arrived. In the cities that fell, casualties were indeed low. She lowered her head and sighed. Tell me what you want to do, and I'll listen. Grima was already dead. The Grima that Eowyn had seen was merely a puppet manipulated by Suruman. She had only just learned this. In exchange, Eowyn was to assist Suruman, or her father, her brothers, and all her subjects would die. It's simple. Spread the faith across the realm, and then, in Rohan's name, seek aid from Lady Galadriel of the Golden Wood. No, impossible. The elves won't agree. Elves have ever hated men. It's an ancient truth. Everyone knows it. Suruman sneered. She will. Because Sauron will soon awaken, and the world will be in peril. She'll have no choice. To reap belief. First sow chaos. Rohan was but a seed. Suruman had many means, and with the eternal god behind him, he aimed higher. Wake Sauron. Stir the One Ring. Plunge the whole continent into a bloodstorm. Only thus could the eternal god's faith swell. Yes, it would be bloody. But what else could one do, when the gods of this world had no true worship? Eowyn stared at Suruman in horror, seeing in him a demon wearing human skin. The orcs teleported elsewhere. Regrouped and stood ready. Well fed, they marched toward the Golden Wood. Their orders were simple. Fight, eat, sleep. Sleep, eat, fight. No need to think, they were content every day. Time quickened. Pirates of the Caribbean world was entering the age of enforced faith. Compared to before, though this age was drenched in blood, it brimmed with a strange happiness. Because once you joined the religious territories, you received very generous treatment. No fear for your freedom, no dread of pirates' sudden raids. Captain Jack sat on deck, studying the chart in his hands. Only the Asian continent left. The rest of the world has joined the lands of faith. Come on. In this world, frail in force and inferior in might, Captain Jack felt helpless. He wanted to summon heroic spirits, but he couldn't even collect enough tribute. What a sorry business. He felt that, in the chat group, only he and Old Gao were the most miserable. A mere mortal, what a sad existence. A fleet of hundreds trailed behind the Black Pearl. Their target, that last territory. Conquer it. And the world could be promoted. Chapter 228, Chapter 228, A Woman's Heart, a Needle at the Bottom of the Sea. Luce, I chose to ignore it. The world of gods. Shiaoan came right up to the door. The answer, in fact, was very simple. After Luce grasped the law of fire, the god of creation instantly drew attention. Were you looking for me? Yes. Are you going to make me stand out here? Shiaoan let her gaze travel up and down him, and Luce felt an immediate discomfort. It felt like being appraised as prey. As someone who had been a highest god for a long time, this shift in position, being looked at rather than looking down, left him a little ill at ease. Still, the visitor was his own teacher, even if her help had been limited. But she had been genuinely good to him, pilfering books from others for his sake, cloaking his aura so he wouldn't be discovered by other gods. Please, come in. Luce shifted aside with a faint smile. He pretended not to notice the faintly revealed skin at the edges of her attire. This big shot really had no idea how she was dressed. He truly suspected she'd come over in pajamas. Humph. You do have a bit of conscience left. Shiaoan snorted softly and stepped into the living room on lotus-white feet. When did I supposedly lose my conscience? Luce rubbed the bridge of his nose and closed the door. What he forgot was that the two of them had lingered at the threshold just long enough for someone to snap photos, and those photos had already hit the net. Damn, explosive news, the cold goddess Shiaoan goes to visit a male disciple in pajamas. Who's the guy? I live right across, it's Luce. Forget it, haha. You upstairs, have some shame. I yanked my pants up the second I saw it was Luce. Downvote. Have you all forgotten how many people challenged Luce before? Who dares to act cute now? So Shiaoan's a seasoned grazer of tender grass, huh? Let's see if she can actually chow down. Not so fast. I've got word, ever since Luce got promoted, he hasn't gone to the hunting space for world fragments. Meaning what? You don't get it. Strong as he is, cultivation still needs resources. If he's never been to fragmented worlds, there are two possibilities. 1. He has massive family backing. 2. He's the reincarnation of a powerhouse from the upper realm. Don't guess blindly. Mr. Lu has no family, or he wouldn't have chosen the Chihuang flowing flame god system. So there's only one answer, he's a powerful upper realm reincarnate. Didn't you all say before that it was impossible he'd comprehend the law of time? Hot air. And yet you're the same people saying he comprehended fire just a few days ago. Exactly. At this rate he'll grasp all three laws soon. People said their piece and moved on. And to be fair, the wild guessing, if anyone had actually landed on the truth by accident, no one would have believed it. At this moment, in Luce's room, Shiaoan rested her cheek on one hand and stared at him without blinking, as if she wanted to pierce through his eyes and dig out every secret. Master, what brings you to me? You really don't know. Shiaoan's voice drifted, airy and magnetic, full of allure. But no matter how she tried to project charm, it did nothing to Luce. The reason was simple. He commanded the way of love, charm itself fell under love's domain. Add to that a supreme soul artifact, and in this plane there was no one who could beguile him. Ahem, if you mean the laws, I don't know anything about that. I just broke through gradually while in seclusion. Luce tipped his head back to study the ceiling, feigning casual indifference. He wasn't about to reveal his trump cards. But that answer did not please Shiaoan. She had scoured the realm for treasures for him, risked much to conceal his information, and this was the result. Tick. 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 Hot tears fell to the floor, soundless. Luce frowned despite himself. Really? Tears, over this. This was not the behavior of the ruthless goddess the net liked to describe. Master, even if you start sniffling, I still won't tell you anything. Luce laid his cards on the table, blunt as a blade. Anyway, his strength was no weaker than hers, he had the confidence to speak plainly. The air in the room congealed at once. A pair of cold eyes fixed on him. Are you planning to leave this place, Shiaoan asked quietly, and enter the wider world on your own? No. I like it here, and I like Master as well. How could I do anything so shameless as deceiving my teacher and betraying my forebears? Luce spoke evenly. He was a god who prized love and righteousness. As for betrayal, everything depended on circumstance. If someone treated him well, he would certainly repay it. So, had she come because she feared he might betray her? Very likely, he thought. So he added gently, Master, don't worry. Even though I've grown stronger, I won't betray this place. She pouted. Nice words were easy to sing. For all she knew, he might blow up their divine residence one day. But Shiaoan was not unreasonable. At last she sighed. All right. I'll believe you for now. After that, they talked, about the upper realm, about how to break through the creation stage. Shiaoan gave her advice. Of course, whether to take it, or how much to take, was up to Luce. Once you attempt the breakthrough to Lord God, you must walk your own path. Where to go and how to proceed would depend on his choices. After nearly 2 hours, Shiaoan left smiling, a gift tucked in her arms. 100 rose-shaped magical elixirs, beautifying, invigorating. A goddess's delight. But she was still his master, she couldn't just take something for nothing. She left behind her own cultivation insights in exchange. What Luce didn't know was that this was only the beginning. As a homebody god, he had no idea how terrifying online clamor could be. She had arrived full of worry, her clothes had been daring. She left with cheeks dimpled in pink and a gift in her hands. One glance, and it looked exactly like a lover's visit. Damn, the manager really is in a thing with Luce. Man, I'm cracked. The lioness has a man. Use your rear end for brains and you still could figure it out, Luce's strength is right there. After Shiaoan left, Luce exhaled and was about to return to his domain to continue comprehending the laws. But since he was already out, he thought, he might as well see what was happening outside. He opened the domain network. Chaos, like a windstorm. The master-disciple vibe. The terrifying power of the Chihuang flowing flame god system. Mom doesn't have to worry about the manager's temper, the lioness has a lover. Master-disciple romance, a doomed fate. Shiaoan versus Luce, who's riding whom? Endless headlines flooded the Chihuang flowing flame forum. More alarming was that Shiaoan didn't seem to mind at all. As a manager, she let herself be discussed without restraint. Oh. I'm being played. All of you are saying I'm the disciple, what master nonsense. The master was clearly extracting wool from her own disciple. Good grief, she was even leveraging gossip. If the public push wasn't enough, she would go covert. Damn. Luce's face went dark. Then he thought about it and realized he hadn't actually suffered any loss. First, Shiaoan had treated him well. Second, she kept her own reputation tidy, he had never heard any rumors about her. Her clothing might be bold, her temperament uninhibited. But he truly hadn't heard a single scandal involving her and another man. Forget it. I'll keep cultivating. He shook his head and dived back into God's domain. Strength was the truest backing. Everything else was just noise. Moreover, the god of creation was merely the peak of this tier. A vaster divine realm still awaited him. Inside the flowing flame pagoda, Shiaoan hummed a little tune, positively glowing. As soon as she returned, the god who attended her reported, "My lord, the arrangements are complete. The entire forum is now discussing your affair with Luce. Well done. I'll grant you a boon. Thank you, mother deity. I just don't understand one thing. Why would you condescend to court a disciple?" The attendant was an elf. Long, flying silver hair, very beautiful. She didn't understand this self-lowering of the great mother goddess and even felt pained by it. Shiaoan's snort was cold. What do you know? Small beings can only see the immediate benefit. If Luce truly breaks through this bottleneck, I'm more than willing to hitch a ride on that momentum. The pity is, he has no sense for these things. By the end, she was angry again. He had already comprehended 3 laws, what was wrong with supporting her a little? She'd practically spelled it out, open up your god's domain and let me draw on your divine power. A man with no sense of romance. So very dull. Back in the world of God's domain. Good news awaited Luce, Captain Jack from the Pirates of the Caribbean world was finally carrying out the final sacrifice. Of the earliest group of believers, he was the last. Because he had been so unruly back then, after being castrated, he had worked hard, like a pig made diligent. Have the Destiny True Dragon bring him over. He couldn't rely on Aogon every time, this time, he would slow it down. The method of the Destiny True Dragon was simple: directly draw in the fate of that world and swallow it through the authority opened by the God of Eternity. Ding. Your believer Jack has sacrificed to you the Fountain of Immortality, triggering a 10,000-fold increase. You have obtained the 9-star God, Princess Soul, the River of Shana. Note, this river brims with strong vitality. Even a dead planet may restore its life if some of its spring water is injected. Ding. Your disciple Jack has sacrificed to you the Sea Goddess Calypso, triggering a 1,000-fold increase. You have obtained the 3-star Sea Monster race. Ding. Your believer Jack has sacrificed a world to you, triggering a 100,000-fold increase. It has now been elevated to a God-star world. Please choose a cultivation system. Currently available systems: Shenwu, Wild World. Only 2 systems were available. That spoke to how weak Jack's original world was. Choose the Wild World. Lu Che confirmed, and Jack's world began to surge upward as if time were reversing, rolling back toward antiquity. Bloodlines buried in history woke one after another. A wild world. Put simply, it meant a return to ancestral might, barbaric strength as a form of power. All manner of savage beasts were born in succession. Witchcraft and blood sacrifice, paladins and spirit totems. One series of forces after another began to stir and recover, just as he had foreseen. Chapter 229, Chapter. Jack Sparrow stood atop the ocean, laughing like a madman. Woohoo, my brother's brother is back. I'm no anymore. Oh yeah. High on excitement, Jack opened the 10,000 Realms chat group. Pirates of the Caribbean, woohoo brothers, I'm here looking for you. Your Captain Jack has awakened supernatural power this time, requesting a fight. Li'er, damn, old swindler, you finally showed. Hurry up, use the portal and get to the Saint's tomb to help. Portal. Captain Jack glanced at the transport array hanging in the sky and flew straight toward it. After a few flips through the air, he arrived beside the Saint's tomb. Jack thought there would be a hero's welcome. Instead, he was handed a mess, repairing the large-scale calamity caused by the shattering of the sky. Jack said to Li Shimen, miserable, brother, can't we skip the hard labor? Old swindler, try it. Everyone's busy. You think you get to opt out? At this moment, all the newly promoted chief priests had gathered here. The male chief priests were doing grunt work, while the female chief priests busied themselves gathering believers and placing offerings one by one on the altar. These were stipends to the gods. It all had to be done quickly. So, he got roped in on the spot. Jack wanted to complain. But the moment he looked up and saw Orochimaru flicking his tongue at him, his stomach turned and he nearly threw up. He didn't dare make another peep. He rushed off to work. Journey to the West World. The moon and stars hung high. The monkey sat cross-legged on a great boulder, a faint smile on his face. The seals on 5 Elements Mountain were loosening one by one. Of all the shackles, what pleased him most was the tight headband. The thing was simply vile, directly gnawing at the primordial spirit, the most disgusting contraption Buddhism ever devised. But under the divine law now in force, he had cast off every fetter. Were it not for his vow to accompany his master on the westward pilgrimage, Wukong would already have slipped away. Tang Sanzang lay on the ground beside him, thick thatch beneath his back. Ever since Yang Jian questioned Guanin 3 times that day, the monk had fallen silent. Every so often, he would lower his head and ask them things. When he learned that many demons, rather than receiving the punishment they deserved, had been taken in by heaven or Lingshan. The old monk looked wretched. Wukong. Disciple is here. Tell me, why does the Buddha not intervene? As usual, Tang Sanzang paused a long moment before asking in a low voice. The question was circumspect. But everyone understood. Would the Tathagata meddle in this? He never had. On this pilgrimage westward, save for the monsters with real backing, all the rest were slain. Why? Because they weren't in the crew. As for demons eating people, without people eaters, how would evil seem evil? How would mortals seek the aid of immortal Buddhas? Could he spell that out? Beiji and Xiao Wujing looked at Wukong. They were both eyes and ears heaven had planted to keep watch on Lingshan, they couldn't let the wind leak. As for the little white dragon, he'd sell it as dragonkind benevolence if he could. Only the monkey could speak. Whether he would lay it out plainly was another matter. The monkey chuckled. And hopped off the rock. Then master, why do you think those demons can't be killed? Wukong didn't answer, he asked in return. Tang Sing was speechless. Though he was the reincarnation of the golden cicada, He clearly hadn't solved the riddle of the womb, it was still Tang Sanzang in charge of his heart. In the past, any demon with connections was whisked away by heaven or Guanin, and those without were slain by your disciple. If I could feign ignorance at the beginning, I'd have to be a fool to pretend later. That is to say, you, Master, do not see through this world. The monkey's tone held a touch of sorrow. Even a hint of self-mockery. Why had the Bodhi patriarch never appeared? Because he feared implication, because the sins born on Wukong's hands were countless, and the patriarch would not provoke entanglement. The monkey understood all of it. This world. Tang Sanzang shook his head. Beyond fasting and chanting, he truly did not understand the world. He did not know money. He did not know human favors and obligations. Anyway, given fate, he would have food to eat. Being a monk was easy. But did he truly grasp that the food he begged was the hard-won fruit of others' labor? People could hardly feed themselves. Why give to a monk who only chanted scriptures all day? None of this Wukong spared with euphemism. In the sky, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, celestial spirit generals, watched over them, and all kinds of Vajra guardians kept close watch. Something was bound to go wrong. To put it plainly, beating a dog depends on its master. Master, do you think, if Yang Jian hadn't appeared that day, what would have become of the Inspiration King? This. I do not know. I'll tell you, he'd have stayed in the South Sea, listening to Guanin chant. Tang Sanzang's face changed drastically. He had killed so many children. And there would be no punishment. This is a world where the weak are meat and the strong eat. Master, your heart is set on scriptures, naturally I have not wished to burden you with this. Before, you always scolded your disciple for killing this demon and that bandit. You see only the lives I take. But not the sins on them. For example, that tiger spirit we first encountered, 300 years of cultivation. How many did she eat? 1,000 lives would not be an exaggeration. She ate flesh and tore souls asunder. All that talk of reincarnation, delusions to deceive fools. And as for those bandits, we ran into them right after leaving Five Elements Mountain. You scolded me for braining them with my staff and then, listening to Guanin's persuasion, you put the tight fillet curse back on me. But do you know why a pack of bandits should appear in the mountain so coincidentally? Hee hee. It was arranged by Great Master Guanin. The trials we meet, the demons we face, these are all fixed numbers. If you don't believe me, wait till we meet the next calamity, watch for yourself. I'll cast a spell for you, and you'll understand. Tang Xing nodded. He said no more. Seeing is believing. He, too, wanted to see what the real world looked like. As the monkey turned away, his eyes fixed on his 2 junior brothers, naked killing intent gleaming within. Both of you understand. If anyone leaks a word, or obstructs his elder brother, he will kill. Zhu Beiji bowed his head and pretended to sleep. But fear churned in his belly. Why did this monkey feel even more terrifying than when he made havoc in heaven? Had his mana been restored? Forget it. Anyway, since Yang Jian dared strike Guanin, let the monkey toss and tear as he pleased. A few days later, Master and disciples encountered the King of Sea, more commonly known as the Blue Bull. His strength was fearsome. With a diamond ring, he swept up every weapon. Beiji and the rest were used to it by now. Master got captured, then they invited someone to chant and negotiate. The monkey invited the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. Pretending not to know anyone he actually knew was second nature by now. After 2 rounds, their weapons were taken again. Just as the monkey was about to depart, a voice came from the east. I hear tell there's a demon doing evil here. Is this the place? Judiciary God, Jiro, Erlang Zhenjuan. Everyone's expressions went a little strange. They thought, why are you here again? The story of his enraging Guanin had spread through all the heavens. This time, he had come himself. Erlangshen, what brings you here? King Toda looked genuinely surprised to see Yang Jian arrive, but he did not know that an inner ghost had slipped a report. Why shouldn't I come? Since Tang Seng's in trouble, I thought I'd help, no. Yang Jian smiled lightly. His fingers spread like claws. He pressed down. Crack. A thunderbolt flashed. The mountains for 100 li around were reduced to dust in an instant. The Blue Bull stared at Yang Jian, utterly dumbfounded. With a thump, he dropped to his knees. What is there left to play at? Best to surrender quickly. Qing Niu, do you plead guilty? Guilty, guilty. I plead guilty. Don't drag the old master into this, the old man can't help him. Better to admit it straight away. Had it been anyone else, the Blue Bull would not have accepted it. But Yang Jian was different. The aura spilling from the other could kill him in a blink. If he dared resist, The next second might be the last. So, you plead guilty. Fine. You haven't killed anyone, only sneaked down to play. I sentence you to take a beating and go back into confinement for 300 years. Ah. A beating too. The blue bull was dumbstruck. They didn't do things like that in heaven. He didn't even have time to react before. Yang Jian was already before him, a casual palm landed on his body. His eyes rolled. He vomited blood and flew off, turning into a meteor that vanished at the horizon. Yang Jian looked over the surrounding kingdoms and said with an easy smile, "There's no faith here. I'll go and develop it. You apostles keep moving." "Thank you, Erlang Jinjuan." Monk Beiji and Xia hurried to declare their stance. Goodness. Even the Supreme Lord's mount got flattened this time. That palm had nearly killed the blue bull. Not until Yang Jian left did Sun Wukong approach his master with a smile. "Wukong. Master, I have something to report in private." The monkey blinked, signaling the abundance of eyes and ears nearby. Tang Xing nodded. He said nothing more, but turned to bow to Li Jing and the others. Thousands of li away in the mountains. A blue bull with stars circling his eyes would not be waking anytime soon. The Supreme Lord, Tianhao Laojuan, brought his boy attendants to the blue bull's side. His eyelids twitched. Luckily, this beast didn't eat anyone, or a single palm wouldn't have been the end of it. But, sir, Yang Jian wouldn't give us any face. Should we speak to the Jade Emperor? Forget it, the times have changed. Yang Jian's backing is bigger now. He was no match for the Eternal God. Marching up to his door would be pointless. Yang Jian was picking fights now. What could he do? And Lingshan was finished. Since being shattered, they said Lingshan had raised a great protective array. No one knew what was happening within. Tianhao Laojuan shook his head, summoned a white cloud, and carried the blue bull back to his palace. As for Lingshan, the place was drenched in blood. Countless Buddhas were drained by the Tathagata and made into his nourishment. Large numbers of Buddhas were sent out to watch over the final stretch of the westward road. Naturally, no one noticed the Tathagata's means. Just wait for me, you outer realm evil god. Give me a little time, and I will kill Yang Jian. Outside the Buddha hall, a woman in golden robes showed open disgust when she heard this. Then she vanished where she stood. Her name was Kong Xian, better known as the Peacock King Bodhisattva. As the Buddha mother, she was naturally not barred by Lingshan's defensive array, the mountain's protection did not apply to her. Chapter 230, The Peacock King of Betrayal, the golden-winged rock comes to pledge allegiance. Kong Xian left Lingshan and flew straight toward Shichuoling. She did not look back. Her speed was astonishing, an arc of color flashing across the sky, and in the span of a breath she reached the monster kingdom of Shichuoling. Demons thronged everywhere. Altogether, they numbered 100,000. Among them were 3 top-tier demon lords. Almost no one knew the truth. The green lion and the white elephant were the mounts of bodhisattvas. Only the golden-winged rock was untethered, a rogue thing that had never accepted discipline. He was also the proudest. Standing outside the mouth of a cave, Kong Xian gazed at her brother's lair and let out a faint sigh. Who's there? Within, the golden-winged rock, resting in meditation, snapped his eyes open at the sound of that breath in the air. Twin currents of yin and yang exploded from the cave. They blasted toward the figure at the entrance. A soft swish. A 5-colored radiance swept out. The terrifying twin streams of yin and yang were instantly suppressed and stilled. It's you. The golden-winged rock strode outside. Seeing the sister whose whole body was steeped in a Buddha's aura, he curled his lip in disdain. They were both children of Zhu Feng. Later, word came that Kong Xian had been subdued by the Tathagata. The siblings had parted on harsh terms ever since, the celestial gulf between them impossible to cross. Facing the brother whose wildness still clung to him like wind and storm, Kong Xian asked evenly, "Brother, how have you been?" "I have no sister who surrendered. If you're here from Lingshan to make me submit, you can leave now." The golden-winged rock's voice was flat and cold. At the same time, a treasure appeared in his hand. The twin cylinders of yin and yang. The golden feathers along his body stood on end, as if bristling backward, as he locked onto the gentle sister before him. Kong Xian's brow creased, she sighed. "Forget it, then. Since you still can't let it go, I'll tell you plainly, Lingshan was shattered by the Eternal God. To restore his power, the Tathagata has already started to devour the other Buddhas. What does that have to do with me? You dare claim you've never wanted a taste of Tang Seng's flesh? Why did the Tathagata trumpet so far and wide the marvels of the Tang monk's flesh? Immortality. That hidden within his body was the supreme Buddhist cultivation. That he bore merit and a golden body. Whatever the pretext, as long as a creature was a demon, none of them would pass up Tang Seng. So what? If I, the golden-winged roc, want to eat that monk, do I need your leave? The roc's hooked beak tilted, he eyed his petite sister with a simmering hostility. With so many demons gathered here in Shichuoling, what did they have to fear? Even if they failed to eat him, they could always retreat. And that monkey, just how strong was he? Did the roc not already know? A mere golden immortal had been swatted from the sky. If not for his copper skin and iron bones, he would have long since been eaten by the other monsters. Do you know the 4 great bodhisattvas? Among the names most renowned on Lingshan are theirs. 2 of their mounts have been missing for quite some time. One is a lion. One is a white elephant. Kong Xian's tone was almost casual. But in the golden-winged roc's ears, the words crashed like thunder across the vault of heaven. Those 2 ferocious monsters were actually bodhisattva mounts. How could that be? You're not lying to me. The lion spirit swallowed half a country in a single gulp. He had devoured 100,000 souls. Was that truly something a bodhisattva's mount could do? For all his scorn of Kong Xian's capture, the roc's anger had always been, at root, that she was taken without word to him. In truth, he still cared for his sister. After all, they had the same mother. Believe me or don't. Since they took over this kingdom, have you seen those 2 continue their spree of slaughter? Isn't that proof enough? Then that's that. When Tang Seng arrives and they casually trample the heavenly court's majesty, those 2 remaining demons will be reclaimed by their bodhisattvas. And as for you, you'll be taken by the Tathagata as his treasure. The golden-winged roc's feathers stood on end. He had always imagined himself the strongest, and he despised those 2 brothers by oath, merely using them as pawns. Only now did he understand. The one who was truly witless was himself. Then why bother coming to warn me? The roc's gaze softened, his tone lost its edge. Because with the Tathagata's golden body broken, the seal on me has weakened. I once fought him, and lost by the Tathagata's hand. He too has fallen from his former height. I see. So it was his own situation he needed to consider first. And why she had gone to become Lingshan's peacock king, a bodhisattva of daming. At the time I was controlled, and Lingshan threatened you besides. I could only survive by bowing my head. The Tathagata laid all his cards out for me, he wants to be the true master of the 3 realms. He would make Buddhism flourish and granted me the title of peacock king. After all, he didn't want me to take my own life. The golden-winged roc nodded. Then he gave a bitter smile. The question now was what to do when faced with 2 monsters hiding their true power. If you fear you'll choose poorly, Kong Xian said, go to Guanjianku and seek Yang Jian. Him? Who does he think he is? Yang Jian believes in the eternal God. He is also a priest of that faith, and his strength is on par with the Tathagata. He, too, is shielded by the eternal God. The roc's temper soured. Either he became a target of Lingshan, or he went to seek a backing. He liked neither path. The golden-winged roc craved freedom. But for now, such freedom seemed far out of reach. Kong Xian watched her silent brother and said softly, you still have a little time. Think it over. I should return. If I'm gone too long, they'll grow suspicious. If you've slipped your leash, why go back? I want to kill that beast. A terrible killing intent flashed through her narrow, beautiful eyes. In pride and in power. Kong Xian was the mightiest among the world's 2nd generation of beings, apart from a handful of leaders like the Jade Emperor himself, who could make her bow her head. Even the Tathagata had shown her courtesy. Kong Xian intended to repay him in kind. Then be careful. I will. Take care. Her voice faded. Kong Xian vanished. Blocking the cave like this had surely roused the white elephant and the others' suspicions, she could not stay any longer. Shortly after she disappeared, 2 divine auras swept across the sky. They seemed to be searching for something. The golden-winged roc sat on his couch, expression blank, feigning meditation. It seems this dupping bird still doesn't trust us. Humph, and so what? One of these days, that little plaything will be taught a lesson. The lion spirit tossed a still-beating heart into his mouth and chewed savagely. These were good days. He could eat when he wished, every day. Kill when he wished. The thought that he would soon have to return to Lingshan drew a sigh from his chest. As for that so-called eternal God, he gave it no heed. Let the other side be strong. So long as it could not enter, what was there to fear? Better to revel in his pleasures day by day. Guanjianku. Erlang's temple had been torn down and replaced with a temple to the eternal God. Within, the eternal God was enshrined. In years past, villagers merely burned incense and offered prayers. Now it had become a holy land. Divine brilliance manifested. 9 beams of godlight stretched for thousands of li. Such a marvel could not help but draw the world's attention. Even many ascetics came here to seek a way to survive. In the past, cultivators had feared the heavenly tribulations. To avoid being entangled in karmic cause and effect, they cultivated in deep mountains and ancient forests. But ever since a monk named Li Hai broke through to immortal right here in the god's domain, without suffering any thunder tribulation, the world had exploded with excitement. Join the eternal god's faith, and you would not need to face the lightning calamity. With advantages like these, how could people not come? And the patron deity here was older than Pangu. Even if that god did not intervene personally. The local guardian, true Lord Erlang, convinced all. At present, the innermost ring of the Holy Land was packed with millions of cultivators. Fully 1% had already succeeded in breaking through to immortal. The rest cultivated in bitter earnest. Erlang Shen sat at the center. In spirit, he patrolled 100,000 li. He kept watch to see whether any calamity had befallen the god's domain. Immortals of the heavenly court had already received the Jade Emperor's command. They would no longer restrain Yang Jian. He could now act as circumstances warranted. Suddenly, a dark speck arrowed in from the west. The intruder had taken the form of a hummingbird. Its speed was absurd. But even so, it could not escape Yang Jian's eyes. Such a demon, stinking of murderous resentment, would never be allowed to set foot in the god's domain. The separated primordial spirit of the golden-winged rock froze midair. He threw all his strength against the restraint, but could not move forward even a finger's width. The sacred land lay right there before his eyes. Yet he could not advance upon it. Demons are forbidden in God's domain, a voice resounded. Least of all demons steeped in murderous resentment like you. You are Erlang Shen, Yang Jian. The hummingbird's cry was sharp and thin. Aside from Yang Jian, which other power could do this? Even now, the golden-winged rock-separated soul could not find its enemy. So what if I am, came the calm reply. You came to scout intelligence. Know that with a thought I can annihilate your body. Die, fiend. In the heavens, a blazing sun ignited. The golden-winged rock felt death looming, immediate and absolute. No, this would not merely threaten him. It would kill him. The rock's primordial spirit quivered and jolted, but he could not break the binding. Nor could he detonate himself. If he had known it would come to this, he would never have come. Just as that sun began to fall, the golden-winged rock shrieked, I am the little brother of the Peacock King, the golden-winged rock. I bring news. What did you say? The attack froze above the rock's separated soul. He nearly fainted in fright. In that instant, the golden sun winked out, and in its place a figure stood before the hummingbird. Yang Jian's primordial spirit spoke, tell me everything you know, and I'll spare you. Compared to destroying one evil demon, the Tathagata's situation was of far greater importance to Yang Jian. It's like this, the rock said quickly. The Tathagata was shattered by the eternal God and has lost his cultivation base. My elder sister, she slipped her leash, found me before. After the rock laid it all out. Yang Jian finally understood. It seemed the Lord of Lingshan had gone mad, devouring the flesh and blood of the Buddhas. That was the mark of falling into demonic obsession. Chapter 231, Chapter 231, Calculating Lion Camel Ridge, pious group members receive another hearty promotion. The dignified Lord of Spirit Mountain dared to swallow flesh and blood. That truly caught Yang Jian off guard. He had assumed that, after being suppressed by the eternal God, the Tathagata would keep a low profile for a while, at least rein himself in. He never imagined the other side would shut Spirit Mountain's gates and engage in such grotesque conduct. Yang Jian thought for a moment, then addressed the split soul of the golden-winged rock, you're still useful. Counted as a monster who's turned from darkness to the light. Are you willing to join my religion? I am willing. The rock had come to seek a patron. Hearing that Erlang Shen was recruiting, he immediately nodded his agreement. As soon as the words fell, a majestic force poured into the rock's body. Ah! It was a bird, yet what burst out was a hoarse, drawn-out roar. From the rock's body, countless lingering souls were expelled. Golden divine power gathered and finally condensed into a talismanic sigil deep within him. It was the imprisoning divine mark. More fearsome even than a curse. Then a segment of cultivation method imprinted itself in his mind. Eternal meditation. And, along with it, a creed of the divine. Thank you for the bestowal, true Lord Erlang. From now on, I will absolutely not hurt people again. The rock transformed into human form, clutching his head and baring his teeth with a twisted grin as the pain receded. Yang Jian gave a short, cold laugh. With the imprisoning divine mark upon you, it would be impossible for you to harm anyone even if you wished to. Follow the doctrine. Heed my commands, and you're guaranteed detachment and power that others can't even dream of. Yes. Return at once. Subdue every monster at Lion Camel Ridge. Yes. The rock nodded quickly. Then Yang Jian vanished before his eyes, gone like a wisp of cloud. No trace remained. The golden-winged rock drew a sharp breath. My older sister was right, Yang Jian's strength is unfathomable. A single thought from him is not something I can resist. He turned to fly back to Lion Camel Ridge. To his surprise, with a single shake of his wings, the clone's body crossed 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye, twice as fast as before. So this is the benefit of joining the cult. Though he had bent the knee to the eternal god's religion in order to survive, and had chafed at it in his heart, now, with his power surging, his feelings shifted. He needed only a third of the usual time before the rock's soul returned to Lion Camel Ridge. Outside, gongs and drums thundered. Bestial roars rose without end. The demon nation's revelry was on full display. The green lion and the white elephant sat together and asked a little demon at their side, "Why hasn't the third king come?" Reporting to the second king, in recent days the great third king has been in seclusion, practicing spells. Oh, boring. Carry on. Yes. Before outsiders, the green lion and white elephant put on a show of hearty enthusiasm. But once the cave doors were shut, both their expressions soured. That rock looks down on us more and more. Every time we summon him to drink, he claims he's in seclusion. He clearly scorns us brothers. Forget it. What's the point of fussing over that? The Bodhisattva will favor him in the end. The lion demon raised a cup of blood wine, tilted back his head, and drank. His philosophy was simple: be happy today. What is that broken bird to me? I have wine now, I get drunk now. In a sunlit cave dwelling some distance away, the rock slowly opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting into a thin smile. The Bodhisattva, a dog of Spirit Mountain, through and through. Since you moved against me first, don't blame me for what comes next. By now he had fully absorbed the memories of his split soul and had also begun to practice the eternal meditation. So even from dozens of miles away, the voices of those two still couldn't escape his senses. For the moment, his cultivation was insufficient, he needed to continue with eternal meditation. But if a fight broke out, he would not be afraid, because he could contact Yang Jian. In the Myriad Worlds chat group. Judicial God, my God. Are you there? God of Eternity, what is it? Judicial God, news just came. After being broken by you, the Lord of Spirit Mountain, the Tathagata, has begun devouring other Buddhas to recover his former cultivation. Clearly he's been driven to desperation. What should we do? Luce stared at the messages in the chat. He truly hadn't anticipated that the Tathagata would choose this path. By rights, after the last suppression, shouldn't that bald donkey have behaved himself? Good. The more sins he racks up, the easier it is to gather faith against him and seize the journey to the West World. Luce pondered a moment, then replied to Yang Jian. God of Eternity, timing is simple. The monkey's westward journey is nearly at the six-eared macaque stage. Go tell the monkey to go through the motions, search high and low for witnesses, and in the end lead the famed figures of the three realms straight to Spirit Mountain. Pursuing sentient beings, brilliant. As expected of my God, straight for the killing stroke. Spirit of the demon sword, that's exactly how to handle that villain. The world will help the Lord, it's my first time seeing my God appear. I'm so excited. Compared to that, the trinkets I contributed are really paltry. The fox who only loves money, don't belittle yourself. We are all people of God, and should live with pride. Tanjiro, that's right, that's right. Sadly reminds Lao Gao, reporting to the god, after accelerating time, it's confirmed, the sky is falling, the sacrifice will begin soon. Chu Dashin, whoa, your speed is insane. Time acceleration this much. Queen Vampire, I think it's great. According to what I found in our historical records, Lao Gao's confession should still be far off. This flow increase is more than tenfold. In barely 20 days of their subjective time, the time flow of an entire world had shifted. To them, it was incredible. After all, no sacrifice had even begun, meaning no world channel had been opened. But they overlooked one thing: Luce's strength was steadily rising. Although he still couldn't fix a precise position, through high-level meditation he could sense a blurry coordinate. With that faint locus, he used the force of causality to lock on and then tamper with the local time. It cost him some divine power, yes, but as long as he could gain a planet, it was worth the price. God of Eternity, my power recovers quickly. These abilities are just for techniques. For example, the fragment of law I rewarded to Yang Jian, if he can comprehend it, he can obtain Pangu's power. Law fragments. It was the first time the group members had heard of such a thing. Tanjiro, second brother is amazing, he received a fragment of the law of power. But our world also uses laws, is there a difference, Lord Eternal God? God of Eternity, originally, I planned to hold class when you returned to the God Realm. I'll just explain it now, since I have time today. The power composing any world comes from law. Why your strengths differ, why some are high and some low, depends on the strength of those laws, and on whether a world remains complete. The more severely broken the world, the weaker its laws. Take Jack, Tanjiro, Gao Yao, your worlds are gravely fractured. Next are Lucian and the Conqueror. In your worlds, whether the system is technology, magic, or martial force, there's a ceiling. That ceiling is the peak of your world. With your own strength alone, you would never break through the world's boundary in your lifetime. More complete worlds right now include those of Suruman, Yang Jian, Chu Xianfeng, and Tosaka Rin. Among the four of you, your worlds are the most intact. You can clearly observe star spirits and heavenly Tao, as well as advanced cultivators. Even so, the strongest people in those worlds still cannot comprehend even a single fragment of law, because those laws are embedded in the world's rules. Once the world is shaken, it's destroyed. These words opened everyone's eyes. So world level really is judged by law. Chu Dashan, so the disasters in our world happened because someone kept touching the apex, no wonder ignorance and false gods kept multiplying. Tosaka University, that actually describes our situation. Our world has always had a calamity of the world, born from the world itself, but it cannot be destroyed by its own system, so it keeps corroding the world. Pursuing sentient beings, luckily there is God. Otherwise my life would be darkness. Junior brother of Dazufeng, hey, don't flatter him to the skies, bald brother. Let's train hard. I've nearly spread belief across the world by now, and I've turned the southern border into a place ordinary people can actually live. Tanjiro, no wonder you've been quiet lately. You've been busy doing all that. Sooner, those who talk little like to make silent fortunes. The god's words made me realize something, no wonder our world has only fire. It seems our laws are dominated by fire. Chu Dashan, exactly. Your world has only strange flames, I've never heard of any strange winds or strange thunders. For peace, one lecture from God is worth 10 years of study. Isn't our world a perfect example? Because of the devil fruit tree, the world is near collapse, geomagnetic issues, population crises. Thinking carefully, every world faced some chance of extinction. They simply hadn't grasped it before. For example, Orochimaru mused, if he never counterattacked the Otsutsuki homeland, and if no god descended, what would his world have become? Obito resurrected. Madara revived the Otsutsuki again. Enemies waited on the moon. He did not want to imagine it, the thought alone was chilling. As for Yeka, even though she killed the emperor and her world advanced, without a divine descent she would still be alone, imprisoned in the demon-locking tower. It was only by accident that Willows cast shade. Lu Che's words once more united the group's hearts. Even Suruman, whose faith had wavered, began to shift. He did not care what mortals turned into, he only sought power. Now that he had joined the religion, mercy dwindled. What remained was the mindset of executing missions. Chapter 232, Marcus's Conspiracy, born from the slaughtered city of mutant blood-sucking monsters. At this moment in the world of night legends, everything had changed. Under Seline's rule, vampires had become masters of the European continent. The eternal faith flourished here. The Holy See, cornered by circumstances, was forced to choose cooperation with former enemies, werewolves and vampires alike. After a long period of concealment and preparation, and after strengthening Michael's bloodline, a new breed of abominations had been created, creatures that feared no daylight. If you can't defeat them, join them. It was a simple calculus, and the Holy See chose to step into the dark. Many objected, even staged protests, but the Pope declared, light and darkness are one body. So long as the heart is bright, all things become bright. And, if we do not do this, our order will vanish. So a great number chose to inject themselves with the mutant vampire gene. The old Pope did the same. To walk beneath the sun and wield overwhelming strength, why refuse it? But there was a cost. They had to drink blood. Otherwise, even a powerful body would wither and collapse. From bread-eating humans they became blood-drinking monsters. Some of the Holy See resisted this transformation fiercely. They became Marcus's rations. Damn it. You still haven't found my brother's seal. It seems, Elder Marcus, you're very impatient. The Pope, walking in front, wore a sardonic smile. Marcus gave a cold snort. It was his own brother they were discussing, of course he was anxious. And William had been sealed for so long that he would surely be more feral than ever. Marcus had spared Victor's life for a single reason, Victor knew where William was. Without William, their dark kind would never be able to withstand Seline's army. At last they reached the depths of the mountains. The air was ancient and still. 973 stone steps, slick with moss, led up toward a black doorway. Victor looked at the familiar place and sighed. Do you remember, Marcus? When we sealed your brother here, we spent decades on a single monumental project. William, once. He was a terrifying werewolf. He recognized no kin and spared no life. Every living creature was the target of his attack. Only Marcus's voice could reach his heart. They were brothers, blood naturally sought blood. But for everyone else, William was a nightmare out of hell. Those bitten by him were nothing like the lucid, controlled werewolves created by Lucian. They lost their reason altogether and could not even control their transformations. Pure beasts. Because there was no way to restrain him, Victor had forced Marcus to seal the first-generation werewolf. "Ha. You still can't help yourself," Marcus said coldly. The three elders were meant to check and balance one another. Although Amelia had once been Victor's wife, what affection could truly remain after hundreds of years? Most likely none. Only power endured. The Pope did not interrupt. A black door had appeared before them. "Open the door, and the world will fall into darkness," he murmured, "but it will also usher in light." Click. The key slid home. A dust-caked werewolf exploded from within. Roar. No soul, only violence. Power radiated off him in waves, bound to no reason, caged by no thought. His massive bulk hit like a boulder tumbling down a mountain. William burst out and smashed aside the ones before him. Only Marcus remained standing, stunned, then almost tender. "Hey, brother, I'm here to bring you home," Marcus said, breathless with excitement. For a brief instant, the killing light in the monster's eyes dimmed. But the power boiling in his blood quickly drowned it out. 3 days later, inside a city, tens of thousands of werewolves appeared. Kill them. Reduce this so-called pure land to ashes. In the dark, Marcus's voice rolled like drums of war. The awakening of his wolf blood, combined with Michael's blood, had evolved him twice over. He could fly. His hide was thick as armor. Bullets were nothing. Rockets missed him. The city plunged into fire. People screamed and begged for help. The Pope sat on a tower, looking down on it all with a cold smile. He turned to the cardinal beside him. "Do you see? This is the end of disbelief. Once the vampire queen's rule is overthrown, we can reclaim the public stage." The cardinal, a man in his 40s, stared at the distant blaze without a word. If not for his daughter, and the Pope's chains around his throat, he would rather have died than join the darkness. Light is light, it can never blend with darkness. In mere moments, the cries ceased within a kilometer radius. Because they had all become fodder. The streets ran red. Shadowed figures leapt and tore through houses. What? An entire city slaughtered? By those monsters. When Seline received the report, fury flared white-hot. In mere months, the western lands had embraced the eternal faith. Now this. Damn it. Someone must have released Marcus. "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" "Prepare the sacrifice. We will call upon the gods." Seline had been one of the few in the chat group not to rush into sacrifices before, but the massacre left her no patience. She understood all too well, if she did not handle this crisis, everything she had achieved these past days would turn to dust. A few hours later, 160 cities lit their lamps. In front of each temple stood crowds of at least tens of thousands. Under the joint summons of state and priesthood, as befitted Western metropolises, the sacrifice at last was ready to begin. Because it was broadcast live, the world fixed its gaze on Celine's every move. The glamorous vampire queen faced the camera. "I know Mafield City's massacre was done by those dark creatures. After these days of preaching, you all understand the grace of God. But there are always people who cannot bear peace. They want to ruin beauty. In just a few hours, 100,000 lives were taken. This crime fills me with wrath. So, let God decide." At her signal, a saint who had been imprisoned for months was brought forth. With him came the Holy See's sacred relics, a golden holy grail, a battered scarab, and a final object like a corolla woven of living plants. Seline knelt and began to pray. Hundreds of millions of believers, ordinary people and vampires together, bowed their heads. Led by their priests, they looked to the heavens, begging the gods to descend and punish the executioners who had shattered the peace. Meanwhile, in another city, tragedy continued to spread. The werewolves' speed was monstrous. After butchering one city, they arrived at the next in the blink of an eye. Believers knelt, devout in prayer, unaware that monsters were already upon them. Many died mid-supplication. These were ordinary faithful, they had not practiced the eternal meditation. The dead mounted hour by hour. Within the temple, the residing priest heard the killing and sprang into the air. "How dare you?" Seeing the corpses strewn across the ground, he was consumed by fury. He vanished, reappeared, and blew a monster apart with a single punch. But then hundreds of figures swarmed him, lifting and dragging him down. This priest was a teacher of doctrine first. He could fight, yes, but not like these frenzied werewolves. He soon fell, mangled and still. No, Lord Priest. Vimalakirti. Go. Protect the children. The High Priest is praying, God will arrive any moment. Whoosh. A dark shape descended before them. God. Marcus, hulking and monstrous, sneered at the words. That doesn't exist. Kill them. Leave none alive. 100 hulls ripped open the night. The slaughter quickened and grew more terrible. Even Lucian, who had helped release Marcus, felt his blood chill. The brothers were too brutal. There was no reason in them at all. No wonder Victor, their sometimes ally, had sought to chain them. What a terrible weapon they made. One believer after another fell to the monster's claws. Following the scent of children, William, the first werewolf, pounded toward the temple. He bared his fangs and lunged through the doors. No, please, God, save us. A child cried out. And then a shaft of light fell from the sky, striking the first werewolf head-on. William, who had rampaged for hundreds of years, did not even have time to whine. He evaporated where he stood. The horror of it drew every eye. A perfect round of radiance opened in the heavens. Oh, Michael, a miracle. Are the gods real? It's brighter than the stars. Countless politicians and foreign commentators had cast doubt on Seline, dismissing her as merely a genetic warrior. But once the broadcast began and the sky itself changed, the world understood, gods did exist. It was night, midnight in some places, but when the divine light appeared, the whole earth seemed to share one dawn. Many thought the broadcast a fraud, until they stepped outside and looked up. Only then did they realize they were seeing it with their own eyes. A towering figure took form within the light, vast, holy, beyond words. People could only choose to kneel. The joy on Marcus's face froze. His underlings crumbled to ash in the blaze. No. I don't want to die. In the distance, Victor's body began to melt, layer by layer, until nothing remained but a pool of black sludge. Those who had been infected returned to normal under the divine light. Suddenly Marcus felt a burn bloom beneath his skin. He looked down. Flame gnawed along his limbs from no discernible source. His body collapsed, his soul began to char. A pain that bit to the marrow, like 10,000 needles driven into his spirit, consumed him. Chapter 233, Chapter 233, The Xingming Angel Cultivation Method, and the Resurrection of Hundreds of Thousands. Marcus held on only a moment longer before crumpling to the ground. His dark soul, confused and unmoored, floated free of his body. Eternal executors bearing scythes hauled that sinful soul down into the ghost river. For villains like Marcus and William, those two brothers steeped in unforgivable crimes, redeeming their sins would take tens of thousands of years. Mutant monsters come quickly. They die even faster. Outside the world, Lu Che watched the countless monsters perish beneath his divine light and nodded in satisfaction. He could have sent a goddess to descend. But for this reward, he cared to come himself. A system list unfolded before him. Ding. Your believer Catherine has held a grand ceremony and offered the ancient Holy Grail in sacrifice to you, triggering a 10,000-fold increase. You have obtained a 3-star artifact, the 6-pointed star Holy Grail. Ding. Your believer Catherine has held a grand celebration and offered to you a purple flower crown, triggering a 10,000-fold increase. You have obtained a 4-star artifact, the purple crown of heaven. Ding. Your believer Catherine has held a grand celebration and offered you the scarab, triggering a multi-million-fold increase. You have obtained the spiritual cultivation method of the celestial angel. Ding. Your believer Catherine has held a grand celebration. Because the world is in the calamity of the wolf plague, your luck has risen with a single mind to 60%. Ding. Your believer Catherine has sacrificed a saint to you, triggering a million-fold multiplier. You have obtained the blood of the winged angel. The reason he chose to descend here was to reveal his saints in this place. When Lu Che invoked the Xingming angel method, the light of the world began to dim. In the realm of the gods, countless stars fell, converging into wings of radiance that unfurled around him. Wings of stars. A brand new cultivation method. Driven by the power of the mind, taking the sea of stars as its vessel, it could forge the supreme body. Sensing the breath of the god of eternity, Seline lifted her head. Then she smiled, brilliantly. There were tears in that smile, but it was heartfelt gratitude for the existence of a god. Because of God, the once lost self had found the path of life again. Priestess Seline, paying respects to the god of eternity. The beautiful Lady Deathwalker bowed with the utmost reverence to the god in the sky. She pressed her forehead to the ground. She kowtowed. And kowtowed again. You did well, came the ethereal voice. All your hard work is seen by my eyes. It wasn't the first time Seline had heard that voice, but standing before it in person made her heart tremble with nerves. The sacrifice had been a sudden decision, she hadn't prepared her attire. She still wore those sleek, black, form-fitting clothes. Thinking of it now, she couldn't help the heat that rose in her cheeks. Do I look too plain dressed like this? Seline couldn't help whispering in her heart. After receiving the god's commendation, the blonde beauty lifted her head quickly and prayed devoutly. My contribution is small. I am only striving for true peace. Yet many evildoers defile the world. Today. After hearing Seline's account, Luce said mildly, this matter is not your fault. Creatures of darkness have animal nature that outweighs reason, while humans have reason that outweighs animal nature. So long as they believe in me, they can be born anew. He willed it. Countless fires of the sky descended. The temperature of the world rose a fraction, but the environment would not be harmed. It was only a mirage. Yet in the cities attacked by the mutant monsters, the dead in their numberless ranks were reborn in those flames. When they opened their eyes and felt their new bodies, they cheered. But soon, their laughter died. Because they looked up and saw the God in the sky. So it was God who resurrected us. A voice cried out. Everyone knelt, foreheads touching the earth. Great God of eternity, thank you. You have granted us our second life. At the moment of death, they had felt so small and helpless. Why had God not come? Why had all their prayers gone unanswered? Now they understood. It simply hadn't been the time. But some people discovered that their relatives, their friends, even members of their own families, had not returned. These people had been obstinate. They believed only what they wanted to believe. They had not merely refused to join the eternal faith, they had mocked it, calling it a scam for the gullible. Now the outcome was before them. In the same small town, only a third of the people were resurrected. The rest were atheists, or resolute opponents of the eternal faith. At this point, no broadcast could sway anyone. All eyes turned to the sky. Thank you for your grace. Seline will redouble her efforts and wipe out all heretics without hesitation. Now that the people had been resurrected, Seline, as the high priestess, naturally had to act. After all, her voice now carried to the entire world. But Luce did not see it that way. Catherine's strength was good, but she wasn't truly invincible. A well-placed explosive could still tear her body apart. She would need blessings. A devout high priestess will always receive her due reward. Deathwalker Seline, though you were once a vampire, turning back halfway is not too late. Your achievements are visible to the whole world. I grant you the rank of 2-star divine envoy, and the power of a millennium of stars. Dazzling starlight wrapped Seline and lifted her into the sky. He had to admit, the blonde beauty's skin was exquisite. Soft as milk. Countless stellar motes condensed in the air and surged toward Seline. In that instant, she received a divine empowerment and underwent a cleansing of her blood. The vampire bloodline majored in bloodline magic arts, but its primary magic did not include blood itself, so Seline had chosen wind. Now, with the stars as her foundation, she could continue to cultivate bloodline sorcery as well. It would depend on the path she chose. For a moment, Seline hung in the air, feeling the force coursing through her. She smiled, delighted. The power of these stars was far superior to what she'd had before. Thank you for your gift, my God. She spoke again, her divine power sharpening. She could now gaze upon the true form of the God of eternity, a man wreathed in the power of law. Very handsome. Flawless. The blonde beauty, who had never been moved, felt her cheeks warm and redden. Blasphemy is a great sin. I haven't even advanced to the God realm yet. What am I thinking? Catherine kept warning herself until the little deer in her chest finally quieted down. Remember, Luce said, while this world lacks high-end forces, its technology is decent. If you guide development well, once faith surpasses 80%, you can advance. This was a conversation between two souls. No one else could hear it. Once he had given his orders, Luce withdrew his consciousness. The astonished little angel departed with him. Light blossomed behind her, 12 radiant wings, and she vanished into the mysterious sea of stars. They left behind an immortal legend for this world. What happened today completely changed everyone's understanding. First, gods truly exist. Second, the power of God cannot be matched by human strength. To resurrect hundreds of thousands with a wave, that lies beyond comprehension. And most important of all, faith. Those who did not believe in God had no chance of resurrection. Devout believers, however, rose from the ashes. Who would not want to become a believer now? The broadcast had not ended. Seline hovered in the air and, remembering something, wheeled toward the border. She feared some werewolves might have survived, so she wanted to fly over and see. The result was astonishing. In just 1 minute, she flew from the center to a border town. It had already become a sea of cheering, excited people surging everywhere. Look. The High Priestess is coming. Greetings, Your Holiness. Greetings, Lady Seline. Amid the roar of the crowd, officials in other countries realized a troubling fact. Thousands of kilometers away. Seline had taken only a minute. If she were to attack at that speed, who could possibly fend her off? The blonde beauty glanced over the people and smiled. Everyone, rebuild your homes first. If you need anything, remember to contact the church staff. I've still got errands to run. With that, she rose into the sky. Since everyone here was safe, she had no reason to linger. In truth, Luce had been angry this time too. It was supposed to be a fair contest, even if Williams's biochemicals had been loosed. Unchecked, they would have endangered the entire world. So he was angry. He purified all those disgusting things, Marcus's father included. A lower-level world could no longer impede him. Coupled with 30-fold luck, he could erase Marcus entirely. After all, the High Priestess herself was the daughter of destiny. In the All Worlds chat group, Seline, having wrapped up her tasks, uploaded her video. It was her first sacrifice, and it was meticulously organized. From the emergence of the mutant monsters to her own decision-making, everything was included. Only the first half she had trimmed to fit. The true essence lay in the latter half. Tosaka University, whoa, that power of the stars, so jealous. I want it. Spirit of the Demon Sword, your strength is excellent already. What's there to envy? The fox who only loves money, Sister Nightshade, didn't you notice Rin Tosaka only wants the beauty of being wrapped in starlight? Power can be trained. Beauty lasts. Tanjiro, isn't being strong better? Ninja scientist, and that is a woman for you. Learn, Tanjiro. I take it you still don't have a girlfriend. Dash and Chu, the kid's still young, you filthy old turtles. Despise.jpg brother Lai will find you some beauties from the Immortal Clan. Chapter 234, Fierce Suruman, a brand new cultivation method. The immortals Chu Xianfeng spoke of were, of course, the fallen immortals, those who had been purified yet slipped into hardship because of their ignorance of God. Not knowing what that unknown being was, this group of immortals had all degenerated into twisted monsters. In desperation, they could only seal their own people away in an ancient land. When Hui Yeji shattered the heavens and destroyed the creatures of God, this clan of fallen immortals emerged from their sealed homeland as well. It must be said, wherever the immortal race appears, there is a certain allure. The daughters of those purified immortals were exceptionally striking. It made Chu Xianfeng itch to play matchmaker. Tanjiro. Brother, please spare me. Feelings can't be matched like livestock. Sadly reminds old Gao, child, you're so naive. You don't know how wonderful women are. Pirate King of the Caribbean, ever since I advanced in my world, I thought I could reclaim a man's glory. In the end I got driven half-crazy fighting in plain wars, raises middle finger. The World Association's helpmaster, ha 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 ha. Is this that old swindler? Love it. Absolutely love it. Junior brother of Dazufeng, hey, brother Jack, keep grinding, yours is a weary life. The fox who only loves money, finding a woman isn't easy. I'll set you up when I get back. Ahem, I'm the #1 matchmaker in this group. Hands-on-hips.jpg. Tosaka University, push it any further and I'll report you. Vampire Queen, such filth. Demon Hunter, there is no woman in my heart, I draw my sword unburdened. Don't ask why I'm so free, I've been to hell and back. Seline, so you finally offered a sacrifice. Vampire Queen, oh, think about it. If that pack of mutant monsters hadn't attacked the town and caused a massacre, I suppose it would have taken some time before I held the sacrifice. Spirit of the Demon Sword, all right, don't stew in anger. This has pros and cons. After this, ordinary atheists should be much more willing to join the faith. Pudu sentient beings, sigh. Westerners are like this. Not as steady as our Easterners. You can tell what's in their bones. General Yuan, I'm also surprised, why do some people still refuse to believe in God after witnessing miracles with their own eyes? Sooner, People in our world are much more obedient. Our clans are expanding outward, we've gathered 30 families already. Judicial God, Sister Sunner feels like a person from my era. Since the miracles began, believers here haven't stopped coming. Young Master Murong, Brother Sanyan, didn't you clash with that Uncle Jade Emperor? I'm looking forward to your duel. If you break the Jade Emperor, then you are the Jade Emperor. Spirit of the Demon Sword, ahem. Why do those words sound so familiar? She remembered someone once tricking her with the same line. Shatter the Emperor, and you become the Emperor of Heaven. Uncle Nine, Slayer of Demons, envy, no, what's there to envy? I've got the underworlds of 5 provincial capitals under control now. With time accelerated, my progress is swift. The World Association's helpmaster, enough talk. I'm going to slay a dragon. General Yuan, go on then, Xiongba. The fallen white-robed wizard, a dragon. Well then, a proper duel. The World Association's Helpmaster, naturally, a one-on-one fight. Brothers, don't go sacrificing yourselves for fun. After receiving the blessing of the gods, forget about dragon slaying, killing exotic beasts across the world is no problem. Bearded swordsman, exactly. I think you shamans should stop dabbling and help us develop the faith instead. The fallen white-robed wizard, I am developing the faith. At present, Luohan is under my control. My orc legions have already driven the elves to a dead end, they've begun begging for outside help. When they're truly desperate, I'll intervene, hee. Spirit of the demon sword, so you're a schemer. You might be the most ruthless one in the group. In the chat group with tens of thousands of members, only the old Orochimaru could compete with Suruman. Most ordinary people, even the wicked, would reign in their cruelty after encountering the gods. But Suruman was nothing like the rest. Fierce. Cunning. He was determined to launch a war. Pudu sentient beings, is it really all right to act like this? I remember the last time Orochimaru stirred up trouble, he was punished. Ninja scientist, I've noticed you've got a very good memory for this sort of thing. It's like you carry a little notebook to jot it all down. For peace, what are you saying? Bald monks recite scriptures, their memories are strong. My guess is, even when he's not reciting sutras, he's still taking notes every day. Pudu sentient beings, ahem. I was only reminding Brother Suruman, kindly, so he doesn't go too far and get punished by the gods. Is that wrong? Sadly reminds old Gao, no, it's not wrong. Orochimaru sought quick growth and was punished for not spreading faith. That's how it goes. Spirit of the demon sword, faith can be cultivated without bloodshed, but doctrine must keep pace. The true principle is to use both grace and force. As when the gods destroyed Lingshan twice, the other side's obstinacy made them deserve it. The fallen white-robed wizard, understood. If it's within bounds, then I'll go perform marvels, he. I will present the most beautiful elves to the gods. Within the realm of the gods, Lu Che read Suruman's shameless declaration and couldn't help smiling as he cursed under his breath. That said, he was fond of Galadriel and her niece, both paragons among the elves. Go on then, Suruman. Among his goddesses, there were no elven women. At this moment, a group of exquisite women knelt before him. Among them stood Seline, the saint, the others were women from the world of the Saint Cemetery, including Ying Xiaoxiao, Ying Zhanxian, Qin Luoyin, and so on. Though Ying Zhanxian had not been outstanding in the Saint Cemetery, after arriving in the God Realm, she trained hard with her sister daily, diligent and eager to learn. They had all joined Yao Yao's faction. I've called you here because I've developed a new cultivation method called the Xingming Angel. I'd like to know which of you wishes to learn it. The voice of God was level and gentle. The goddesses who had been tense gradually relaxed. Ying Zhanxian was the first to speak. I follow the will of the gods. Her younger sister was still dazed, as if pondering what an angel was. Dragged by her sister's sleeve, she snapped back to herself and voiced agreement as well. The others followed suit. Lu Che felt a touch of helplessness. He did not desire vases, beautiful but emotionless. Clearly these girls were still a little afraid of him. Tiamat, beside Lu Che, spoke to them mind to mind. There's no need to be so nervous. Since you are goddesses, you are naturally women of the gods. What the gods mean is that you may choose the path you like. For now, among the goddesses, only you haven't chosen your way. The others, Hancock, Baguio, Li Xiaoning, had already determined their paths. Only the newly promoted goddesses had none yet. Otherwise, Lu Che would not have summoned them. Qin Luoyin, next to them, asked, down in the lower realm, I cultivated the dream Tao. Is it truly all right to switch to the Xingming angel path? Yao Yao smiled. This method is similar to a bloodline, it doesn't weaken your original strength. After becoming an angel, you'll have light wings on your back, like the girl beside you. She gestured at the shy angel nearby. The latter nodded obediently. The immortal Ying Zhanxian understood at once and said directly, since no one else is cultivating it yet, I'll choose this method. In truth, she didn't care which technique it was. As long as it won the gods' favor, what else mattered? Obviously, the gods needed practitioners to test this path. In that case, what choice was there? And coming to the God Realm, one served the gods first, cultivated second. Primary and secondary must be distinguished. Otherwise, if one were cast into the cold palace, it would be truly cold. Before arriving, their sect had drilled the two sisters heavily, many lessons, some of them quite worldly. Starlight fell in strands. The goddesses, who had only recently obtained godly bodies, gradually grew translucent and then became stars. Ying Zhanxian was the finest of them. Her eyes turned to the color of stars. Her long black hair shimmered silver-white. Before, she had been a fairy in name only. Now, she truly looked ethereal and immortal. Countless starlights formed a halo, circling her body. Her power grew more than tenfold. In the end, Jianqian's strength settled within the realm of a seven-star goddess. She touched down lightly, her robes lifted with the air. With a slight lift of her fingers, power from uncountable stars gathered in her palm. At the brush of her fingertip, the sky of the God Realm twisted and burst. Lu Che narrowed his eyes, pleased with Jianqian's performance. She hadn't even unfurled her wings yet. Whoosh! As if catching the eternal god's thought, Jianqian opened her star wings. She had only a single pair of light wings, yet her strength surged another 30%. Her realm soared an entire stage. Naturally, there was a price, her consumption doubled compared to a normal state. Pros and cons, both present. The angelic cultivation was simple and direct. It did not favor protracted battle, its explosive power was astounding. And those wings of light could expand or fold at will. In combat, they were fiendishly hard to guard against. Unexpectedly, Xiaoxiao's power outstripped her sister's. Talent made the difference. Once her body manifested, her power stabilized at the early 8-star level. Qin Luoyin matched her. But Qin Luoyin excelled in dream arts, akin to nightmares, capable of building a dream world. This made Lu Che's eyes brighten. With her dreams strengthened, she could construct entire worlds. Chapter 235, The Educated Nero, and the Eastern Huaizhu's return home. He remembered that in a certain game from his previous life, there had been a so-called dream world. It was managed by a group of big green lizards. So, was it necessary to build a dream world? Lu Che considered it. Dreams are illusory. But what is illusion, and what is reality? For a god, what he wills as illusion becomes reality. Then building a dream world would simply be adding another path and further perfecting the realm of the gods. The world was incomplete. Lu Che had already noticed. After a long while, he sighed to himself, it seems that when I slowly approach perfection, only then will I be able to step up to the next tier of worlds. When the goddesses from the saints' cemetery had finished breaking through, Lu Che gave instructions, you can try intervening in the administration of the little underworld. Anyone who breaks past the god rank boundary may be permitted into the realm of the gods. Yes. Xiaoxiao answered obediently. Her large, limpid eyes watched Lu Che without blinking, as if trying to express her feelings. Although several women wanted to serve him that night, Lu Che had no time for them. The ones attending him this time were Lixiaoning and Altria, the taciturn king. The pair who served him this time would be assigned to travel to the world of Journey to the West. Yang Jian's faith was now abundant, and the monkey had been drawn by him, the goddess could descend under her own power. Both of them belonged to the heroes of the present age. The task for this descent was to assist Yang Jian in unifying the three realms. Of course, this was merely the vanguard. Other goddesses and high priests would come in due course. The sacrifices and vast materials contributed by the saints' cemetery alone had expanded the realm of the gods several-fold, and had armed tens of millions of soldiers. As for a celestial plane like Journey to the West, what would it provide him? Lu Che looked forward to finding out. In the sky-bright pool, two women, neither particularly imposing in figure, sat together, washing one another's backs. Now and then, soft laughter drifted out. Lixiaoning smiled. This time you get to serve in bed and also descend to the lower realm. Won't that other empress die of jealousy? Altria rolled her eyes. I didn't expect you to gossip like this. Once in a while I have to keep up with matters between gods and women, or it would be too dull. At that, the Lion King couldn't help recalling the moment she'd received the order. Nero's blank look, then the booted stomp against the wall in a flare of temper. She almost laughed. Everyone knew she and Nero clashed, but only a few understood how close they truly were. They were both kings in loneliness. Even at death, neither had tasted love, each had devoted her entire heart to others. Such feelings only a king would truly understand. Though the god's affection now came to them only in scant measure, the two women were deeply content. After all, without the god's word, they might have remained dust in history. How could they not be satisfied with what they had now? In fact, being a salted fish was not impossible. Many goddesses, knowing their looks were merely ordinary, chose a salted fish life, playing zither and singing by day, feeding beasts from time to time. They lived quite comfortably. It would be months between summons to the bedchamber. And even that was already good fortune. Song Yuji and other women were much the same. They had no heart for contention. By joining Shifeishuan's faction, they had actually become salted fish. First, their leader goddess had no love for fighting. Every day brought cool breeze and crescent moon. An immortal's refinement. Gradually, the goddesses under her command began to emulate her, and over time, a whole school of goddesses emerged. Altria rinsed herself, then dropped into a crouch behind Lucian and smiled. As for her, that's just her character, she wants beauty in all things, and she has to overwhelm others to be happy. I'm simply playing along with her, that's all for fun. Otherwise, if Nero keeps going like this, it won't do. Lucian nodded, stood, and dressed. They helped each other. One donned a pale pink dress, the other wore black. Together, they headed for the bedchamber. Elsewhere, Nero and Baguio had begun a match. Just as Altria had said, the Empress had nothing to occupy her, so her heart naturally soured with displeasure. She challenged Baguio. One excelled in dark magic, the other, in martial combat. The fight was fierce. Against Nero, who could replicate others' techniques. Baguio seemed pressed, and her curses were ineffective, for both were goddesses. A god body came with innate immunities. So they could only rely on skill. As time passed, Baguio revealed a flaw that was not a flaw. Hey! I have to win. Bloom, Golden Theater. Nero was overjoyed and unfurled her noble phantasm. Her momentum surged by 30%, the grand stage set changed around them. At the same time, a hundredfold gravity suppression erupted. Like a meteor. She streaked toward Baguio. As they closed, Nero saw that Baguio's face held no fear, instead, a smirk curved her lips. Oh, trap. In the very next instant, Nero found herself frozen in place, limbs and body immobile. Her noble phantasm's effect had been stripped away. Well now. Little sister Nero, your combat strength is decent, and even deploying your treasure is quite formidable, but do you know? Your elder sister walks the dark god path. How could you use normal methods on me? At this moment, tens of thousands of black, divinely woven threads bound Nero. Moving was out of the question, even twitching a finger was hard. She forced her gaze downward. And suddenly it made sense. Her treasure had been deployed, but the black threads on the ground had shredded it, so the gravity suppression had been undone. But what about the threads now ensnaring her body? Sis, I know you're angry, so I agreed to fight you, but... Baguio's tone shifted cold. Since you dared to go all out, you must understand I will too. Your flaw isn't lack of strength, it's your unsteady mind. Then, from who knew where, she produced a small leather whip. She smiled at Nero. Hey, what are you going to do? The thing wasn't very harmful. But it was extremely humiliating. She did not want to be struck by it. Call me, sister, and I'll let you go. In desperation, Nero changed her usual manner. Given the circumstances, she surrendered without hesitation and said, face crumpling, I'm sorry, sister. A teachable child. Baguio dispelled the spell, then stepped over to straighten Nero's collar and the tangles in her hair. Her expression was utterly serious. You, stop flying into rages at every turn. The gods, naturally, make the arrangements. Jealousy can exist, but it can't be excessive. Learn from the East, from Huaizhu. It's by such practice that one learns the true way. All right, I was wrong. A stick first, then a candied date. Nero responded well to it. And in truth, Baguio hadn't meant to humiliate her, she simply wanted to help Nero calm down. Then the two sat together and began to chat away the time. Elsewhere, the eastern Huaizhu whom Baguio had mentioned. After Lu Che had obtained the fire law, her strength had begun to rise steadily, and in her heart she longed to visit her kin in the lower realm. Now she had reached the final step to 8 stars. Within her slender body, a sphere of flame burned violently. Pure sun flame. Under the blessing of divine power, it had become a searing fragment of law. Comprehend the law, perceive the law, refine the law. This was what the goddesses were doing. Whose talent was greater? That one's strength rose faster. Dongfang Huaizhu was among the finest of them, but previously the fire law had been incomplete, making her cultivation relatively difficult. Yet in under a month, her strength had climbed to its current height. It was clear that talent alone was not enough, one had to work hard. An hour later. Hey! Huaizhu actually broke through. Lu Che's consciousness drifted toward the Yanlin Hall and saw the countless fire laws condensing. Within, the goddess used her flesh as a furnace to temper herself. Once Huaizhu woke, her 8-star strength would be assured. Should he help her? And perhaps hasten the progress of the Tushan sisters, Yaya and company, as well? Lu Che thought. A splinter of prismatic flame, divided from the law, slipped into Huaizhu's body. Then the whole sky answered it in resonance. Hey, a sister has broken through to 8 stars. Who is it? I don't know, the aura is veiled by the power of law. Seems like a sister cultivating the fire law. I think it's Sister Dongfang Huaizhu. Tosaka Sakura was one of the few gentler souls among the goddesses. She got along with almost everyone. A few days ago, she'd heard that Dongfang Huaizhu was about to break through. It seemed that moment had arrived. Whoosh! Before a stick of incense could burn down, the flame began to shrink. Dongfang Huaizhu opened her eyes, divine fire burned within them. The sacred fire mark between her brows had long vanished. A holy aura flowed from her, every smile held an ineffable charm. Just as she was savoring this new power, a gentle voice entered her mind. Come to the temple of dew to sleep. In 3 days, you may return to the world of the fox demon. Yes, Lord God. Her pretty face could no longer hold the fairy air from moments before. It turned sly and sweet. 3 days later, Dongfang Huaizhu and several others vanished amid divine radiance. Altria and Lixiaoning appeared in the world of journey to the west. And Dongfang Huaizhu returned to the home of her heart. No matter the distance. She always missed her father and her younger sister. She lifted her nose to catch the faint scent of mud. Dongfang Huaizhu conjured a glazed paper umbrella with a flicker of magic and murmured to herself, I wonder how you're doing. A light drizzle fell through the air. The believers kneeling around the altar watched the goddess descend from the heavens. Surprise lit their faces, one and all. They had received no notice, they had simply seen the sky open. Only then had they gathered to worship. Chapter 236, Chapter 236, Dongfang Huaizhu enters the world, heaven is the force that destroys a world's existence. Sis, you're back. From among the kneeling congregation below, a little girl with her hair in a bun ran straight toward the altar. Dongfang Huaizhu started slightly. She hadn't expected her younger sister to be among the worshippers. When people saw the Eastern goddess Huaizhu arrive, the tightness in their chests slowly eased. After all, she belonged to their own world. Everyone thought it instinctively. She is one of us. Naturally, their nerves settled. The two sisters took each other's hands and headed home together. The Dongfang household, at this point, was no longer the home it had once been, it had become a branch of the temple. Dongfang Huaizhu's brows drew together. To see the home in her memory turned into this left her a touch displeased. Sis, our nest is here, come on. Dongfang Qinlan took her sister's warm palm and led her left and right through the complex, until they reached a cavern protected by a ward. An isolating barrier. A formidable seal. Without an immortal strength, it could not be broken. Only when they arrived here did Dongfang Huaizhu breathe easier. Everything she remembered could still be found. Her own room. The familiar surroundings. All appeared before her eyes. How is father? Him. He's gone and found himself another woman, and he's busy on the front lines every day. Who knows how pleased with himself he is. At the mention of their father, a flicker of irritation, and a trace of helplessness, touched Qinlan's gaze. Their mother had passed very early. There was nothing inherently wrong with him seeking a stepmother for them. But the woman he chose was only 3 years older than her elder sister, plainly outrageous. Dongfang Huaizhu smiled and didn't take it to heart. The sisters sat and talked a long while at home. Only then did she fully grasp what had happened after she left. Human dynasties had been wiped from history. In their place, the faith governed both humans and monsters. So long as they accepted oversight. Monsters could live wherever they wished, just like people. And with the majesty of the gods watching, no matter how fierce they might be, monsters didn't dare live by eating humans. Their father had received guidance from Tushan's high priest and become an administrator within the Tao League, now guarding a major city. Loneliness, and perhaps a little wine. And so, he and a maid had simply ended up together. He was a responsible man, he married her outright. They now lived in the capital, and when they could, they came back with Cloud and Mist to see Qinlan. Though the girl resisted her stepmother, the latter treated her as her own child, bringing back many hand-knit things on every visit. As for Qinlan, who had already accepted those gifts, she no longer knew how to face this stepmother. It's enough to know father is well. As for the stepmother, if she treats you well, then show her some kindness in return. People, it isn't easy for anyone. I know, sis. By the way, did you come back this time to go to Alai country? It was common knowledge around the world now. The faith was crossing hands with Alai. It was the last place still mired in filth, the last pocket of defiance. To pacify it. Many powerful monsters and Taoists had volunteered to join the holy war. Now that her sister was back, she must have come for this. Dongfang Huaizhu rubbed the flute in her hand and said lightly, I came to the lower realm to do 2 things. First, I've been worried about you and father. Second, I want to see why those monsters refuse to obey God's discipline. Before, she would never have revealed killing intent so lightly. But what she had heard and seen taught her how deeply God detested atheists. Naturally, she meant to seize this chance to prove herself. It would also repay the kindness shown by Tushan Yaya, that fox. As Yaya had once said. During her imprisonment, Waiju had indeed hated those monsters, wished she could flay them alive. Now, bathed in God's grace, she truly had to repay that early kindness. Should I go with you? No. Once the proud monsters are subdued, that will be the end of it. Wait for me at home, little one. Looking at the pouting girl, Dongfang Waiju pursed her lips. Then fire blossomed beneath her feet as she lifted into the air. A door in space blew open. On the other side of that gate lay Tushan Yaya's base, established in the city facing Aolai country. In the city's upper pavilions, the three Fox sisters opened their eyes at once. A glad flush rose to Tu Shanhonghong's face. It seems a goddess has arrived. I know this aura well, it's the goddess Dongfang Waiju. Yaya frowned. I don't recall applying for a goddess to descend, nor did I receive an oracle. What's going on? Let's go ask and see, said Tu Shan Rongrong. The three left their room. A woman was already there. Her aqua-blue dress moved with the wind, her lustrous hair was tied back with a glazed headband. Her eyes burned like flame. Even Tu Shanhonghong was struck by the power she radiated. The three knelt before Dongfang Waiju and respectfully saluted. Greetings, Lady Goddess. Rise. Tu Shan Yaya stepped forward. My Lady Goddess, why was there no oracle from the gods? She looked somewhat anxious, afraid her own negligence had angered the divine. Waiju shook her head and smiled. I've reached 8 stars, naturally I can descend on my own. But I still had help from the gods. As for why the eternal god didn't send an oracle, he's too busy. He only notified me. Naturally, she did not dare say she waited 3 days before descending. After a brief period of bliss, she had come to the lower realm. Afterward, the god had entered recovery, his divine power continuously awakening. Tu Shan Yaya nodded silently. She estimated that the god's power had grown so strong that sacrifices were no longer necessary, so long as the strength was sufficient, a goddess could be brought to the lower realm. That would make things simpler. The four, Dongfang Waiju and the 3 Fox sisters, came to the coast. On their side, sunlight and clear skies. Across the strait lay Aolai country, shrouded by a tornado that blotted out the heavens. Thunderclouds massed upon it, and nothing could be spied within. What's happening? Why do I sense a powerful celestial force inside? This was absolutely abnormal. If the mundane world truly possessed such power, someone would have broken through to immortality long ago. There would have been no waiting until today. Tu Shanhonghong pointed skyward and sighed. We always thought the immortals were asleep. In fact, they gathered 90% of the world's spiritual energy to themselves and have always stood apart from the mortal realm. Now that the world no longer worships them, and their roots here have been ripped out, they can't sit still. Precisely. Near Aolai was a sky eye. The only path to heaven. They hadn't known before, no immortal had ever descended in their sight. Not until a few days ago. When Aolai's purge revealed a flood of information. Thanks, of course, to traitors within Aolai. Otherwise, the sisters would only have guessed there were immortals helping them, and never known the tangle of secret dealings beneath. Dongfang Waiju nodded, then a cold smile touched her lips. To siphon off 90% of the world's spiritual energy, anyone with the least shame wouldn't do such a thing. Yes. The gods said as much, once a world's laws are tampered with, major problems follow. This is exactly what he meant. Yaya's voice was tight with anger. Yet she had to admit. Those people had a formidable background. Being an immortal had its conveniences. But even with the 3 of them combined, they couldn't guarantee the safety of other believers. It meant they were pinned in place. If they made a hard assault, they could breach the defenses, but corner a desperate foe, and he would leap the wall. Many would die. This was what weighed on Tu Shan Yaya. Fortunately, a goddess had come down, the next steps would be far simpler. Let me handle it. The fire law of the God Realm has awakened, allow me to show you the terror of fire's power. Dongfang Waiju's eyes went cold. Her dress began to sway. She lifted a finger, a mute flame kindled at its tip. Nether flame, severing slash. A flick toward the sky. The world went still. The silence before a storm. Then the world roared. A shriek of explosive force ripped from the clouds, the flames burned away the thunderheads, and a vast hole tore open across the sky. Beneath it, a darkness gaped. Look closely and you could see countless fragments raining from the air. Within Aolai's royal precincts, the princes and envoys stood slack-jawed. What had happened? How could the immortal who had just been flaunting his might be burned to ash in the blink of an eye? Who dares kill my son? An enraged bellow burst from the clouds. A golden-armored immortal thrust out his head. Before he could even look around, a surge of fire rode a blade of sword light, and in an instant his massive head flew from his body. Another one, severed. Only then did everyone see. Somehow, a woman now stood upon the sea. Her face was calm, flames seemed to burn in her eyes. She slowly drew back her finger. To steal 90% of the world's spiritual energy, and to openly defy God's doctrine, such people should be killed. Her tone was gentle. Yet it sent a chill down spines, as if from 9 heavens above. And yet her blood ran hot. The extremities of ice and fire had converged in a single person. It's her, Dongfang Huaizhu. It really is her. I once saw the Eastern clan elders. Wasn't the legend that she was sacrificed in blood? How can she be standing here? The version I heard said she ascended to serve the gods. Could it be true? In Aolai, among those who had been deceived, murmurs spread. Demons within the royal family gnashed their teeth at the talk. Since she had left this world, why had she come back? Did she think them too bloated to fight? Before they could speak, Tu Shanhonghong, eldest of the Tushan, called out, "Hear me, people of Aolai. Surrender now and you will have a chance at reincarnation. Persist in resistance, and do not blame our faith for ruthlessness." Reincarnation was an act of mercy. Mad resistance by this horde of monsters. That was a grave sin in the faith of God. Chapter 237, Chapter 237, Dongfang Huaizhu. It is important to know oneself, but the Jade Emperor clearly does not. God had not prevented this pack of demons from living. Yet they did not appreciate such mercy. Instead, they had resisted to this very moment. Such creatures no longer deserved to exist in this world. Even someone as naturally kind as Dongfang Huaizhu could not bear it. Thousands of pyrotechnic flames surged across the sky and ringed the whole of Aolai country. Then they converged into a single mass and rushed into the heavens. The dim sea turned instantly to liquid gold, and a blazing radiance flooded the world. Only then did people see the nature of that so-called heavenly court. In the wake of Hui Yeji's sky-shattering strike, Dongfang Huaizhu's fire to the heavens likewise became a famed scene. It was a world built among the clouds. Within Aolai there yawned an open breach. With that, the golden-armored celestial general plummeted to his death. A host of heavenly soldiers fled with the flames at their backs, then crumbled into ash one after another. "No, we are innocent, help! Lord Jade Emperor!" The heavenly soldiers wailed and screamed, but no answer came. Watching their guardians die on high, the whole of Aolai fell into terror. In an instant, the fearsome immortal came upon them. But he did not even glance at Aolai's demons, he flew straight into the clouds. The 3 Tushan sisters, naturally, followed hard after. Not long after they ascended, a terrible clash shook the sky, the air thrumming with vibrations. Countless currents of spiritual energy poured down from above. The people who felt it most directly were the residents of Aolai and those who had already surrendered. Faces blanched everywhere. So the rumors whispered in the city had been true after all. To secure their immortality, the heavenly court had indeed abandoned mortals and gathered 90% of the aura between heaven and earth. One day in the heavens equals a year on earth. This was no mere joke. It was a grand formation wrought by hoarding spiritual energy. That hoarding had bent time itself, the ratio had skewed. In truth, the Celestials would have preferred otherwise. With time slowed, cultivation slowed as well. But if they did not do this, the advent of the Age of Dominion would strip the immortals of their former standing. So they had done it out of desperation. Above the clouds, holy flame purified all. Dongfang Huaizhu shone as bright as the sun, and with every stroke, 1,000 fireworks trailed her. Of course, the denizens of heaven were no pushovers. They were immortals who had survived since the ancient era. A star-covering array spread across the sky. 10,000 arts channeled the talisman of extinction. Tiangong's 6 swords qi. An unending stream of techniques flew one by one toward the goddess. At that moment, the entire immortal world had mobilized. 5-clawed golden dragons, streaming golden phoenixes, auspicious qilin. All the beings thought lost to history appeared one by one before the 4 women. Tu Shanhonghong fixed her cold gaze on a 10-tailed celestial fox in the distance. So it wasn't only humans, you monsters also colluded to build this heavenly court of the immortal world. Elder sister, enough talk. Kill them, and be done. Since they have chosen, they must bear the consequence. Tu Shan Yaya and Tu Shan Rongrong spoke in turn. To aid evil was to share its guilt. What else was there to say? No one here would be allowed to live. At the 4, Dongfang Huaizhu's face did not change. She murmured under her breath, and the flames obeyed. Fire Dao sorcery, blue ice flame, dragon of annihilation. The golden blaze began to cool, turning to an ice-blue flame. All of heaven, and even the immortal realm, froze over. Yet beneath the frost, a cold fire devoured their souls. Oh, such a beautiful one. Must she make such a spectacle of it? A sigh drifted out from within the heavenly court. An instant later, a man in a white jade robe appeared before Dongfang Huaizhu. Seeing her sacred bearing, greed flickered in his eyes. What a stunning woman. A pity he could not seize her for himself. Dongfang Huaiju's fury rose. She raised a sword with 2 fingers and slashed for his throat. She was a woman of God. For him to profane her with his eyes. Knowing that resistance would only lead to mass slaughter, yet still choosing to struggle, this foul-mouthed creature disgusted her. The flames scattered across the sky gathered at her sword fingers into a single firing line and crashed down upon the men in the white jade robe. You women, why do you always act without a word? Seeing Dongfang Huaizhu attack without so much as a greeting, the men spat in rage. This strike ripped through space itself. He was no match for such an enemy. He had no choice. He could only throw the heavenly array into place for defense. If his star array had failed to attack, surely it could still defend. The Grand Canopy array had always been in his hands. Otherwise, he would not be the Jade Emperor. It was precisely by virtue of this formation that he had risen to become master of the immortal world. But today, it would fail him. Dongfang Huaiju's anger was real, she struck with her full might. It seemed a mere heavy flame. In truth, all she had learned lay wrapped within it. 9 layers of power stacked one upon another, smashing the formation the Jade Emperor relied on, and then carried straight on toward him. Don't. The Jade Emperor gave a strangled cry. He flung out every magic treasure he possessed. But those things could not withstand the flying blade of fire chi. As the flames reached him, he finally abandoned his body and let his primordial spirit escape. If that terrible thing entangled him, even 100 lives would not be enough. Boom. The flame sword pierced through the Jade Emperor's body. The celestial soldiers and generals massed behind him were smashed to pieces. And the escaping soul fared no better, it was encircled by the 3 Tushan sisters. Aside from cutting down those who fled, the 3 women had been waiting for this moment. Tushan Yaya regarded the cringing spirit and smiled darkly. Well, if it isn't the Jade Emperor. How did you end up so miserable? As I recall, you kept meddling in Aulai's affairs, didn't you? No. I didn't, let me go. I'll give you anything, all right. Driven to desperation, the Jade Emperor raved. So long as he could live. Nothing else mattered. Seeing that the 3 made no reply, he changed his tone in a heartbeat and pleaded, I was confused at first, misled by slanderers. I beg you, allow me to join the faith. Ha! You still don't grasp the situation. Did you always think yourself above it all? Look at you now, groveling like a reptile. Do you understand? From the moment we arrived, it meant that everyone here would die. Do you think our God is asking you to join? Stop joking. Repent your arrogance. You have truly disgraced the name, Jade Emperor. Even the bald world's Jade Emperor is better than you. You're just a circus clown. A circus clown. Me. The Jade Emperor's mind buzzed blank. He thought back to a few days before. When he'd heard the news from Aulai, he dismissed it, and even instructed them how to strike back. Was it my arrogance that destroyed me? His thoughts were cut off at once. A jade white hand clenched around his soul. Tu Shanhonghong's fingers tightened slowly until the spirit crushed to powder, and her smile returned. The 3 sisters exchanged a glance. Then they joined the cleansing army in earnest, and at the same time, diffused the hoarded aura of heaven down to the lower realm. An hour later, the women gathered in the heavenly court. Tu Shanhonghong turned to Dongfang Huaizhu. Goddess, how should we deal with this place? This was a heaven built from countless precious treasures, though it could not compare to the eternal shrine. It was still a fine sight. In the nether, decent materials were hard to come by. Dongfang Huaizhu considered, then smiled. What do you think of offering it up as a sacrifice? At those words, the 3 women's eyes lit. It was a sound plan. As Zhengzhou world rose in rank, they had little of worth to sacrifice, using this heavenly court would make up the shortfall. Worthy indeed of being the goddess of their own world. Her heart leaned toward home. Since the world was about to be promoted, Dongfang Huaizhu simply chose not to return, and instead shifted the heavenly court down with her magic, placing it above the city below. This heaven had not been destroyed, it would become Tu Shan Rongrong's palace from now on. Youngest of the 3. She still had to administer the world. Tu Shanhonghong and Tu Shan Yaya needed to serve the god. This had been their arrangement from the start. As for the beings within Aulai and the surrounding circle, without exception, they were slaughtered. They had resisted stubbornly and threatened the world's people. Such creatures, left alive, there would be no reason in it. Afterward, Tu Shanhonghong proclaimed the crimes of the heavenly court. Public anger surged, among both people and gods. Many cultivators even looked skyward and cursed aloud in the streets. There was nothing left in the heavens, but that did not stop them from venting. Indoors. Dongfang Qinlan clung to her sister's arm. Then I'll serve the god too, all right. Why this sudden idea? Dongfang Huaizhu was taken aback. How old was this girl? Her little head barely reached her sister's shoulder. She was only 11. Dongfang Qinlan pouted. You're leaving, and father has his own home. What about me? I can't stay here every day. I think it's better if I follow you and serve the god. So that was it. Dongfang Huaizhu had thought she was getting love-struck. Bah, bah, bah. How old is my little sister? How could she have thoughts like that? Clearly I'm overthinking. Still, the girl wasn't wrong. Even if the world rose in rank, leaving her alone in the lower realm did not seem right. Should I just bring her along? But there were many rules in the Eternal Temple. Could she truly accept them? As her elder sister, Dongfang Huaizhu knew her temperament well. She did not like being restrained. Think it through. There are many rules in the Eternal Palace. Many rules. But there are lots of goddess sisters, right? That must be fun. Fun. Dongfang Huaizhu remembered her previous ascetic training and the day-by-day battles. Forget it. If she wants to go, let her go. Since her sister had her own will, Dongfang Huaizhu would not forbid it. And within the shrine, there were others her age as well. Chapter 238, Chapter 238, the Fox Demon world is promoted, the law of love leaps forward. The next day, Tushan Yaya was ready for the sacrifice. The whole world plunged into a sea of joy. Now that the aura had returned, and the problem of Aulai had been solved, they were about to be promoted into the realm of the gods. How could such a happy event not stir delight? Across the four quarters, among the monster clans and the human alliance, altars everywhere blazed to life. The site chosen as the main altar took the Earth's dragon veins for its base and the heavens themselves as its platform. Dongfang Huaizhu arrived with her younger sister. The three Tushan sisters appeared as well. Tushan Yaya wore an ice blue long dress, that beautiful figure, even Dongfang Huaizhu, a woman herself, couldn't help thinking it was a bit much. A true fox spirit. That body was a crime. Especially those long, white legs. Tushan Honghong was more restrained, but cool and elegant, beauty of a different, indispensable kind. She was, after all, the eldest sister. Her bearing was something ordinary people could never match. As for the youngest of the three, Tushan Rongrong, she seemed a shade paler, unsurprising, with two sisters so dazzling and alluring. She belonged to the purely cool type. Clad in a light yellow dress. Having cultivated divine law, she had long since shed her diminutive form, now she was nearly her eldest sister's height. Behind the three stood Cui Yuling, king of the leech demons. This time, she would also be a sacrifice. And it was the demon herself who had volunteered. Tushan Yaya knelt at the altar center and prayed devoutly. Great eternal God, I, Tushan Yaya, with the aid of the goddess Dongfang Huaizhu, have pacified the world. I pray you will hear the voice raised here. This time, with heaven destroyed, the world has become our home again. Our world returns to orthodoxy. To restore God's rule to the world naturally required the eternal God's hand. To promote a world with one heart. All prayed together. Far away in the realm of the gods, Lu Che had been waiting a long time, keeping a close watch on the happenings in the fox demon world. What he had not expected was that Dongfang Qinlan would choose to serve him. Forget it, seeing such sincerity, he would accept, if reluctantly. The blue sky became starlight in an instant. In the divine radiance, flame soared, time flowed. Across the interweaving of various laws, a pair of eyes took form. A vast voice rolled down from the God realm. This fragment world is qualified and may be promoted into the divine. As the words fell, everyone looked skyward and saw countless stars blaze. Tushan Yaya's heart leapt. She recognized this as Tanjiru's planet. At last, they had succeeded. This time, Lu Che chose to act personally. With the law of fire stirred only slightly, the gaps of the fox demon world shattered at once. Before the world could be swallowed by the sea of chaos, his own god domain had already wrapped it tight. Ding. Your disciple Tushan Yaya has sacrificed a world. Your god domain gains, plus 15% to divine power, plus 15% to domain area. The law of love is compatible with this world. Your law of love has grown by 30%. Ding. Your believer Tushan Yaya has sacrificed the leech essence Cui Yuling. A 10,000-fold increase is triggered. Your way of life has been perfected. Ding. Your disciple Tushan Yaya has sacrificed the world's destiny in its heavenly court. A 1,000-fold increase is triggered. You have obtained a god domain construction, Dreamy Sky City. Only 3 system chimes sounded. But Lu Che was satisfied. The little beauty Chui Yuling had completed the way of life outright. She would likely become a master of the life department in time. He would leave her to Lin Qinger to manage. What truly caught Lu Chei's attention, though, was that Tushan Yaya's fox demon world could actually strengthen his own laws. The power of love had grown stronger. That, he had never expected. Lu Chei had thought law growth required comprehension alone. As it turned out, conquering worlds worked as well. If he conquered the world of Inuyasha, and then the world of fighting fire, surely he would be able to break through to creation god. No. It seems I should spur Xiaofeng and Suner. Those two girls are progressing faster. Lu Chei rubbed his chin and made up his mind. He looked down at the Kikyo in his arms, kissed her, and said, "How about we go play in the lower realm?" Play? Kikyo blinked. She could return to the world she had once known. After all, it had been some time since she came to the God Realm. Kikyo was no stranger to the Nether. She simply hadn't gone there yet. She accompanied the god every day instead. He treated her very kindly, whether reading or strolling, he took her along. He had silently kept her sister's words in mind all along. That, too, had made Kikyo admire him, and gradually, love him. As for the past, the ties were severed, wholly dead. Now, if he asked this, did it mean there was something she needed to do? Meeting Kikyo's questioning gaze, Lu Chei smiled faintly. "I've no other motive. I simply feel the progress in your world must be hastened, and there's one more task for you." "So, not for play after all." Kikyo breathed a soft sigh. "Please, speak plainly, my god. It's a minor matter. In the original timeline, when you died, your soul split in two. One half of your soul would become a little girl named Kagome. I've interfered with your fate here, but on another timeline. Kagome still has it hard. I want you to rescue her." A wry glimmer touched Lu Chei's eyes. Not only did he mean to take Inuyasha's first love, he meant to take his wife as well. "Don't blame me. How can one not claim Kagome if one already has Kikyo?" The shrine maiden beauty in his arms understood. God wanted to have two of her. Truly greedy. "Very well, then I'll set out tomorrow, and give my sister a dream along the way. Remember, no mischief." Lu Chei spoke with a crooked smile. But Kikyo was puzzled. How could she be mischievous? Had the god encountered something? She wanted to ask, then thought better of it. If the god did not say, there must be a reason. At that time, in the fox demon world, the planet continued to expand, sprung like a coil. Countless mountains rose from the earth. The sky grew wider. The land grew broader. The aura they had obtained from the heavens before had already intoxicated them. But upon entering the God Realm, a stronger immortal chi emerged before their eyes. Immortal chi. Light, holy, rife with many elements. Even without cultivation, creatures of this world could live to 200 years. A thought welled in the hearts of all intelligent beings. Our world has been promoted. The world boiled with jubilation. When the planet stilled, a portal opened before Tushan Yaya and the others. "Ask for flowers." Dongfang Huaizhu said to the Tushan sisters, "Come with me. I have just received the god's instructions. Everyone is to go over." By everyone, she meant Tushan Rongrong as well. The latter was stunned. She had not expected even this appearance to meet the god's eye. For a moment, excitement surged. Her old inferiority fell away. Compared to her two sisters, Tushan Rongrong had always been a bit self-effacing. Her mind was quick. But she still fell short of the others. After arranging the directions for managing the world, they stepped into the divine radiance and went to the Eternal Temple. In the All Worlds chat group, the fox who only loves money, "Hey, first time going to the Eternal Shrine, I'm a little excited." Kaoru. Spirit of the Demon Sword, congratulations, another devout high priestess. Tosaka University, come to me in the Saint Cemetery. I've prepared so many pretty outfits. Pudu sentient beings, good grief, lying in broad daylight. Ninja scientist, fox, don't be as stupid as me, stop dreaming about Rin Tosaka. Tosaka University, what do you know, that's called an open scheme. We're just bringing the sisters closer. Shoo, shoo. The fox who only loves money, wait, my sister loves keeping busy. I'll go after I receive my reward. Jishur Witch, envy. I wonder when I'll get to go to the God Realm and visit sister. Vampire Queen, you absolutely can. Work hard and nothing's impossible, go for it. The fox who only loves money, I've seen your sister, she's so beautiful. By then, Tushan Yaya had reached the Ziwei Palace. She knelt before Lu Chei. Kikyo stood beside him in a plain dress. A faint blush on her face. Below, all were visibly nervous under Lu Chei's gaze. Chui Yuling nearly fainted. You did well this time. As for that world, after so long, becoming what it has is normal. In view of the efforts of you 3 sisters, I award you the blood of the divine fox, to Tu Shan Hong Hong, the fire law shard power, to Tu Shan Yaya, the frost law shard power, to Tu Shan Rong Rong, the soul dream shard power. As for the world itself, others will administer it for now. You 3 will cultivate here for a time. Oh, thank you for the god's gift. They bowed their heads in unison. Tu Shan Yaya asked softly, Lord God, may I visit the saint cemetery first? Off to work. The little fox nodded. In truth, she wanted to see Rin Tosaka. As for work, all had concluded. It wouldn't be tiring. Lu Che smiled. Go, then. Tu Shan Rong Rong can go as well. At that, the women exhaled as one. Truly, the god was gentle. Not so forbidding. No wonder so many loved him. Seeing how approachable he was, Tu Shan Hong Hong ventured, My lord god, do you know where the tree of suffering is? Is it, all right? It's, down on a certain hell star, Lu Che said, expression a little odd. Why, do you want to see it? Ever since that tree arrived in the God Realm, it had fully let itself go, with all sorts of writings, it had fooled many people. Predict. Chapter 239, Chapter 239, Work assignments begin. Li Xuning reaches the imperial capital and starts stirring things up. Tu Shan Hong Hong caught the change in God's tone. Even so, she still wanted to check on the giant tree of misery's current state. She had sacrificed it back then, it was only right to go and see it from time to time. After learning where it was, they each went their separate ways. Although Cui Yuling and Dongfang Qinlan hadn't received any rewards, simply coming to the God Realm was already a tremendous gift. Naturally, they didn't dare ask for more. And now that they had entered the shrine, their identities as goddesses were settled. All that remained was to cultivate step by step. Your name is Cui Yuling, isn't it? The little girl looked up, Cui Yuling nodded quickly. The other nodded in turn and said, Come with me. You're assigned to the life department, lots of goddesses work in that domain. In the life department, the leader was Lin Qinger, followed by Yu Xiaoxue. Then Tsunade, Bai Xing, Shang Xiuxuan. Under Chu Yi's lead, Cui Yuling reached the palace on the northwest side of the divine complex. The moment they stepped through the main hall's doors, a rich medicinal scent washed over them. Heady, but not cloying. Instead, it carried a crisp, bracing freshness. Just a few breaths, and Cui Yuling felt drowsiness creep in. Fortunately, the little attendant at her side reminded her, rousing her from the haze. Careful. The goddesses here research divine medicine pills, some of the properties volatilize into the air. If you don't shield yourself with divine power, you'll end up drunk on the vapors. Yes. Thank you for the warning. Cui Yuling's cheeks were flushed, she forced herself to hold steady. When she erected a shield, she shed the medicinal power layer by layer, and the drunken weight drifted away. It was less a hall, and more a blessed grotto. After Cui Yuling walked a short corridor, her vision opened, countless chambers floated in midair. Soft sunlight spilled through them. Within a single room, the sun rose. And the moon as well. The sight was terrible and wonderful. Cui Yuling's eyes widened. Sis, do you refine by Luo Dan like this? MHM. This yellow springs pill needs nether chi, came a calm reply, but, you have to neutralize the destructive force within it, then amplify the power of reincarnation. The voices drifted from overhead. Cui Yuling looked up. 2 women sat upon an isle of rock, floating slowly in the air. Goddess Tsunade, there's a newcomer. All right, I know. In a blink, a woman with an extremely exaggerated figure descended from the isle. Cui Yuling stared at the towering plumpness. The corner of her eye twitched. Good grief, did you grow up eating nothing but papaya? In future, you'll study under me. Since you're assigned here, you must have some foundation in medicine, right? Yes, Sister Tsunade. I'm a monster, my medical arts have been accumulating for nearly a century. A century? Not bad at all. Teaching her would be easy. Tsunade nodded, took Cui Yuling's hand, and led her to the life department's library. Pointing to the stacks, she smiled. Start with the fundamentals, understand the difference between God-level creatures and holy-level creatures. After that, the rest comes easy. 10,000 volumes filled that library. With a solid base, the rest would indeed be simple. These were all compilations Tsunade had put together herself, meticulous, painstaking work. Elsewhere, Dongfang Huaizhu brought her younger sister to Shifeishuan, patroness of the floating immortal cultivators. No fighting, no fuss. The adorable little girl drew every eye at once. Sweki, in particular, took to Dongfang Qinlan in an instant. They made sisters of each other on the spot. Seeing her sister so beloved, Dongfang Huaizhu felt relieved. This fulfilled the girl's wish. Next came diligent cultivation. People had to work hard to live. Goddesses were no exception. She had no desire to be a mere vase. Everyone who's come to listen, today's tale is a fantasy, both beautiful and very sad. On the plant god star of the God Realm, the giant tree of misery spun a moving yarn like some miracle monger. Ao Qian was a regular there. Whenever he had a spare moment, he manifested himself to attend the lectures. Otherwise, would he have gone into heat with the destiny true dragon that day? Far away in the clouds, Tu Shanhonghong listened to love triangles and court intrigue, and slipped away, rubbing her temples. Good grief. No wonder the god had worn such a strange look. A tree with no gender. Piping up day after day. Pushing along the God Realm's development, and the books it wrote were wildly popular besides. What a peculiar thing. I came to check on it, and now I'm going to be in a foul mood. For Hong Hong, who had guarded her body like jade, this body already pledged to the god. Listening to such tales felt sordid. The beautiful divine fox turned into a stream of light, slipped through a portal. A faint scowl lingering across her face. It had not been a pleasant errand. In the journey to the West World, Li Xuning and Altria moved less swiftly than Dongfang Huaizhu. The former headed straight for the Tang court, while the latter coordinated with Yang Jian to plan how best to expand belief in God to its widest reach. Li Tang, at that moment, still prospered. Li Shimin stood in his prime, the nations came to pay tribute. Add to that the Bodhisattva's appearance, and the emperor's own brother reborn as a devout monk, and one could imagine just how radiant Li Shimin looked in those days. When Li Xuning reached the imperial city, she felt a gaze lock onto her. It was the Tang dynasty's imperial fortune. Also the Earthvane's qi. Even the Tathagata would not lightly slay an emperor, for fear of being bitten by that luck. Heh. Even if I'm not the eldest princess of this era, I'm still a dragon. Li Xuning cloaked her presence. And flew inward. Roar. Dragon qi surged out and crashed toward her. She did not dodge. She let the strike fall. And then something strange happened. The dragon qi passed through her without effect. Who goes there? A roar split the air from the heavenly master's residence. Yuan Tiangang led his disciple aloft. At sight of Li Xuning, his expression grew complicated. She clearly wasn't the eldest princess. Yet her aura felt uncannily similar. What in the world was this? The heavenly master was dumbfounded, and his disciple, Li Chunfeng, no less so. My name is Li Xuning. I come from the eternal God Realm. I'm here to meet a Li Shimin of another world. Will you step aside? The eternal God Realm. Yuan Tiangong's pupils contracted sharply. She was a messenger of that great god. But why did she, too, bear the name Li Xuning? If one looked closer, it wasn't hard to discover that master and disciple could not perceive the other's presence at all. I don't suppose you could say what you want with the Tang Emperor? Li Chunfeng forced himself to ask. They were Taoist insiders. And heaven stood behind them. But against the eternal God Realm, the disparity was too great. Li Xuning's gaze sharpened. A moment later, Li Chunfeng spat blood and tumbled back. Dragon qi still pooled about him, but it could not shield him in the least. My business isn't yours to question. Move, or die. The chill in her voice made Yuan Tiangong's scalp prickle. Please, then, but don't harm the Tang Emperor, if you can help it. Yuan Tiangong's tone bordered on pleading. At that, the woman called Li Xuning smiled. In another world, I also have a brother named Li Shimin. Don't worry. Then she vanished. The dragon qi also subsided. Ahem. Master, that woman is terrifying. She nearly killed me. Li Chunfeng clutched his chest, coughing dryly. This was too frightening. Not even the same dimension. By rights, so long as dragon qi protected him, even gods could not harm him. Unless the dynasty itself collapsed. Yuan Tiangang snorted. And who told you to chatter? Mind yourself, or you won't know how you died. Li Chunfeng curled his lip and did not take it to heart. Instead, he wondered, what did Li Xuning intend? She came to the imperial city, seeking the Tang Emperor. Was it orthodoxy she sought? He recalled the rumors in the cultivation world, the gods did not like Buddhism. Perhaps the world was about to change. If he could seize this chance, maybe he wouldn't have to remain a mere gatekeeper, maybe he could rise to the heights. In the rear garden, Li Shimin enjoyed a warm moment with his empress. Your Majesty Li is truly at leisure, while beyond your walls, chaos brews. The sudden voice startled them all. They turned toward the sound. A woman in battle dress stood there, smiling at their emperor. Bold. Where did this maid come from, to spout such wild words? 1.4 inch. Maid? I'm no maid. Then who are you? And why claim my world is about to fall into chaos? Li Shimin narrowed his eyes without anger. Majesty flowed from the emperor toward the intruder. But she remained unmoved, and smiled. I am a goddess of the eternal God realm. Seeing your country enshrine the Buddha and keep tens of thousands of monks in state care, I feel a little sad. Eternal God realm. Li Shimin murmured, his face changing greatly. At last he remembered the terrifying celestial phenomena of the past days. It seems you understand who I am. But don't be afraid. I won't kill you, and I won't force your hand. Only, are these monks, who produce nothing and live on others' rations, truly of use to you? One sentence. And Li Shimin's innermost thoughts stirred. He waved aside those around him. The attendants withdrew from the imperial garden one by one. Though the empress tried to remain. Li Shimin said, this goddess will not harm me. I don't know why, but I have that instinct. Then your majesty must be careful. Li Xuning drew a wine flask from her sleeve, poured for them both, and said softly. Curious about my name? I'm called Li Xuning. In another world, I have a second brother named Li Shimin. Chapter 240, Ruthless, or rather, Li Shimin ruthlessly governs the monks. Li Shimin was stunned on the spot. Li Xuning. Wasn't that Sanyang? He quickly realized this Sanyang was not his Sanyang. But a Sanyang from another world. Thinking of the elder brother he had killed with his own hands, Li Shimin's face showed embarrassment and turned a little ugly. However, he was the emperor. Even with a goddess standing before him, he maintained a composure that ordinary people could scarcely possess. I don't know what matter brings you down to the mortal realm. That was Li Shimin's first sentence. And also his second question. Buddhism doesn't seek true enlightenment, it merely confuses people's hearts and harms the world. Especially the bald one on Lingshan, the god does not look kindly upon him. I'm here to tell you this, the westward pilgrimage for scriptures is nothing but their conspiracy. Why had Li Xuning come? To implement the plan of eradication. Starting here, she would wipe out all of Tang Sanzang's efforts. Demolish all the temples. Disband all the monks. Li Shimin was taken aback. In a low voice, he said, is it truly so grave? I respect Buddhism, I've thought it could lead people toward goodness. I never imagined. It's fine for monks to exhort goodness, but have you considered this, the people live in hardship and must feed these monks. What does it mean to accumulate blessings for the next life? If humans are to be good, why look to an illusory next life? Even immortals reincarnated through the cycle enter the womb in ignorance. Do you think mortals remember the sufferings of their previous lives when they reincarnate? Deceiving children may fool the ignorant. But if this life is bitter, should one not strive in this life? Li Shimin nodded again and again. He was no fool. Li Er was a wise ruler. Every sentence struck at the heart of the matter. Hundreds of people in a monastery, building halls, erecting statues, and never tilling the land. Occupying vast tracts. Yet stretching out their hands for incense, money and alms. If they have sound bodies and hands, why not do their own work? No wonder the god despised those bald men, it truly hindered the people's development. Li Xuning continued, a man shaves his head to become a monk and a woman becomes a nun, a good family is thus scattered. If this goes on, will people still remain people? In Chang'an's Huazhang temple alone, there were as many as 1,000. Hundreds more in other temples. All of that was productive strength. But they married not, bore no children. And chose the monastic life. Guiding people to goodness is not a salvation monks alone can provide. Buddhism has its merits, but it should not deceive so brazenly. After a long pause, Li Shimin sighed. But I'm helpless. Those Buddhas and Bodhisattvas manifest in dreams and signs. The people believe them and do not believe in me, their emperor. That problem is simple. This is a method passed down by God, even an emperor can cultivate it. Li Xuning tossed out the one thing Li Er could not refuse. Cultivation, becoming an immortal. And a method bestowed by the eternal God. In an instant, he was captivated. Truly. My God is older than Pangu, not comparable to those so-called immortal Buddhas. You'll know once you try. I'll rest here in the garden. You may go. Li Xuning waved him off. Li Er looked down at the jade slip in his hand. His heart burning. If he cultivated this, would he become more fearsome than an immortal? He still doubted her words. But he could not deny the shock the eternal God had given him. What was an immortal Buddha? Something said to surpass even the great god Pangu. That afternoon, the news was sealed off, no one knew a goddess now lived in the rear garden. Not even the Li Xuning of this world knew. Night fell. Changning Palace. Li Shimin opened the jade slip and began to meditate. The content was simple. Just meditation. Can the God's law be so simple? Li Er had his doubts, but meditation alone could do no harm. Half a stick of incense later. He fell into the state, under the refinement of divine power, his aging body recovered the mien of youth. 3 hours later. Li Shimin opened his eyes. The power coursing through him made him want to cry out with sheer comfort. A freshness he had never known flooded his limbs and bones. So this is the God's method. 1 session, and I've broken through to the realm of a land immortal. It truly is a marvel. Why should an emperor be denied longevity? Plainly, the immortals feared the emperor mastering humanity and overturning immortal Buddha authority. A boldness surged in Li Shimin's chest. He had once been a martial master as well, but had been stuck at the innate barrier, unable to advance. For the moment one steps into the innate, lifespan extends by decades, and those immortals would not allow it. Now, though, things had changed. With the goddess's aid, Li Shimin had been reborn. He thought of the god's manifested Dharma body. Enthusiasm filled his heart, and the power within him immediately calmed. After only a short while, he went to the imperial garden. Li Shimin pressed his fists together, knelt respectfully, and said, Li Shimin greets the goddess. I wonder, are you at rest? Come in. From the look of you, you've already practiced the divine law. How did it go? Marvelous, truly marvelous. Li Shimin's excitement was obvious, his gaze toward Li Xiaoning brimmed with awe. She smiled faintly, pointed in the air, and a scroll of images unfurled before him. Within were scenes of monastic families across the Tang. When a man dons the robe, he bears no responsibility, and his family suffers. Countless people wept through long nights. Then the scene turned to the people near Guanjiangku. They lived and worked in contentment, prosperous and unified in the face of hardship. They practiced the divine law. Everyone was a master, wild beasts were reduced to livestock and raised in pens. Have you seen it? This is true peace. How does it compare to the Buddha's false compassion? Compassion is not achieved by wagging one's tongue. I was wrong. I listened to their slander. Then let those Buddhas taste the power of an emperor. I'll shield you here, even if Guanin comes, she'll kneel. Li Xiaoning's voice carried murder. As emperor, Li Er laughed from his belly. He no longer wished to be stifled by the aura of those immortals and Buddhas. With someone backing him, it felt good. The next day, in court, Li Shimin suddenly said, by incomplete statistics, there are 100,000 monks in our realm who produce nothing and ask for wealth day after day. What do you all think? 1 sentence. And the hall shook. Not long ago, a bodhisattva had descended to the world, resolving confusions. His Majesty had proclaimed the flourishing of Buddhism, and so in short order, the Dharma had spread swiftly. Why this sudden reversal? In the crowd, Yuan Tiangang began to sneer to himself. Finally, the time had come. The other side moved quickly indeed. Changsuan Wuji stepped out. Your Majesty speaks truly, monks should be regulated. According to this minister's overnight inquiry, many came from comfortable homes, but after hearing they could live full bellies without labor as monks, they entered temples. It has long been a disaster. But your Majesty, what of the bodhisattva? Human affairs should be resolved by humans. Wei Aiqing, is that not so? The black-faced Wei Zheng met Li Shimin's cool gaze and fell silent at once. Don't think he couldn't impeach the emperor. But he read the room. In truth, these ministers had no fondness for Buddhism, but since His Majesty favored the bodhisattva's appearance, they had chosen to go along. Now that His Majesty had resolved, what was there to fear? Cheng Yaojin said outright, Your Majesty speaks to my heart. Human affairs belong to the human world, why heed those immortals? Old Cheng. Qin Shubao gave him a warning glance, but the other pretended not to hear. That day, an imperial edict went out across Chang'an. All monastic benefits were revoked. Monks would pay taxes, and heavier than merchant levies. Some eminent monks refused to accept it. They even went to the imperial envoy to question the matter. 977 The result was delivered. Your monastery occupies such a vast area, houses so many monks, and still you ask others for incense money. If you don't pay taxes, who should? Would you have those who can't fill their bellies pay? Either return home and farm, or pay tax according to the land you occupy. Those ruthless words became the last straw that broke Huazhang Temple. Countless monks sought to leave, only to find they could not even pass the city gates. Oh heaven! Whose slander has Emperor Tang believed? Why is he so cruel to us Buddhists? Yes. We eat plain and recite the Buddha's name day and night, guiding people to goodness. It shouldn't be like this. The monks took to the streets, trying to rally the compassionate to their side. Then an old man with red, swollen eyes stepped from the crowd and slapped a young monk to the ground. Bah, you brat. If you hadn't preached of the next life, my child wouldn't have become a monk. You're comfortable, have you ever thought how I am to live? The old man was past 50. He had raised his son through the first half of his life. He had hoped, with great difficulty, to see the boy marry, yet his daughter-in-law died, and in despair his son entered the monastery. Now the old man begged for scraps to survive. Such scenes unfolded again and again. Shiaoan stood on the city tower, looking down on it all, and sneered. This is only the beginning. The next step is phase 2. All monks must perform corvée. I will dig 6 trenches every year for 6 months. 6 months. That was no mere labor assignment. It was a death warrant. Trenches were not easily dug. Poor food and heavy labor every day. The ministers at his side listened. And did not dare breathe a word. The emperor before them was no longer the one they had known. Who would dare speak and court death? First, heavy taxes. Next, corvée. Who knew what would follow? Shiaoan was ruthless. Chapter 241, Chapter 241, Shiaoan's strategy, offering the Bodhisattva Guanin as a sacrifice. South China Sea, Mount Putua. For days now, Guanin had felt something was amiss. Why does my heart keep thumping like this? Ever since returning from Lingshan, she had been unable to find stillness. Today, she couldn't even maintain a chant. She opened her eyes, confusion flickered across them. In the distance, the gathered spirits, kneeling demons and temple acolytes, stared at the Bodhisattva of compassion with unease. Today should have been her monthly sermon. Why had it not begun? Sensing their gaze, Guanin parted her lips and sighed. You may all withdraw. My heart is unsettled today, I will not preach. Yes, Bodhisattva. They bowed and withdrew. The vast lecture terrace fell silent, leaving Guanin alone. She raised her eyes to the sky, then closed them and began to probe inward. Could someone be plotting against me? Her divine spirit, pure and flawless, showed neither blemish nor the slightest trace of a curse. Then why this disquiet? She frowned. If her soul was sound, then what of her faith? When Guanin examined her golden Dharma body, she found at last the problem. The bright, resplendent gold was dim, shockingly dim, and growing dimmer by the moment. This. Is someone targeting the Dharma itself? Guanin was startled. Her primordial spirit split into countless strands, tracing the channels of her golden body back toward the source. Jiayu Town. Before the ancestral shrine of Guanin. A crowd had gathered, but not as they had in the past. No one held incense or candles. This time, they carried sledgehammers and axes. Some were already prying at the shrine's own plaques. Smash it. A Guanin temple like this doesn't deserve to exist. Right. Break down this hypocritical bodhisattva first, then we'll topple her golden statue. Shouts rose and fell in waves. With a thunderous crash, the temple roof caved in, the Buddha images within were shattered in the next instant. Guanin saw their furious faces and truly froze. A corresponding anger surged up from her heart, but before she could flare, a familiar figure passed through her mind's eye, a villager on the banks of the Tongtian River. Was it because of that? Cold sweat beaded at Guanin's temples. For the first time, fear pried at her composure. So it all came back to her. In that instant, Yang Jian's rebuke echoed in her heart. The parents of those children, did you ever consider them? That a fish spirit of your own letting slips out to eat people when it wishes, and you know those are children raised by parents, not feed for a fish demon. And that was merely one vignette. Elsewhere, similar scenes were unfolding. In the span of 3 hours, dozens of temples fell one after another. And Guanin understood the cause. The Tang emperor had publicly declared the abolition of Buddhism. The reason was simple. Buddhism, as practiced now, could not govern the world, it could only raise up a brood of complacent gluttons. What temptation has ensnared the Tang emperor to make such a dreadful proclamation? Guanin could not bear it. Her heart heaved, she stepped onto auspicious clouds and flew toward Chang'an. Though the world of journey to the west is vast, the Bodhisattva's power should not be underestimated. In 6 hours, she crossed the South Sea and reached Chang'an. Night had fallen. Guanin descended above the city. She gathered her power, prepared to manifest. But the moment the Buddha light kindled, a dragon shadow leaped up from the earth. A roar shook the clouds. People jolted awake across Chang'an. In the sky above, Guanin hovered, luminous. Many, thinking she had come to demand justice, fell to their knees and kowtowed. Unexpectedly, a crimson figure streaked from the imperial city and drove a fist straight into Guanin's abdomen. Ah. I've been waiting for you, dear Bodhisattva Guanin. Shiaoan's strike landed cleanly. She did not press the attack, instead she smiled, sly and serene, at Guanin, who had been forced back by that single blow. "Who are you?" Guanin asked coldly, one hand pressed to her abdomen. That speed, that peculiar method of attack, she had never seen its like. Plainly a cultivator, yet why did Dragon Chi backbite her while it spared this woman? Something was deeply wrong. Lucian tucked a stray lock behind her ear. An enemy of Buddhism. One of the goddesses of the eternal god. Lucian, from another world. How could she be Lucian? Guanin was taken aback. Don't look so surprised. In that other world, I too am the sister of the Tang Emperor, Lucian. In truth, I've been waiting for you. Since you dwell in the clouds and understand courtesy, how about serving as a maid to my god? They faced each other in midair. Below, within the imperial compound, the ministers of Great Tang had assembled. Lucian addressed them. You see that the temples are fallen and this Guanin has appeared. When calamities, natural and man-made, struck, where was Guanin? Now you understand my design. Of course, Cheng Yaojin harumphed, human matters are handled by humans. Ah, she's truly a goddess. One punch and she knocked Guanin back. These so-called immortals are merely powerful practitioners, only earlier in the way than we. By Lucian's decree, the Tang officials had already begun cultivating the doctrine of eternal meditation. Now the ministers stood in renewed vigor. The hidden wounds and ailments that had plagued them were gone. With such ministers at his side, what fear had he that Tang's glory would not continue? Lucian was certain, so long as the faith of the eternal god spread, his empire would endure. And the goddess's guarantee was worth countless times more than the Buddha's empty promises. The murmurs below drifted up to Guanin's ears. At first she did not heed them. But as the minister's words grew more unsettling, she looked, not with divine condescension, but carefully, into the hearts and auras of these people. The results shocked her expectations. The emperor, who ought to be unable to cultivate, now possessed power approaching the immortal. The ministers followed suit. Guanin lowered her gaze to the Lucian before her and said, cool and even, since you've shown your true face, let us go elsewhere to fight. I will not allow you to rampage here. There must be a reckoning today. You will not leave. Lucian smiled. Very well. Let's change the venue. They sped away, one after another. Lucian turned back to the assembly. I have allowed this today to show you that the so-called immortals and Buddhas, before the eternal God, are nothing but naked pretenders stripped of their fig leaves. And if I learn that any of you harbor ulterior motives, you will end as those others did. Just the day before, Lucian had seized many traitors, collaborators of Buddhism. They had practiced the Buddhist teachings, and after receiving the Dharma, they conspired to leak intelligence. Now they were scattered to the winds in 100 nameless graves. Many shuddered under the warning. On a wilderness plain far from Chang'an, Guanin halted. Her internal injuries mended in a single breath. She lifted the Yujing bottle in her hand and pointed it at Lucian, striking first. Kindness and morality. In this hour, only victory would speak. The moment Guanin moved, two figures flickered into being at her left and right. Threefold primordial sever heaven formation, activate. Three voices rang as one. An array spread like a vaulted sky and fell over Guanin. You. Yang Jian, is this all your arrangement? On Guanin's left stood Yang Jian. On her right, a blonde girl. And Lucian faced her head on. The three formed the formation, sealing off every thread of heavenly perception between heaven and earth. To be precise, Yang Jian said, we had already calculated this the moment Altria and I arrived. We foresaw that once the temples were demolished, all the Buddha's attention would be drawn. If we aimed for you alone, the matter would be simple. So, Bodhisattva Guanin, please accept your fate. Think of it as the honor of becoming our offering to God. 2 goddesses, and a chief priest on par with the Tathagata. Not to mention the Bodhisattva herself, even if the Tathagata, her patron, came in person, he would have to kneel. Seeing the situation, Guanin recognized she could not flee. She sneered. Do you truly take the poor monk so lightly? Even if I die, I will not be made an object to be gifted to your evil god. From the Yujing bottle she poured out the San Yuan water in a gleaming torrent. Terrible as it seemed, the flood did not touch any of the three. Altria held Avalon in her hand. Empowered by divine grace, the scabbard had been reforged by a goddess adept in the making of artifacts. It could offset any attack. Everything felt like a dream. Such is the terror of Avalon, not brute resistance, but the nullification of all strikes. The Buddhist mystic, Peacock Lotus. Her first move having failed, Guanin gathered her mana and resolved to perish together. In that sealed pocket of sky, 1,000 lotus blossoms opened at once, each weighted with the force of a golden immortal's strike. Yet Lucian, Altria, and Yang Jian did not blanch. They only regarded her with faint amusement. Do you know why we never attacked? Lucian asked. It isn't to maintain this formation, Yang Jian added. It's to build an altar, Altria finished, eyes bright. For all your wisdom, Guanin, you are not so clever. Below them, the mountains flared with countless divine sigils. Boom. A storm of divine radiance speared up from the earth. Every lotus shattered like a bubble. Guanin had no time to react before the force above slammed her from the sky and pinned her to the ground. She struggled to lift her head. Through the torn firmament, she glimpsed a ragged void of stars, and a hopeless smile tugged at her lips. So this is how I end. Given as a tribute to a god. A bitter laugh rose in her heart. No one from Buddhism had come. 3 lifetimes of ascetic practice, 7 lives of vows, empty words, all. Her strength had been spent. Even her dust-stained robes were fraying at the seams. Then the divine light closed. Guanin's body rose, drawn upward, higher and higher, until she vanished from the sight of the 3. Yang Jian turned to Li Xuning and smiled. Thanks to your strategy, Goddess Li, we've broken one of Buddhism's pillars. The rest will be far easier to discuss. Chapter 242, Chapter 242, Manjusri is devoured, Guanin beholds the eternal God. Within the Buddhist fold. 4 bodhisattvas. Several Ming Wang. And, above all, the Tathagata Buddha. As for Kitagarbha or the like. Not a concern at this moment. The chief aim is to purge the earthly forces first. To rid the world of Guanin now is tantamount to severing Buddhism's right arm. The instant Guanin left the mortal realm. Every statue of the Bodhisattva of compassion grew desolate and dim. Temples that had stood beside the Bodhisattva's resplendent golden bodies collapsed one after another. In places, the statues shattered outright. Worse still, there were places where one could clearly feel that Bodhisattva Guanin had vanished. This is the arcane of the Dharma. On Lingshan. The sacred mountain was already awash in blood red. Samantabhadra and Manjusri were sealed within their respective monasteries, unable to move so much as an inch. Lesser Buddhist adepts had all melted into drops of blood, swallowed by the Tathagata demon Buddha. Sensing Guanin's disappearance, both assumed that the Tathagata had devoured her, and their anxiety mounted. This is ill, Manjusri thought. If this demon Buddha has even swallowed Guanin, am I to die as well? I must find a way to escape. He stared at the blood-colored Buddha that barred his doorway, gritted his teeth, and rushed out. His golden body burst forth to ward off the blood taint. But for some unfathomable reason the gore seeped along that very golden body and invaded his primordial spirit in a grotesque way. No. Why? Manjusri cried out and turned to retreat. A vast, blood-soaked hand flew from the pool of gore in the heavens and seized him outright. Like a fledgling chick, Manjusri was carried off without managing even a token resistance. Filth was everywhere. Countless strands of wool invaded Manjusri's spiritual platform, trying to remake him in their image. Cease resisting, Manjusri. In the beginning, all are one. Resistance is futile. We are the Tathagata, and the Tathagata is us as well. Become one. Become one. 977. Black flesh and blood ceaselessly befouled the golden body. No matter how Manjusri struggled, he could not dispel any of it. His golden body dulled by degrees. And Manjusri became the second fallen bodhisattva. Within the blood pool, an egg was being formed. A fetus slumbering inside. This was the Tathagata's method. Since the golden body had been shattered, he simply smashed the jar entirely and turned all of his accumulation into an egg. Break, then stand anew. It harmed the way itself. And yet this defilement of heaven's order had actually succeeded. Moreover, the world took Lingshan for a holy place. But few realized how much scheming the Tathagata had invested to grow Buddhism. First, Lingshan. In truth, it was a vent sealing down the filth of the world. The face it showed to the front was Yang. Its north face, Yin. Why did the Tathagata's power surpass the 3 realms so that he could dominate even the Jade Emperor? He relied upon this natural Yin-Yang array. Thus, to outsiders, Buddhism seemed pure, flawless. But beneath Lingshan lay a dark spring that suppressed immeasurable filth. Because there was aid from God. The Tathagata's cultivation advanced with half the effort. His plan had been to use the westward pilgrimage to accrue great merit. In order to wipe out completely a prior error, namely, the filth sealed beneath Lingshan. But Lu Che appeared. And brought an outcome the Tathagata had never foreseen. His golden body shattered. The suppressive power over the dark spring naturally collapsed. Even had the Tathagata not sacrificed those Buddhist followers, this grand Yin-Yang array would, in due time, have broken apart. They would not have survived regardless. How filthy Buddhism had become. Even the demons they had taken in had devoured many humans. Compassion. A hollow laugh. Without power, what meaning has compassion? In the earth's veins, A solitary rift had already opened. From within, the power of unnumbered souls kept dancing out. They were the aimless rage of the wronged dead, but drawn by the blood fetus, they all merged into it. This was the Tathagata stratagem. Since holy Buddha power could not defeat that terrifying god, what about absorbing all the evils under heaven? Surely that would suffice. With every passing second, dozens of souls flew up from the rift. One could measure, by that alone, how many unjust souls Buddhism had slain across 1,000 years. The so-called deliverance degree. It never meant purifying the evil in those wronged souls. If it were so simple, Taoism would never have despised it. Buddhist deliverance meant stripping away the dark side of the soul. In other words, dividing the soul while one yet lived. This art works upon the soul directly. Hence the impression that Buddhism's mercy is boundless. In truth, the very ones delivered never even knew their souls had been split. How tragic is that? A monk who never angers, never rages. Is that truly perfection? No, only an obedient tool. Dong, dong. Dong, dong. After absorbing Manjusri's power, the fetus beat faster. Each pulse triggered a shift in the heavens. The golden radiance of Lingshan slowly took on a faint blood hue. Those who cultivated along the Buddhist way, their roots affected, began to turn into filth. Light and darkness cohabited one body. The Tathagata was a transfer station. All who practiced Buddhism naturally began to show problems. In temples here and there, elder monks felt an unprecedented thought stir at the very depths of their souls. The four are empty. Emptied into farce, desire, sin, resentment, envy. Every negative emotion began to take root in their hearts and flourish. The clearest instance was this. The monkey had struck down a demon by accident, and instead of rebuke, Tang monk declared that it had deserved to die. Master, has your temper changed? Why are you so wrathful? Sun the monkey ran over with his staff and laid a palm on Tang Sanzang's brow. But found no fever. A faint blood dart flashed through Tang monk's eyes. He shook his head. I cannot say why. When I saw that demon just now, rage welled up all at once. This. The monkey could not make sense of it. So he began to investigate the surroundings. But in the end found no demon at all. If it wasn't some demon sorcery, then what evil impediment had the master encountered? The monkey was baffled. He could only return to Tang monk's side and keep close guard. Elsewhere, within the eternal god's domain, Bodhisattva Guanin arrived at the eternal shrine borne on a beam of sky-transmitting light. She took in the magnificence before her. A place suffused with brightness and sanctity, and the hatred in her heart melted away in an instant. So this is where the eternal God dwells, so exalted, so stirring to behold. Buddhism may preach that the four great elements are all empty. But that does not mean there is nothing to admire. Yet her admiration lasted only a moment before the power of the laws that filled the sky left her breathless. The complete law of time, long and unbroken. The complete law of fire. And the complete law of love. The powers of those three laws converged and intertwined across the sky. It took the breath away. She lowered her head, considered, and realized that, by everything she had seen and heard in her life, she could not even comprehend such power. This had already exceeded everything she knew of power. While Guanin stood dazed in the thoroughfare, a woman of similarly dignified bearing appeared before her. My name is Dongfang Huaizhu. You are Guanin from the lower realm. Come with me. I do not know, where are you taking me? She wanted to ask, where are you taking me, plainly. But the other's aura was several times nobler than her own. It made a Guanin long accustomed to being above others feel distinctly ill at ease. Even a touch awkward. Huaizhu glanced her over and said, indifferent, naturally, the god wishes to see you. Without that, the mistakes you have made would merit millennial punishment. Mistakes. Abetting evil. Guanin's heart filled with misery, she could not even decide what to say. She had been resolved to die. But once she arrived here, that resolve slipped out of her heart. Perhaps this was the turning of a mind. Yet when she heard that the god wished to see her, she could not say why, but her heart tensed. What if the god wishes to condemn me? If the other asks, why did you not surrender earlier? How am I to answer? A bodhisattva famed for calm and intelligence. And yet, for the moment, she lost her composure entirely. She became, instead, like an ordinary woman, letting her thoughts run in every direction. The two walked one behind the other. Halfway to the Ziwei Palace, a dragon's roar rang out. Guanin lifted her gaze and saw two giant dragons flying overhead. The green-clad girl at her side explained, the golden dragons are dragons condensed from the law of fate, the black dragons are true star dragons. Don't be too startled, they are merely the gods' pets. Beings whose very aura inspired dread. And they were only pets. Ridiculous, then, that she had once imagined Buddhism could stand against God. For a time, Guanin's heart kept sinking, and even her face grew solemn. Dongfang Huaizhu, striding before her, smiled inwardly. We'll see how long you can keep that lofty pose. This is tailor-made to correct you, she thought. You chose to resist the great God, be grateful you are not punished like a maid. In a little while, the two reached the Ziwei Palace. As Guanin crossed its threshold, she saw God seated upon the throne, gazing straight at her. Kneel and thank God for his grace. At the word, Guanin obediently dropped to her knees, forehead pressed to the floor. This was her enlightenment. And it was the first time she had ever knelt. The palace was very quiet. But she could feel several pairs of blazing eyes upon her. Then a cool voice drifted from beside the throne. It seems your strength is quite meager. Why persist in your wishful resistance? You are less than those strange, nameless creatures. You don't know, Sister Huey, another voice, Tiamat's, broke in, women of the lower realm are ever so proud. The two voices sang in counterpoint. And Guanin lifted her head a fraction. Then lowered it again. Raise your face and look at me. The tone was gentle, simple, nothing like the shock she had expected. Timidly, Guanin raised her eyes. Her northern sea eyes trembled, she bit her lower lip tight and did not dare meet the gaze head-on. But God had commanded her to look. How could she refuse? At last their eyes met. Two clear tracks of tears slid down Guanin's delicate cheeks. Because in that instant, she saw what had happened in her childhood, back when she was human, before Guanin. When she was still called Miaoshan. Only after true enlightenment did that human heart slowly cool. And now, as she looked, she remembered it all. Chapter 243, Miaoshan restores her true nature, Altria rescues Kong Xian. Miaoshan gives thanks for the God's grace. I have awakened to great enlightenment and place myself at your disposal. Guanin. No, Miaoshan, restored to her true name. Had been moved, emotion surged, softening every line. Gone was the aloof illusion from before, the cold arrogance that looked down on the world. Here stood a living person. Lu Che had merely stirred the law of affection and led forth the true feelings buried in Miaoshan's heart. In his view, whether deity or mortal, emotion is the most basic root. Only, each person bears different strength, gaining power by sacrificing one's feelings is in truth to have long since stepped into the demonic path. Such people carry a fatal flaw. Just like Karen. Just like Shifijuan. And just like Miaoshan as she had been until now. At this moment she wept, tears spilling as she recalled all she had done in the name of Buddhism, things truly unbefitting and ill-judged. Especially the matter of the Tongtian River and the Chen family village. That weighed heaviest on Miaoshan's heart. Putting herself in others' place. If her own child had been eaten by a demon, she too would have gone mad. The great king of inspiration was a monster she had subdued with the Dharma. Though kept in captivity, the inferiority at his root had never been extirpated from beginning to end. Yang Jian had been right. People are people. Even if one reincarnates, one should not, because of some prior life fate, continue to suffer in this life. There is no memory of reincarnation. Even if one suffers, no repentance can arise from what one cannot recall. The Buddhist teaching, at its root, had gone astray. I have always said, Lu Che spoke evenly, that no man, not even a sage, is without fault. If a person gains overwhelming power and then plays the villain, he will mislead multitudes. I am gratified that you can see where you were wrong. Yet though you erred, you have done good as well. Remain here in this temple and atone. Miaoshan had thought the god would punish her severely, she had not expected him to merely instruct her. Guilt still pressed on her chest. She opened her mouth to beg for punishment. But a jade-smooth hand pressed lightly to her shoulder. Idiot. The god wants you to remain in Ziwei Palace. That is an immense honor. Give thanks. Dongfang Huaizhu spoke with a twinge of jealousy. This woman, it seemed, was truly fortunate. Instead of punishment the god had kept her at his side, to hear his teachings at all times. Though Dongfang detested needless strife. Even she felt the bite of envy now. After all, aside from the three goddesses who could stand near the throne, only Kikyo had enjoyed such favor. Thank you for the god's gift, Miaoshan whispered. Rise. Lu Che looked at Miaoshan's reddened face, and a single phrase surfaced unbidden, seated lotus. If he were to let her sleep in, it would be a classic image indeed. Miaoshan rose and moved to stand beside Kikyo. This, from now on, would be her place. Upon arriving in the God Realm, the 9-colored divine clouds had woven her a long dress. And now, standing shoulder to shoulder with Kikyo, few would ever guess that this beautiful woman had once been Guanin. At that moment Lu Chei's gaze flicked to his system panel. Ding. Your believer Yang Jian has sacrificed Miaoshan, Guanxian, a destined daughter of an entire world, triggering a multiplier increase. Congratulations on obtaining your 4th god-tier figure. Ding. Because Miaoshan is Bodhisattva Guanxian of the journey to the West world, and carries immense native fortune, you receive 10% of that world's fate. Hint, current fortune, 44%. Ding. By employing the law of emotion to perceive Miaoshan's goodness and purge the Buddhist imprints within her, she has now fully comprehended the law of emotion. It is recommended that she be cultivated with focus. Name, Miaoshan. Height, 1.68 meters. Attributes, holiness, light, emotion. Abilities, law of emotion, beginner, dharma, god level. Physique, icy jade spirit Guanin divine body, dual cultivation grants an additional bonus. These were his gains this time. I didn't expect this, what a peculiar physique. This is the first time I've seen one like it. It's practically forcing me into dual cultivation. Lu Chei's lips quirked, mirth moved in his heart. From time to time Miaoshan stole a glance and noticed that he had closed his eyes to meditate. If she knew what sort of old tree coiling its roots notion he was contemplating, the luminous image she held of him would surely crack and tumble. After a short while, Lu Chei opened his eyes, a gleam flickered across them. A scroll of light unfolded before them all. It was the shape of a world. From without it looked like an egg. Vast, yet laced with many cracks, as though on the verge of breaking. Is this Miaoshan's world? Kikyo asked. Yes. I was studying her method and discovered a problem. Lu Chei magnified the image. The view pierced into the world's interior. Miaoshan stared, astonished. She had not imagined her own world would look like this. It did not even seem large. As for the flaw, she knew it well enough. Though Buddhist cultivation had raised her power swiftly, it had slowly and inexorably suppressed her humanity to an extreme. In truth it was not only Buddhism. Even the heavenly court revered this method. Now it all seemed wrong. As the vision sank deeper, Lingshan rose before their eyes. The Tathagata, Lu Chei said, eyes gone cold, has indeed turned demon, just as Yang Jian said. By now Lingshan had become a land of demons. Dragons slithered past, each one armored in blood-red scales. The lone Samantabhadra who remained had been demonized. And the lord of Lingshan, the Tathagata, continued to grow within a pulsing mass of flesh, like a fetus in a womb. Miaoshan scanned the scene and did not see Manjusri. My lord god, where is Manjusri? He was eaten by the Tathagata. What? Miaoshan's eyes went wide, she could scarcely believe her ears. Even Manjusri had been devoured. In truth, just looking at this is enough to understand Lingshan's fall. Tiamat's voice came soft and cool. A few days ago the god received Yang Jian's report that Lingshan had changed. You thought they were harming you, they were, in fact, saving you. It was so. Had she chosen to go to Lingshan instead of Chang'an to inquire about the truth, she would likely have fallen into the Tathagata's claws herself. Even as they spoke, Samantabhadra's monastery could no longer withstand the corrosion, it began to warp and swell with flesh. A hall once replete with Zen tranquility, filled with blood. Tentacles sprouted from the floor, a power of darkness gripped the Bodhisattva and dragged hard. Samantabhadra struggled. Struggled with all his might. Even marshaled the Dharma at full force. To no avail. For Buddha and demon had become one. His Dharma had been learned from the Tathagata, the harder he drove it, the deeper the corrosion bit. Until a surge of evil flesh engulfed him entirely. His struggling ceased. From that moment, the whole of Lingshan became a sea of blood. Yet it was not merely blood. It carried silence and shadow. Pure evil. Not a sliver of light. From the glooming cracks, evil power kept venting outward. Across Lingshan, only one place remained untouched. A palace stood to the north. Miaoshan's eyes brightened. That is the residence of Kong Xian, the Peacock King, the great Ming King. I fear she cannot hold out much longer. Yes. With successors so few. No matter how powerful Kong Xian was, she could not, by herself, resist such terrible darkness for long. Kong Xian. Lu Chei murmured. She had chosen to betray Buddhism and secretly passed word to Yang Jian. Miaoshan turned to Lu Chei and implored, will the god save Kong Xian? She has had it hard. Once she was a heaven and earth native prodigy, but after the Tathagata's schemes she was forced to aid him. Within Lingshan, Kong Xian had been a clear spring. Tainted by nothing. She rarely showed herself, but Miaoshan knew the other was good. If she were freed, she would surely become a great pillar of the faith. This is easily done. Lu Chei was about to notify Yang Jian, but then thought better, Since Altria and Lucian were both present in that world, best to let the Lion King handle it. He closed his eyes and reached for Altria. Yeah, I have something for you. This was Lu Che's pet name for the Lion King, used only when the two were alone. Yes. Please instruct me, Lord God. There is a demon named Kong Xian within Lingshan. She has previously disclosed intelligence to the church. She is trapped. Go and bring her out. As you command. Journey to the West World. Having received the order, Altria parted from Yang Jian at once and prepared to depart alone. Goddess Altria, Yang Jian asked, do you not need my help to go to Lingshan? No. I am enough. With that she rose into the sky. Azure magical cloth unfurled across her body. Though fashioned of divine materials, she still favored this blue and white knight's dress. A flare. A streak of blue light razored across the heavens. Within half an hour she had flown from the outskirts of Chang'an to Lingshan. Upon beholding the demonic corruption wreathed about Lingshan, Altria gave a mirthless laugh. And you dare style this Buddha? Things beyond the pale of demons. A golden longsword flowered into her grasp. Kong Xian, where are you? Altria cried. Her voice knifed through the blood mist and reached the Peacock King's palace. Who calls for me? The voice was a woman's. Could it be another deceit of the demon Buddha? Kong Xian's lashes fell, she thought to ignore it. Just then, a strand of sword chi parted the blood fog. A small, straight-backed woman stepped into her hall. My name is Altria. I am a goddess of the eternal God. Come, God has ordered me to rescue you. The eternal God. Yes. Kong Xian's breath released in a long sigh, she had just parted her lips to express her thanks. When the blood mist seethed and rushed together. Two vast, gore-slick hands lunged toward them. No. The demon Buddha has sensed us. Kong Xian gathered her spells, but the goddess beside her caught her hand and shook her head. Do not be afraid, that calm gaze said. They lifted into the air and flew outward. The grasping hands could not touch them, even walls of flesh could not bar Altria's steps. All that was hostile to her master's power turned unreal, like a dream, when it came near her. They moved as swift as lightning and were beyond Lingshan in the span of a breath. Kong Xian, a roar cracked from the clouds, mad with wrath. You would betray me as well. The blood mist churned and whirled, finally congealing into the Tathagata's face. Glowering, contorted, and still taking shape. Chapter 244, Yang Jian, don't egg me on to do bad things, I already sacrificed Guanin. Kong Xian was startled by those spiteful eyes. Was this still the Tathagata? Calling it a monster would be no exaggeration. The Tathagata at this moment was bizarre, so strange that Kong Xian was certain this was definitely not his true body. It wasn't even his primordial spirit. But how could resentment possess such overwhelming power? Altria halted, shielding Kong Xian behind her. She looked up at the enormous face in the sky and sneered. When my god arrived, he said you had a problem. Now it seems you ought to be erased completely. Erased? Heh. I'm in 1,000 forms now. Even heaven can't touch me. What can some outland god do? The Tathagata's arrogance ignited the Lion King's fighting spirit. Whoosh. The sword of stars settled into her hand. That small figure became utterly sacred. I may not be able to kill you, she said evenly, but punishing you for blasphemy will be more than enough. Her blonde hair streamed. She stepped forward. And the curry sword in her grip swept out. The world and the stars trembled in succession. All heaven, even the three realms themselves, stirred awake beneath that strike. To mobilize such vast stellar power, this was already a force surpassing the Jade Emperor's. Holy, noble, inviolable. The terrible blade of light fell upon the vast, fleshy face. It was like boiling water splashed on snow. In a blink, it melted away. I can regenerate, why, what is this, what is this? A shriek tore loose, echoing through the three realms. Catastrophes gathered in an instant, as if summoned. Altria snorted coldly. My sword was bestowed by the planetary spirits, what you'd call the heavenly way. Later it was refined by the power of fate. It was made precisely to handle villains like you. Enjoy the scour of thunder. Let's go. She knew the sin of being unkillable. She could only make the other suffer for a while. In that case, a short, sharp lesson would suffice. The two of them turned into arcs of rainbow light and flew out of Lingshan. That thunder tribulation lasted for 3 full days before it finally ended. Altria brought Kong Xian swiftly back to their base camp. Only after they landed did the peacock say, there's something wrong with this Buddhist patriarch. I'm afraid this world is about to descend into utter chaos. With God's advent, turbulent times were always likely. No, my lady goddess, Kong Xian said. That's not what I mean. What's truly terrible is what's sealed beneath Lingshan. To buy compromise, the goddess deliberately let Buddhism flourish. There's such a thing. Altria was genuinely surprised. Kong Xian nodded. She told Altria everything she had learned over the years, the news she'd gathered and the inside story she knew. Altria was astonished. Before coming to this world, she had studied the history of Journey to the West in the treasure house of the gods. She naturally understood the Tathagata's power on Lingshan. Outwardly, the Jade Emperor was supreme. But in truth, it was the Tathagata who held the power of heaven and earth. Whatever happened, Buddhism intervened. There was a Kitagarbha in the underworld, and innumerable temples among the living. Heaven might bristle at Lingshan, but it could not resist the Tathagata's might. Otherwise, the spread of Buddhism to the east would never have happened. It was the problem of raising a tiger. If not for the Tathagata suppressing that evil land, why would even the heavenly way be unthreatening to me? Kong Xian said. I was imprisoned on Lingshan for countless years because of his schemes. Otherwise, so what if my mother is the world's first phoenix? I still had to serve as a bodhisattva of Lingshan. Understood. Altria nodded. I need to report this to God and see how he wishes to decide. In the God Realm, Lu Che was enjoying the goddess's music. To his surprise, Miaoshan's playing was actually better than Dongfang Huaiju's. Her cheerful notes set Lu Che's white cranes dancing. Even Kagaya couldn't help but praise her, her talent was exceptional. She played the zither according to the law of emotion. A fusion of love and sound, two laws twined together. A new path. Worthy of a new god, she truly had two brushes. The melody was long and clear. One by one, the other goddesses stopped and listened to that wondrous sound. My Lord God, I have something to report. A voice rose in Lu Che's heart. He knew it was Altria. Speak. Kong Xian has been rescued and is currently at Guanjiangku. But there's a larger issue, something major has happened on Lingshan. The Tathagata knows he can't fight you, and now evil Qi churns to destroy the world. Don't worry. He can't overturn the sky. Lu Che's tone was calm. This time, let all beings see Buddhism's filth. You accompany Yang Jian and develop the faith. What about Kong Xian? Should I bring her to the God Realm? Let her choose. Yes. How could he not sense the Tathagata's aura? He was propped up by the heavenly way. All of it was clouds. Only when the heavenly way collapsed would it be time for him to seize the world. Tathagata, Tathagata. I ought to thank you. Otherwise, letting Yang Jian develop things on his own, who knew how long it would take to take the world. You'll have to work hard. It would be best if you even harmed heaven itself. In the end, Kong Xian did not choose to go to the God Realm, she opted to aid Yang Jian on the spot. In her words, this world was her home. Before, she had been trapped by the Tathagata. Now that she'd received help, she naturally had to give back to this world. In the Myriad Worlds chat group. Judicial God, what rotten luck. The Tathagata is finally showing his true colors. Delivering all beings, what's wrong? From how mad you sound, is the Tathagata a hypocrite? Tanjiro, yeah, he doesn't seem like a good bird. Did he do something harmful to the world? The money-loving fox, elaborate. I want to know what sort of hypocrite he became. Judicial God, wait, I'll send the footage my heavenly eye captured. Ding. Group member Judicial God has uploaded a video. General Yuan, good grief, good grief. This Tathagata is outrageous. Where's the Buddha in him? He's worse than demons. Which of the present age, no. I think the Tathagata was never a good bird to begin with. He's just showing his true face now. Tosaka University, MM. You all felt those filthy cracks, right? That's where the real evil is. I've got goosebumps just looking. Ugh, it's chilly. Secondly, smells like war to me. Ninja Scientist, +1. Spirit of the Demon Blade, what? Another war already. Pirate King of the Caribbean, naturally. With the Saint's tomb pacified, it's obvious he doesn't need to beg Yang Jian for relief. Bearded swordsman, but that doesn't seem like a plain world, does it? Keiru, you don't need a separate plane to start a plain war. I have a feeling there's bound to be a fight. In truth, the answer was simple. Yang Jian's world looked self-contained. But in fact it was vast. Above rose the 33 heavens of the celestial court, below lay the yellow springs of the underworld. The entire journey to the west world was divided into the 4 great continents, with sacred places like Lingshan scattered throughout. It was no smaller than the Saint's Tomb world. The only difference was this. Chu Whirlwind was in the lesser netherworld. Yang Jian was at Guanjianku. 9 uncles, slayer of demons, at judicial god, Yang Jian, you got any goddesses in your world? Don't you go grabbing a few as offerings to the god? The fallen white-robed mage, yeah, I heard there are lots of fairies in your world, right? Like Chang'e, and the maidens of Jade Lake. Judicial god, you lot really can't sit still. I just sacrificed the Bodhisattva Guanin. As for Chang'e, well, if you take a good look, she is a fine choice. You could offer her up. Everyone had their selfish motives. He had already sent his own sister, Yang Chan, to God's side. That way Yang Jian wouldn't need to fear. If the god ate her, he would have nowhere to lodge a complaint. So, to protect his sister, Yang Jian had steeled himself and sacrificed Bodhisattva Guanin. Now, if he were to nab a few more fairies, there would be more women around God. Coupled with his sincere devotion, maybe God wouldn't touch his sister, right? In truth, he was tangled up inside. He wanted someone to discipline his sister, but when he remembered that someone was a god, well, perhaps it wasn't his place to stand in the way. Sigh. Such is a brother. Delivering all beings, cowhide, bragging rights for other worlds secured. Guanin is a goddess, I wonder if she's spooked. Laughing.jpg. The money-loving fox, heh. You're wicked and it's hilarious. The fallen white-robed mage, after I make an offering, come fight me. It's fun, enemies everywhere. General Yuan, you're firing map cannons now, huh? Drawing aggro from everywhere. Vampire Queen, indeed, can Suruman do anything good? The blonde boy Sam, that one's got a notorious name, most infamous of us all. Didn't he talk about attacking the elven forest the other day? How'd that turn out? The fallen white-robed mage, hey. My Orc Legion 1.4 is rampaging around. Panic everywhere. If I don't have to kill, I'll just rob, and run when I'm done. He was afraid of incurring the god's punishment later. So he picked the gentler route. You can't punish me for this, right? Even so, when killing was necessary, Suruman was still ruthless. The queen of the Golden Forest couldn't sit still any longer. A letter had already landed on his desk, demanding that the kings convene. How foolish. Once you step out of your soft, golden circle, I'll snatch you up, hee 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 hee. For peace, if we're ranking wickedness, Jack will gladly bow to you. Pirate of the Caribbean, damn it, why drag me into it every time, you freak of a dragon-turned-dragon. Tanjiro, I don't think dragons transform. Secondly, ha ha ha, he's tilted. Young Master Morone, stick your butt out, I despise you. Demon Hunter, serious question. What if I go into hell and can't find my way back to this world? The world-helping Lord, hold up, did you go to hell? Demon Hunter, yes. After I nearly unified the world, I went straight into hell, and then I got lost. Chapter 245, Chapter. It isn't quite accurate to say that I'm lost. To be precise, Constantine couldn't find his way back. And in this hell, not only did no demons attack him. On the contrary, when demons saw him, they ran away. There were also mindless creatures roaming about. Constantine was speechless. I'm supposed to be the vanguard of the invasion of hell. So much for that. He wanted to cry. He smoked a cigarette as yellow sand blew straight into his face. Why did it feel like he was only getting farther and farther from where he needed to be? What a tragedy. At this moment, a new line of text lit up in the group. Tanjiro, then build an altar already. Don't be an idiot. The money-loving fox, he's obviously anxious. If you've got people around, it's fine, set up a transmission channel. Demon Hunter, hey, I came to hell to have tea with Satan, but that old boy totally snubbed me and ran off. Fake. Blonde boy Sam, then make an altar and summon a goddess heroic spirit to help. Got any sacrifices? Demon Hunter, yeah, there are still some trinkets in hell. In front of him, a black, dragon-etched longsword lay on the ground. It was a magical weapon. A treasure of hell. Brimming with energy, enough to power an altar. Countless black divine runes rose from the earth and fanned out to form a vast array. The rocks on the ground, drawn by supernatural force, gathered into a square altar. Click. The magic sword plunged into the center of the altar. Constantine began to pray. 29. Great God of Eternity, your believer Constantine is in trouble and seeks the aid of a goddess heroic spirit. With this magic sword as a sacrifice, I summon a heroic spirit to descend into this world. When the chanting ended, black light speared into the sky. God Realm. A cluster of dark goddesses at play all received the notice at once. I'm going. No way, Sister Baguio, it's my turn this time. You're crazy, Yao Yao. Shouldn't I get a turn this time? All of you, stop it. We've all been to the lower realm. Let El-Ket go this time. El-Ket. Commonly known as Sister Kuei. She was a woman who seemed calm but was actually battle-mad. Even Yao Yao feared her a little. Because when El-Ket fought, reason didn't apply at all. And thanks to her former existence as a vampire, she had extraordinary regenerative power. She specialized in the soul, too. Now, body and soul alike were terrifyingly strong. Among the goddesses, she was a solid mid to upper tier figure. At this time, El-Ket was holding a book and quietly savoring the story. Hearing her friends chatter, she folded the book with a small smile. Sisters, don't quarrel. If you want to go, go. I can keep reading. Compared to going down to the lower world to play, she preferred to socialize here and read. However, since she said that, no one else felt like going. Instead, they gave the honor to El-Ket. Seeing that her sisters had stopped arguing, the blonde, mature woman smoothed her hair, her body dissolved into blood, and she vanished from sight. You think El-Ket is going to dominate the lower realm again? Maybe. Depends on the world, right? So which world is Sister Kuei going to? A world of ghosts and gods, its priest is trapped in hell and can't find his way back. In an instant, the room fell silent. The goddesses held their foreheads. Yao Yao ground her teeth and sighed. We were just bickering and totally forgot that woman goes all in when she fights. It's fine. Didn't Ishtar get knocked around not long ago? If she gets punished, she'll be quiet for a bit. Karen was delighted, though her face stayed cool. How delicious. He. There weren't many goddess summons now, most worlds had already been gathered into the God Realm. Only a few still needed help. So they treasured every chance to go out. This time, though, the geographical environment was abysmal. Light and life factions both passed on it. The other factions didn't want hell at all, only the dark goddesses wanted to go. Otherwise, this would have been the light element goddess's turn. El-Ket sat upon the stage of the gods, her soul separated swiftly under the pull of the summoning. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in a hell of wind and sand. Constantine, beside himself with relief, bowed flatly. Greetings, my lady goddess. May I ask your name? Burgundy eyes regarded him. El-Ket. Then, what do you need? It's like this. I used instant teleportation to get into hell, but it dumped me straight into the back corner. It's been 10 days now, I still haven't found a portal out of hell. The army can't get here. Constantine poured out his grievance. Oh, that's all. El-Ket's tone was extremely flat. No reaction at all. Then Constantine was so frightened he nearly wet his pants. Since we're simply in hell, we'll just destroy it. As for the portal, we'll crack a gap between the two worlds. Before the words finished falling, El-Ket stamped her foot. The ground for thousands of miles around shattered on the spot, a terrifying hurricane erupting from her body. Her long golden hair turned blood red in an instant. A smoky armor shrouded her, face and all. Bloodline magic art, flying dragon break. El-Ket roared. Her fist smashed into the weakest point in the sky. Crack. For 10,000 miles, the firmament laced over with spiderwebbing fissures. Then splintered apart. Only then did Constantine see hell's true face, and understand why he hadn't been able to find the way. He had been trapped inside a spell. Using a world as the anchor. A small world had been created. If not for El-Ket's strike, he would have remained in the dark. It was shameful to think about. This Satan was a wily old thing. Just then, in the true depths of the demon realm, Satan suddenly jolted awake, the wineglass in his hand slipped, hit the floor, and shattered. Well, the barrier's broken. The messenger of God should be here. This was the most beautiful place in the demon world. And at the same time, the place where evil gathered the most. The 7 deadly sins. The fallen angel camp. A multitude of dark wizards. Woo-woo. As the trombone of horns sounded, the demon army assembled at speed. A red light speared the sky and came down before the gates of Satan's palace. The shock wave obliterated the buildings nearby. Even the magic arrays were crushed one by one. Satan's face grew extremely solemn. A slow bead of cold sweat tracked down his cheek. He could actually smell a darker breath radiating from the other side. Through the smoke, El-Ket walked out at an unhurried pace. The air current spiraling around her looked like living tentacles, waving lazily in the void. So it's you, the one who's been defying God's decree. Her voice was cold and rasping. Like frost from the 9th heaven, boring into everyone's hearts. Satan wanted to say, it wasn't me, I didn't. But the arrogant demon beside him bellowed, "What kind of bird are you, mouthing off to our Lord of Hell? With me, kill this stinking woman." Heh heh heh. I like this fallen woman, her scent is intoxicating. I can't help wanting a taste. The demon king of desire sauntered forward. They were all vile, one and all. And none of the demon kings noticed Satan's face twisting. El-Ket snorted and couldn't be bothered to answer. Her body vanished on the spot. Puff. A spray of blood blossomed in midair. The arrogant demon's entire body was ripped into pieces of flesh, so fast that no one saw it coming. Time, freeze. The demon king of desire roared. Time in the area simply stopped. It wasn't only Lucifer who could use such spells, they could, too. At that moment, the demon king of desire realized those strange red tentacles had already slid beneath his jaw. The next step would be his obliteration. Satan's eyes lit, thinking he'd seized his chance, he unleashed his power to smother El-Ket. Just as he moved, a cold voice drifted into his ear. Do you really think time is under your control? In Satan's consciousness, he had already rushed forward and struck this strange woman. But in reality, he hadn't moved at all. Time was still stopped, only this time, they were the ones controlled. The scarlet tentacles flexed and tightened. El-Ket's voice sounded again. Our God holds true time. Even goddesses like me, who aren't specialists in time, can master time magic. So, I was toying with you just now. I'm bored now. You can all die. Puff. Puff. With each wet sound, a flower of blood opened. Satan's blood ran black. After death he reformed in the blood, his power only diminished. It seems that, as king of hell, you've got some strength. Then how about this? She felt the little divine power left in her body. A blood-soaked divine curse flared in El-Ket's palm. Bloodline magic curse, kill. She used blood as the medium and cursed Satan, Lord of Hell, to death. The whole of hell shuddered. It was as if the realm itself wept for Satan's fall. Before the goddess of blood, Satan was nothing but a toy. Great gouts of blood streamed down. Satan, dead in the truest sense. El-Ket turned and said to the figure behind her, well, that was fun. Goodbye. Her smile bloomed bright. Like a big sister from next door. Constantine answered her without thinking. Only when her figure vanished did the magic sword he'd offered as a sacrifice reappear before him. In the end it crumbled into wind and sand, and disappeared. This goddess, is she evil or innocent? She killed without blinking, more terrifying in her evil than any demon. But when it was all over, her smile was purer than a naked child's. Chapter 246, Chapter 246, What? A love rival came knocking, sorry, time for a beating. Constantine sat on the ground. The passage to hell had now been opened. Groups of people poured in from the mortal world. When they saw the blood everywhere, cries rose one after another. Oh my God, the boss has pacified hell. He really is the chief priest, astonishing. Where's Satan? Don't tell me he's dead too. Under the tide of praise, Constantine's handsome face grew redder and redder. He didn't even dare clear his throat. If they kept bragging like this, he really wouldn't be able to keep a straight face. All right, knock it off. The goddess did this. I was just the audience. Ah. The believers looked a bit embarrassed, but their enthusiasm quickly returned. Either way, whether it was the chief priest or the goddess, hell was finished. That was enough. Spreading the faith would be even easier from now on. If anyone refused to believe, they could come tour hell and see for themselves. Simple and to the point. Prisoners who used to be hard to manage in regular prisons. Just throw them straight into hell. If that didn't straighten them out, nothing would. Although Satan, the ruler of hell, was dead, there were still many demons left to be cleaned up by Constantine and the others. That would take time. For the next few months, most likely. He wouldn't be able to get away. On the other side, El-Ket stepped down from the altar, a charming blush on her face, humming a little tune as she walked toward the temple. She ran into Baguio along the way. Seeing her, Baguio's expression brightened. And then her heart thumped hard. El-Ket, why are you back so soon? Is it done? Done. What did you do? Nothing much. I killed the demon kings of hell and its lord and came back. I feel much better. Thanks. With that, she kept walking, smiling. She didn't see Baguio's stricken look. Good grief, the killing intent is off the charts. Punishment was probably unavoidable. And yet, strangely, she hadn't seen a single goddess show up beside El-Ket to pronounce sentence. Could there be some trick to it? Baguio tilted her head, thinking of Ishtar's case. She finally decided. God had intervened because that girl had destroyed human living environments. But Elket had been in hell. So it was fine. In other words, as long as I don't interfere with human affairs, I can play however I like. An impish light flashed across Bagio's face. She rubbed her hands together in excitement. In the distant Qingling temple, Lu Che kept shaking his head as Bagio's voice carried over. All of them problem girls. Clack. A chess piece landed. Miao Shan, seated opposite him, saw him smiling and couldn't help asking, what's making God laugh? Now that the knot in her heart had loosened, she was approachable again. When God invited her to play chess, she readily agreed. The chessboard was woven from stars. It wasn't Go. It was a starry grid, lines as rules, planets as pieces. Calling it chess wasn't quite right, it was more like a lesson in applying the laws. A number of goddesses stood nearby to watch. In addition to a few senior figures, Yang Chan and several other goddesses were present. Only, this sister of Erlangshan wasn't focused on the laws at all, she kept staring at Miao Shan. Miao Shan knew the girl was curious. But there was no time to explain now. She only gave her a gentle smile. I'm smiling for this shrine, Lu Che said. When I created the world, there was only one person. So when you come here, your strength grows. I hope that, across the long years, you can help me ease my boredom. Yang Chan cocked her head. Is God lonely? Boredom is a kind of loneliness, he said. The world of gods is full of scheming. I expect a war of gods before long. In the end, those who can truly be in tune with me are you goddesses. It was the plain truth. The god realm was vast. But the law of the jungle reigned. The strong devoured the weak. To cultivate a mighty deity, countless lives could be sacrificed without the least qualm. He used the myriad worlds as a ranch, by comparison, it was nothing at all. Many gods, to keep their believers, even caused natural disasters themselves. Then, after the destruction, they gathered a new flock. With enough wealth and power, they did as they pleased. Lu Che was the opposite. He valued human nature more. Especially since comprehending the way of emotion, he felt the 7 emotions and 6 desires were normal. So in the shrine, he never overcontrolled the goddesses, as long as they didn't make catastrophic mistakes, he let the smaller mischiefs go. He didn't suppress their natures. Kikyo was brewing tea. When she heard Lu Che's words, she covered her mouth and smiled. Precisely because of that, many sisters are afraid of being overlooked. Lu Che smiled at that, but didn't answer. Yang Chan, sitting beside him, had a faint blush on her cheeks. She'd never experienced romance. Facing God and the other women every day was enviable. Commonly known as burning eyes. And with what she heard and saw, how good God was. Lu Che's shadow had slowly settled into Yang Chan's heart. From fear at the beginning, to calm, and now to anticipation. It had taken only a little over a month. If she were overlooked, she'd probably end up like the ordinary goddesses, riding cranes and wandering the god realm every day. The goddesses God favored could stay by his side. After a while, the game ended. Miao Shan made a single misstep and lost the whole board. Lu Che stood and smiled. You continue. I'll take care of some matters. Yes. He faded into nothingness and returned to the god realm proper. Yang Chan seized the opportunity and said to Miao Shan, I want to talk with you, would that be all right? Of course. Miao Shan arched a brow and answered with a smile. The two went together to Yang Chan's quarters, a small courtyard within a hall. The scenery was exquisite. Mountains and water, beautiful peach blossoms. Sister Miao Shan, are you really the Bodhisattva Guanin from my world? Guanxian is dead. I am only Miao Shan, a goddess of the eternal God. She spoke evenly, without joy or anger, very calm. Yang Chan hesitated for a moment and asked in a small voice, if God told you to wait upon him, what would you do? Cater to him, or refuse? So you're asking me in place of asking yourself, aren't you? Miao Shan finally understood. No wonder the girl had been watching her earlier, she was tangled up over this. It was almost funny. Who would have thought Yang Jian's sister could be so cute? Innocent, really? I don't know. Yang Chan lowered her head, pouting slightly, fingers rubbing the hem of her clothes. She'd never liked any other man. In her heart, her second brother had always been the strongest, the one she admired most. But when the eternal God appeared, the shadow in her heart had been replaced without her noticing. That left her both worried and afraid. Miao Shan watched the peach blossoms in the distance and said softly, if you come, be at peace. That's a saying among our people, it means you can't defy fate, so better to be calm. That is how I speak to myself now. After I recovered my emotions, I blamed myself. I had done good deeds, and yet I had abetted the wicked. Only after spending time with God Did I understand that I'd thought too much? In God's heart, the mistake is not admitting the past, not acknowledging one's own heart. Here there is no shortage of time, no sorrows of mortality. So why not follow your heart? Follow your heart. That was Miaoshan's conclusion. Combined with Lu Che's words and deeds and his way with all the goddesses. She believed it. Since she had given her promise to God in this life, whatever he wished was reasonable, and should be. As God had said just now. Beyond strength, he sought a true partner, one who could soothe his mind. Yang Chan understood. She smiled. Thank you for your advice. I understand. With the knot untied, her spirits lifted. In any case, living happily each day was enough. If she liked him, she liked him. No more resisting. That was enough. In the God Realm proper. A man stood before Lu Che. He was very tall. He had creation stage strength and looked at Lu Che with a cool, indifferent stare. I heard you have something going on with Shiaoan. And who are you? Lu Che's tone was cold, he showed the other man no courtesy. A mere creation stage god. Daring to posture before him, another fool playing at garlic. Because of his teacher, too. A love rival. What did that have to do with him? Hearing Lu Che's tone, the god in glazed armor bared his teeth. A new arrival dares speak to me like that. Didn't your teacher tell you, before a creation stage god, you should show proper humility? Idiot. Lu Che couldn't be bothered to waste words. He gathered 3 laws into a single punch. They traded blows. The nearby buildings powdered to dust. Time and space twisted and shattered, turning upside down. BL. The golden-armored god had assumed Lu Che only possessed high god strength and held back. With just that one punch. He was nearly killed. 3 laws. The law of love weakened his will to fight. The law of time churned the flow of moments around them. The law of fire became boundless force, hammering his body head-on. A divine treasure at the main god level. Shattered on the spot. The golden-armored creation god went flying. Lu Che's face was like ice. Who do you take me for? A mere creation stage god dares yelp at me. Courting death. His eyes flashed. Time reversed. Time froze. Time jumped. He punched again. The so-called creation stage god, without landing a single effective strike, became nothing more than Lu Che's sandbag. He hadn't intended to expose his true strength. But before this idiot. He struck anyway, for a simple reason. To establish authority. If you don't accept it, come take your turn. The terrifying spectacle drew the eyes of countless gods. But the long river of time swelled up and blocked their view. Chapter 247, Chapter 247, Desperate Lu Che, abducting the master and running away. Ice Blue Era God System. Amber Evergreen God System. Diablo Destruction Gods. Countless deities were stunned one after another. This was a battle fought with a multitude of laws. Not common at all. Although very few beings truly master laws, facing 3 laws at once. That had never happened before. Consciousnesses surged out in waves, trying to pierce the region veiled by the long river of time. Get lost. Snooping again and I'll kill you. An enraged voice resounded through the god world. The entire stratum of the plane trembled. Lu Che had to be angry. If he dared to strike, he dared to shock these people. And this shameless feeling of picking at someone else's clothes to spy, not killing them outright, was already him showing mercy. Suddenly, a melodious voice drifted out of the star sea. My young friend, why so angry? We're merely curious. Since we are all part of the god world, a look shouldn't hurt. The voice was old. Its tone full of greed. To speak such shameless words so grandly, anyone with an ounce of shame wouldn't do it. Looking to find fault? Name yourself. Which divine system are you from? Once I finish with this mutt, I'll come straighten you out. The gods were dumbfounded. You'll come get me? That was too much. Yet it proved enough, this new god was terrifying. 3 laws circulating close at hand. That was beyond the level of a mere prodigy, what ordinary creation stage deity could stand against it? Still, many knew the golden-armored creation god's identity, and sneered inwardly. Yes, Lu Che's strength was good. His luck was very good. But could he really defeat a god of creation? They were skeptical. What surprised them was this. When the old man 980 heard Lu Che's words, he instantly shut his nebula and cut off his voice. Plainly, afraid. Who is this new god? Yeah, why is he so arrogant? He even dares mock an overlord of the gods. Looks like he has the protection of some high god. Look at his strength. 3-element law. And not fragments either, it's genuine comprehension of 3 complete laws. The law of fire. Vast and fearfully complex, almost no one gathers it to completion. Yet within this new god's assault, there was clearly the aura of the full fire law. Unbelievable. After a while, someone in the forum who knew the inside story revealed Lu Che's identity. His name is Lu Che, a prodigy of the Qihuang flowing flame god system. He was promoted from the blazing immortal field 2 years ago. A year ago he defeated countless high gods. What? 2 years? Even if you gulped medicine daily and soaked in a vat of elixirs, could your strength grow that fast? To crush a creation stage god? You're at least at main god level. 3-law integration meant he was only 1 step from a breakthrough. But the problem was, it had been only 2 years. Someone on the forum offered an explanation. If you master the law of time, stacking divine power isn't hard. The real key is God Realm power. That's the crux. Obviously, Lu Che's civilian background is nonsense. To rise as a civilian without massive resources, breaking through to main god in 2 years is impossible. Even with the law of time, without resources, a forced breakthrough is hollow and thin. Everyone knew this. But while they were still chattering, Lu Che himself spoke. The guy who just exposed my identity, I remember your ID. Wait for me. Just 1 line. And it blew up the entire god world. Because below it was an image. He had lopped off the golden armored creation god's head and held it in his hand. The other's eyes bulged, seething with humiliation. But no matter how he raged, the head still moved. To kill a god, destroying the divine body is useless, you must destroy the god's realm. Only then can you obliterate him completely. Lu Che was doing exactly that. And behind him stood a woman, staring at the head in Lu Che's hand with a complicated expression. She wanted to speak, to persuade him, but found she didn't know what to say. After all, this had been provoked because of her. If you don't let me go, you'll face the wrath of an overlord god. The golden armored creation god kept howling. Lu Che's eyes were cold. The power of law in his hand accelerated, finally prying open the other's god realm. Do you know what I hate most? A dog like you, who's nothing without someone to lean on. Brainless enough to pick a fight, own the consequences. Divine power pressed toward the core of the enemy god realm. Terrifying force. Instantly obliterated the god star in that quadrant. Fear flickered in the golden armored creation god's eyes. He roared, if you attack me like this, aren't you afraid of the plane shattering and biting back? Stop. Ha. You really do overestimate yourself. Mastering a law, I can erase you slowly, let you die inch by inch inside my long river of time. Truly breaking a plane. Of course he would not. Not now. If he did, his god realm would explode. So he chose another method at some risk, destroy the core divine heart first, induce violent fluctuations in the enemy's mind. Then use the law of love to cloud his thoughts. Trap him in a nightmare, unable to escape. And in the end, suppress him slowly over time. At last, the battle ended. From start to finish, it was smooth as flowing water, no surprises. Shiaoan, watching, was dazed. Was Lu Che really as simple as she'd thought? He hadn't been a main god for long. Yet he could forcefully suppress a creation stage god. That strength was no joke. She wasn't even his match. Facing Lu Che, who was watching her, Goddess Xiao drew a deep breath, lowered her lashes, and said in a soft, placating voice, I'm sorry. It was my fault. Because of her negligence. A pursuer had found them, and so Lu Che's strength was exposed. Shiaoan's heart fluttered with panic. She feared he'd simply vanish, hide somewhere unknown, and not return until after breaking through. Seeing that adorable, anxious look, Lu Che smiled and took her bright wrist. It was an undeniably bold gesture. Shiaoan felt it at once, but she didn't resist. She only lowered her head. Then the two of them disappeared. However, the upper echelon of Qihuang flowing flame soon received a message from Lu Che. He was going into seclusion, he said, but at the same time, he was worried there were places he didn't yet understand well. So he was taking Shiaoan. And would disappear for a while. Right. Just, run off. Damn it, even thieves don't behave like this. Completely without scruples. With Shiaoan gone, Qihuang flowing flame was missing a pillar, someone would have to be appointed in her stead. Still, though the leadership was angry, they were mostly helpless and bemused. The kid was very cautious. He left no opening. Didn't he know there are warding rules that prevent others from tracking his position? Forget it. Best to maintain a good karmic tie. Lu Che's destination was, naturally, the sea of primal chaos. Only there could he settle down. At present, he lacked no supplies. He'd even kidnapped a beautiful woman. Days too comfortable to complain about. Shiaoan stared at the small house, speechless. You expect me to live in this? At least make it pretty. The house had 3 floors. Outside it were layered chaotic wards. Countless laws interwove, there were millions of hidden divine sigils alone. Forget creation stage gods. Even a high god would have a hard time finding Lu Che. Hey, you're the one who insisted on getting involved with me. Conditions are as is. If you don't like it, you can leave. Everyone knows you abducted me. Now you want to kick me out? No way. Shiaoan was a second-generation god. Born to a powerhouse pair, both from the upper realms. This was something Lu Che learned only later. Used to a luxurious life from childhood, she naturally didn't want to live in a place this devoid of beauty. Thus, before stepping into his god realm, Shiaoan completely remodeled the nest. She pulled a cave heaven canopy from her pocket and expanded the interior space by a great deal. And Lu Che's 3-story rickety house. She outright kicked it down. In its place rose a residence of exquisite sacred jade before the 2 of them. Now this is a home. Let's go in. Shiaoan smiled in triumph. Little men, big sisters loaded. After all, she was a god's 2nd generation and a leader in Qihuang flowing flame. He couldn't imagine how many treasures she had tucked away. Lu Che couldn't be bothered to argue. So, what should I do to completely finish this golden tortoise? You mean kill that god? Simple. Start a plain war and let your believers do it. Either way, he'll be finished in a few decades. So long. Isn't his God Realm world unguarded? The god's consciousness was suppressed by him. The divine body was completely wrecked. There shouldn't be any resistance. Shiaoan pressed her hand to her forehead and sighed. I don't know whether to call you a tyrant or an idiot. You've suppressed him with a spell. If his God Realm takes further damage, he'll wake. You have to do it slowly. No better way. Lu Che asked, unwilling. There is. What? You break through to creation stage, or deepen your comprehension of the law of time. Then use supreme divine power to freeze his God Realm and smash it in one blow. Lu Che fell silent. If he had that kind of method, would he be asking? After a long pause, he sighed. Then we wait. Give me a bit of time to break through to creation stage, then I'll destroy him. Since he could become a god of creation, the resources of his God Realm would be 1,000 times richer than plundering a fragmented world. Treasures don't sprout legs. No need to rush, just keep an eye out and strike fast when the time comes. In the meantime, he could let his own gods get some practice in. Chapter 248, Chapter 248, The God War Begins, Lu Che's Terrifying Army of Gods. In the Myriad Worlds chat group, Lu Che posted an announcement. God of Eternity, I've recently suppressed an ancient god. If any priests feel they're strong enough, you can go to that ancient god's world and conquer it. The world helping Lord, hiss, an ancient god. What tier is that? The money-loving fox, no idea, begging my god to elaborate. General Yuan, going by the literal meaning, it should be on the same level as the God of Eternity. Tanjiro, to worship our god is to see even such a terrible enemy suppressed. Bearded swordsman, I can't even imagine how a god-tier battle happens. One blow must destroy countless stars. Delivering all beings, you're all wrong. There's something our god said that's worth inscribing on your hearts, God cannot be guessed, cannot be guessed. Spirit of the demon sword, +1. Judicial god, my god, whose battle is more terrifying than Panga splitting the heavens, well, it really is beyond imagining. God of Eternity, it's not as mysterious as you think. The ancient god is actually stronger than I am, but his actual combat power is inferior to mine. The fallen white-robed mage, sounds like his divine power isn't fully awakened. I'll keep grinding. There were layers upon layers inside the god's words. The God of Eternity admitted he was inferior to that god. And yet he had suppressed him outright. What did that mean? It meant the tier of the eternal god's power was lower, but his true fighting strength utterly crushed the opponent. Just then, a notification chimed in the group. Ding! The God of Eternity has uploaded a video. All members downloaded it at once. They saw a severed human head in the God of Eternity's hand. Then, the eternal god suppressed that head into the long river of time. It fell into complete unconsciousness. A woman beside him whispered, "Is this all right?" Then I'm going to rest. The clip ended there. The video lasted only a minute. But it revealed quite a lot. The eternal god was unscathed, while the hostile god had been brutally suppressed. Going by aura alone. That head, if it leaked even a thread of breath, could instant kill anyone in the group who wasn't a god. Delivering all beings, so that's the defeated god. Truly terrifying. But, once I offer up my world, I'll head to his world and fight. Since the god wasn't free. Then naturally the priests would be busy. General Yuan, even though that was just a short scene, I'm fired up. My god, you mean for us to attack the other side's god realm, right? God of eternity, of course. I've been a bit busy lately, don't have time to destroy the other side's world. Chu Dashin, I'm in. To wipe out the other side's world, now that's cool. I'm going. Tanjiro, idiot, handle your own world first. My second brother and I are pulling out. Secondly, ha ha ha, Tanjiro's right. We brothers will head off first, see you in the ancient god's world. Since there were no enemies left in the saint's tomb world, people like them would naturally retreat, aside from settling their gains. As for a war against a god, that was a feast in their eyes. And this war would be unlike the one in Chu Whirlwind's world. They could use every possible means. Which of the present age, Lord God, the woman next to you didn't look like a god. Is she your wife? In the chat, conversation misfired instantly. The gossip soul burned bright. Most people were still stunned by the image of the ancient god being suppressed. But Xiao Feng's one sentence snared the attention of countless onlookers. Right, there was a woman in the video. The divine power around her didn't seem any weaker than the eternal gods. The money-loving fox, I think I heard something interesting. The god won't blame us, right? Right. Spirit of the demon sword, curious.jpg. If they were merely casual friends, no one would care. The key was that the woman spoke casually about resting. The relationship between those two was likely very close. God of eternity, guess all you like. She's a creation goddess who's very good to me. Are you all that free? Get to work. The money-loving fox, wow. God's angry, run. Spirit of the demon sword, sliding. Which of the present age, I was wrong, oh great God of eternity. I shouldn't have pride, you. When the god was angry, nothing good followed. And even if there were gossip, they weren't the ones who could ask. Sea of chaos. Lu Che shook his head helplessly, then stepped into the God Realm world, ready to pry open the enemy's God Realm. At the moment, within the endless long river of time, a golden head was being suppressed. Years flowed. The other side had fallen into true eternal sleep. Several goddesses stood beneath the long river of time, staring at the head. Since yesterday there had been ripples for a long while across the God Realm. And they had guessed the god had met trouble. They had been ready for battle for quite some time. And then, not long after, a head had been pressed in. Even though the aura didn't show, the occasional wisp that leaked out still made them bristle as though facing a great enemy. God, this head. It's my enemy. Strong as it is, it's only refuse. Watch me open his God Realm, you go in and destroy it. Yes. Since it was the god's enemy, they must defend the god's glory. Time passed. A mysterious rift slowly appeared. A golden membrane stubbornly resisted the erosion of divine power. But then a terrifying flame fell. And that last barrier shattered in an instant. The barrier of the God Realm opened. Glorious divine power surged out. The long river blazed with dreadful fireworks. Little world, dare to posture and be suppressed before me. 2 words left his mouth. And instantly, the now fiercely struggling God Realm froze solid. In that very instant, Lu Che had scanned the enemy's God Realm. Its territory was not small. Its construction, quite refined. But compared to his own God Realm, its scope was still far too small. Moreover, its power was a mere assemblage of law fragments, that was the gap in strength. So what if he had been a creation stage god for countless years? Without complete laws, in the end, he was still an ant. Kaguya turned to him and asked, God, may I go in like this? Go. Kill as you please. If you find anything good, bring it back. God war was cruel. Once a god fell, the God Realm became food for the victor. Kaguya pursed her lips and said to her sisters, let's go. The opening move of the God war. The god suppresses, the goddesses enter to shatter the world. Asking for flowers. This was Lu Che's plan. Although the other side was a creation stage god. Within his God Realm, aside from a few with decent strength, the rest weren't worth noting. Miaoshan lifted off with him. Within the Eternal Temple, all but the youngest goddesses joined the battle. And Lu Che opened portals across the world. On every divine star, a teleportation array flared to life. Step through, and you reach the creation god's realm. At the same time, Lu Che's voice resounded across the eternal God Realm. The God War begins. Everyone who has reached immortal rank may join the battle. All divine beasts and envoys must participate. Go, destroy that world. His vast voice rolled out. Divine beasts he had cultivated for ages. And worlds that had been promoted. All roused their fighting spirit. In the Naruto world, Naruto Uzumaki turned to his old man. Dad, let's go. That guy Sasuke will definitely want to join this god battle too. Right. It's time for those who have no gods to feel the greatness of God. In the Naruto world, countless troops assembled. Although, after peace, the ninja system had faded. Orochimaru had cleverly preserved military strength through exercises in another guise. At that moment, Mizuno Nami, Uchiha Obito, the Uchiha brothers, Sasuke among them, and countless heroes stepped through portals into the enemy god realm. In the great Tang twin dragons world, Tianhao Song Ke led millions of believers and also stepped into the God World Theater. The world had been promoted to an immortal world. Many top experts had become immortals, and though trial towers could temper them, nothing hardened strength faster than a real fight. Lu Che stood in the Eternal Temple, watching group after group pour into the enemy God Realm. He laughed. This is my army of believers. Taste the terror of my believers' army. How many divine beasts were there in the God Realm? Likely beyond tens of millions already. Every world promotion brought enormous returns. Believers within a single world could number in the billions. Of course, a world like Naruto's wouldn't reach that scale. But worlds like Tanjiro's, and Earth and Chu Whirlwind's line, could hit those figures. In the enemy God Realm, ever since the sky was torn open, crowds had descended like a dense, dark tide. The golden armored god's subordinate deities blanched at the sight. My God, our world is being invaded. My God, where are you? God. Countless planets were wiped out in the blink of an eye. This shameless host of enemies, like locusts, kept slaughtering their people. Cruel and terrifying. The 10 titled leaders under that god wept tears of blood. One hefted his war axe to smash the distant insects, but a figure blocked his way. A goddess in white. She smiled as she looked at him. You want to deal with us? Have you asked me, Kaguya? Bone art, extermination. A bone spear coiled with annihilating aura met the other's war axe. With a single blow, Kaguya shattered his weapon. And his soul with it. No, brother Candle. You followers of an evil god, I'll kill you. Of the 10 leaders under that god, one was felled at once, which naturally enraged the rest. Tiamat opened her eyes and said indifferently, your strength is pathetic. Die, all of you.